Okay. Hey, this is pretty fucking wild, guys. I don't know. My Discord's been going absolutely fucking insane for the last half hour because people are getting their notifications on their siren apps, getting all the alerts. There are sirens like everywhere in Israel right now. Iran has fired their, I guess, response to the incursions into Lebanon. They've fired at least 100 ballistic missiles. There are interceptors like flying all over the sky. There've been what sounds like a lot of landings. There's been at least I think 2 shootings as well in Jaffa. There were Jaffa and a synagogue. There were, I don't know who they were, but guys with automatic weapons going around a train station area and around bus stops shooting people. At least 2 or 3 people are dead, 10 injured, and the sky is currently being lit up by rockets, by missiles and interceptors right now. There have been explosions in Tel Aviv. I don't know if that's the sound of debris falling or if that's actually a successful hit from Iran. This is the sky over Israel. What looks like impacts. So this is someone's alert map that was sent to me. The traveling clat is streaming from Tel Aviv, streaming from a window. I've got a couple of streams up from people watching it. This guy is streaming it from his window in Tel Aviv. I don't know if the worst of it's already passed or this is from a few minutes ago.
We're going to have to wait and see what happens. I mean, I can't tell you what's going on right now. Whoa, look at this. Things are just coming down. And this is just one part of the country. This is just one part of the country. I don't know what's going on in other parts of the country.
I wonder where he is now. So it seems to have happened. This is where I know the impacts in Tel Aviv.
Oh god. Okay guys, we gotta get off the roof. These are coming down right.
Yeah, don't stand on your
here.
fucking roof. Oh my god. Don't stand near your windows as well, okay? What the fuck?
They're coming down one. Oh god. Okay guys, we gotta get off the roof. These
So that
are
landed in the sea, I think.
coming down right next to us here. They're coming down. One just about. We gotta go inside. Oh god. Okay guys, we gotta get off the roof. These are coming down right next to us here.
But I mean, this literally all just happened a couple of minutes ago. Who's that from? This is all Iran. This will be Iranian, all of it. So this is it as it happened. Just from, what, 10, 20 minutes ago?
Ehrlich train. The military
Yeah, this is when the
confirms
sirens went off.
Iran has launched missiles towards Israel.
Thanks to $20. Yes, these are from Iran. Yes.
There are a huge amount of rocket alerts all over Israel.
There's a terror attack in there on the ground. Oh yeah, these are the rocket alerts. Well, there is an attack on the ground, and at least I think there's a shooting in Jaffa and in a synagogue somewhere. But I don't know if it's coordinated with Iran. I don't know if it was just like it was just a couple of randoms who maybe came in from the West Bank, or if it might have been Palestinian Israelis who decided to do it after on the same day as the Iranian strikes. Because we knew the strikes were coming from Iran. We knew they were set to come today because U.S. Intel's been talking about it all day. So we knew there was going to be an attack. Whether it's coordinated or just they decided to synchronize it independently, either could be true.
In the sky, is that a missile? Is that an interceptor? What are we seeing? That's a light. You're looking at it right now. We're hearing an explosion, maybe an interception. This is live from Tel Aviv right now.
We're what, 15 minutes behind here?
Where is this thing? That's also from Tel Aviv.
Where have you been? I was going to take a day off today. That's what I was going to do.
I'm trying to get you guys updates here.
This is on the streets, obviously, because of the shootings.
Oh, sorry.
This is the Beirut skyline, meanwhile, live.
I'm not hearing the sirens there anymore. Again, the IDF said missiles were launched. Let me see what I can. Let me see what I can get you on this. I'm waiting to hear more about missiles from Iran. But the Israeli army says the Israeli military has confirmed
this is when the sirens are going to start,
that missiles have been launched towards Israel. Multiple outlets saying this. The Jerusalem Post reported it. The IDF says missiles have been launched to Israel, and now we wait and see what happens. Yes, there's more rocket alerts, but there's rocket alerts all over Israel now, guys. There's alerts all over the place, so I'm just trying to figure out what's going on now.
People in Jordan saw them? Yeah,
I have a camera on the northern border. I can get that up on the bottom of the screen. Let me just do that for you. Give me a moment. I know there's new rocket alerts. At this point, there's a lot of rocket alerts. So, hang on. That's the scene of the shooting, but I'm going to put that... No, I don't want that. I want the border, actually. I want the border area. There's the northern border there. What's happening? What's happening now? Look at that. What is that? Yeah. Look at, guys. We're seeing... Are those interceptors? What are we seeing there? What are we seeing there? We're seeing stuff go in the sky. We're seeing stuff go up there on the Tel Aviv shot right now. That could be interceptors, maybe. I don't know. Unbelievable. We are seeing interceptors apparently flying over Tel Aviv right now. Israel's Nadav Eyal says over 100 launches detected reportedly. We're seeing interceptors being fired right now. Tons of rocket alerts all over the place.
This guy's just hype news, okay? I wouldn't want to be in Israel with this guy giving me the news.
But this is confirmed missile launches. What's going on now? We're waiting to see what happens. Look at these interceptors going up in Tel Aviv.
This is what they look like going over Amman.
What the fuck?
Is that Sundowner's voice?
What the fuck?
This is what you notice when you... This is what you notice when you fly over... Because we flew in from the Emirates, so we flew over Amman into Israel. You really get the perspective of how fucking small everything is when you're doing that. Like, flying over Amman, and it's like, oh wait, that's the sea, which means that's Tel Aviv, which means that's Jerusalem. Yeah, you can figure it all out like really quickly when you're flying over, and you can see it all just in one moment.
Ballistic missiles. Look at this! Wow, look at this! Unbelievable! Hang on. Oh, what's that right there? Look at that right there. Something just fell down. Something just fell down. Let me keep checking. I'm watching this just like you, and I will check for other updates here. Alerts all over the country. Sirens! Sirens right now. Sirens going off in Tel Aviv.
Look at this, man. Like
Sirens
right
going
over
off in Tel Aviv. Whoa, look at this. Look at all the lights. Look at everything up there. Unbelievable. Look at all these. Look at all of those. Are those missiles? Are those missiles or interceptors? What are we? Are those drones? Are they missiles? Are they interceptors? What are we looking at right now? Unbelievable. Wow.
This guy's stressing me out.
Are those drones? Are they missiles? Look at all of them. Those might be the missiles. Or drones. Look at this. That could be incoming. Wow. Look at all of them.
Wow.
This is live in Tel Aviv.
This fucking guy. I didn't actually... I watched a bit of this before I was starting up the stream.
Whoa, look at it. They keep coming. They're all coming in.
It's doing my job.
Look at all of this. Unbelievable.
Look at this shit.
Those look like interceptions there.
And then you see debris. I think this is debris landing, right?
What is this? Are those things just hit? Things are coming down. Things are coming down. I don't know if those are intercepted. Things are coming down. Maybe that's debris coming down. I don't know if these are interceptions or missiles or what. And look at all of those. Whoa. Unbelievable. We're hearing explosions now. Live in Tel Aviv here. Whoa! Something else just came down. We're seeing things come down in explosions. This is unbelievable.
What is this? We've got a few other live feeds here. I-24.
Obviously, we're sitting tight. Ariel, I know that you wanted to give us some updates, and there was more that you want to add to the conversation we were having.
Pro-Iranian accounts on Telegram are posting videos from various areas in Iran, from Isfahan, from Kermanshah in the west, showing the missiles going out, being launched. And a few minutes later, we heard sirens in Israel and the IDF confirming that missiles have been launched from Iran to Israel. So there isn't much of a guessing game as to whether Iran did, for the second time, launch a significant salvo of missiles at Israel. Now, the reason I mentioned that this is the second time, not just for context, but unfortunately, the last strike in mid-April, that was normalized by Israel, by the international community, by the West, allowing that response, the normalizing.
And we're talking about over
this
300 missiles that were fired at the state of Israel from Iranian territory.
And that normalizing of such an unprecedented cross-continent attack in today's reality is what set the stage for today's strike. And unfortunately, I doubt that this will be the last time we see such a strike on behalf from Iran at Israel. And it would behoove Israeli decision makers as well as leaders in the West to look at where we are right now, what steps were taken to bring us here, and what needs to be done, because a lot needs to be done in order to prevent this from happening. And again,
what if Oman joins in the conflict? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. 8 people killed in Jaffa.
There are 3 layers
Wait, really?
of defense within Israel. We all know about the Iron Dome, which is actually lower altitude. There's a mid-level kind of capability called David Sling, and then the very high altitude that will actually intercept these Iranian ballistic missiles in outer space is called Arrow. So it's a layered defense, but again, so many incoming missiles that we do have to be concerned about the threat of overwhelming and saturating Israeli defenses.
Mary Bruce, let's take it to you at the White House, our chief White House correspondent. I see that the president is putting out messages on Twitter.
The last report I can see is 7 wounded, 2 dead.
Now, about 17 minutes ago, saying that this morning he and the vice president convened with our national security team to discuss Iranian plans to launch an imminent missile attack against Israel. We discussed how the United States is prepared to help Israel defend against these attacks and protect American personnel in the region. What more do we know, Mary?
Well, we certainly know that the White House and the president are monitoring
I-24
all
said
of
4
this
dead.
extremely
Okay.
closely. The president and the vice president, they're convening that meeting, as you mentioned, with the national security team at the White House earlier this morning. And we learned from a senior White House official this morning that the U.S. is actively supporting defensive
I
preparations.
mean, you can literally see someone filming from their apartment building where you can see the bodies on the ground. They're sitting next to bus stops or stops for the train. Yeah, it looks like it's the train, the light train. Yeah. I think, were these two guys, were they coming out of a train? These are the two shooters. Look, they're there with proper fucking, like, automatic weapons. I don't know where they came from. If they, the thing that's really scary is if they actually came from within Israel, because then the blowback you're going to see from, like, Ben Gvir's police and all that shit is going to be, like, disgusting. And if they came from Gaza, well, they wouldn't have come from Gaza. If they came from the West Bank, that might be different. Is your family in Lebanon? I hope they're okay. Yeah, they're still there. They're still in the mountains now. They went away from Beirut because Beirut's too scary. It looks like a home-built automatic weapon. Ah, yes, me with my... Sorry, thank God we've got the weapons identifiers in chat to notice that fucking... Shut the fuck up. All right, hang on.
To defend Israel against this very attack. And then that key line, the White House official saying a direct military attack from Iran against Israel will carry severe consequences for Iran. Of course, lots of questions now about what that means.
What are your father's thoughts? My father's pretty mental, so I, I don't think his thoughts are going to give you that much insight.
You know, adamant that an all-out war in the Middle East has to be avoided. The big question is how, as you continue to see the escalation continue, Kira.
Mary, thank you. Let's take it back to our Ian panel in Beirut. Ian, bring us up to date on what is happening there, what you're hearing now.
Yeah, Kira, I mean, look, we've been talking for ages about the risks of escalation. Well, I think we can just say this has escalated, and whether anyone can put a lid on it is an open question. What we're seeing right now is you can't see it clearly on the camera, is the red dots of tracer fire going into the sky from the southern suburbs. This is Dahya, this is Hezbollah stronghold, the area that's been repeatedly hammered by the Israelis over the last couple of weeks, and people are out on the streets celebrating. Remember, Iran set up this so-called axis of resistance.
No, it's not. That doesn't mean they're past the Iron Dome. No, they can get intercepted like very, very close to the city. Like some interceptions hit, and it seems like the leftovers of the missiles landed in the sea. So that means they got all the way from Tehran or from Iran to Tel Aviv towards the sea, right? So because they come from the east, no, or the southeast. The arrow system.
To the border,
well, yeah.
This will give them succor. They feel that they will be emboldened.
Tunnels is Gaza or Lebanon? There are tunnels in Lebanon as well. We can look at that as well. The IDF actually, I'm surprised they haven't done this in. I'm surprised they haven't done this in Gaza as much, but the IDF actually declassified 3 of their missions in Lebanon. So they show you the tunnels, they show you the weapons caches, and they show you the fucking how they located the houses where the weapons were held, and they show you them going in, and they show you what they took, what they gathered from them. So we can watch that later if you want. The tunnel system that Hezbollah has is a lot more sophisticated than Hamas's, though. Jesus. This is across the south and the central. Israeli journalist is saying 8 dead in Jaffa now. Wow. Largest paramilitary on earth? That's right. Largest non-state actor. There's a running joke in Lebanon that the Lebanese army, like the official government army, there's a running joke that they are at least in the top 5 largest militias in Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah, I saw this one as well. Yeah, the 5th strongest militia. I saw this, yeah. Not good. Are those missiles as powerful as what Israel used in Lebanon? What, the Iranian ones? I have no idea. I think it's not so much the power of these Iranian ones. The problem with these Iranian ones is that they don't seem to be aimed. They're just fired at whatever the fuck. Call Hassan, he'd know. He would know, wouldn't he? Hello, Willie Mac. Gosh. What are we saying?
You
ABC?
start having missiles flying into Israel, attacks here, attacks in Iran, attacks in Iraq, then things start to look potentially out of control.
Ian, let's take it from you right back to our Matt Gutman, who's out of the shelter now there in Tel Aviv. He is out on the balcony. Just in light of what Ian just said, Matt, the question remains, as phase one here on behalf of Iran has now taken place, how will Israel respond? How long will Israel wait? What is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu doing at this moment?
I can tell you what he's been doing over the past 15, 20 years, Kira, and that has been selecting targets. This is something that Israeli intelligence has been talking about for a long time. They know where they want to hit in Iran. They have been thinking about this. They have been accumulating intelligence through analysts, through agents on the ground for many years. They have been prepared for this. They have both the defensive capabilities to knock those missiles out of the sky that are incoming and offensive capabilities in terms of its air force and their own missiles that are capable of hitting Iran. What they select, how hard they intend to go remains obviously the biggest question at this point. And I think a lot of it depends on the damage we see here in the coming hours, Kira. We're being told by security sources that the IDF is about to put out the latest bulletin about possible damage. Some of those missiles, or parts of them, have come through. We don't know if there are any casualties yet, but I'm told that they're going to inform us in the coming minutes of what happened. I don't think, from my understanding from just speaking to a military source, that there's any severe damage at that point, and that will certainly calibrate the kind of response that we're going to see from Israel. Just as we got out to this balcony again, we heard additional booms of those interceptors. Now, all of this aerial warfare, Kira, is happening tens of thousands of feet in the air, and those booms that
Trump
we hear
released a statement.
are delayed by seconds. The intercepts happening way out.
It's not on Twitter because you
probably
have
15
Truth
miles
Social
from where
first.
we are. I saw a couple of them go out just before we ran into the shelter. Now, when
Is
we
this
talk
right now?
about those ballistic missiles, you know, we tend to
Wait,
think.
what's Trump saying? Lona, are you Lebanese? Yep. And some parts of me are. Everything from the nipple down. Let's see.
Me now here in studio, NBC's Garrett Haake, who spoke with former President Donald Trump moments ago about this potential strike against Israel coming from Iran. What did he say?
Future
He said he's watching it closely, and we mostly talked about it in a political context. He said he doesn't think Iran should do it. He warned them not to do it. And he argued, as he often does on the campaign trail, that he thinks that this country, this world, is closer to World War III than at any time in recent memory. Look, from the Trump campaign's perspective, instability in the world is good for Donald Trump.
Why am I talking to you? What the fuck? Are you going to make up your own opinions or bring on an actual expert on the subject of missiles such as Hassan? Yeah, listen, I don't know anything about missiles, okay? We're not taking up that rule.
Campaigner here domestically, they look around and see wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine, and they say this is a Kamala Harris, Joe Biden problem. I want to be the solution for it. Now, that requires a certain suspension of memory from his own presidency not that long ago, but I think in the context of the debate.
Well, they say that the attack was planned in 2 waves, no? Apparently, U.S. intel said they were planning 2 waves, 15 minutes apart. So have there been new strikes?
Tonight, I would be shocked if this is not something that J.D. Vance pushes on the debate stage to argue that this unstable world that we're living in is a product of, he will say, a weak presidency in the United States right now.
Yeah, as far as that debate coming up, does this change the approach at all, do we anticipate?
It may. I mean, look, I think the issues that...
The interesting thing is Iran have said that, or it seems like the Iranians have actually picked targets. They were apparently targeting the Mossad headquarters near Tel Aviv, the Israeli air base at Nevatim, and the air base at Katzarim, would that be it? Or Katzarim, in parts of the Negev. But there's been at least 2 waves. Is that where they've been going, though? Is that the direction they've been going into?
motivate American voters are almost always domestic issues unless you're talking about a full-scale war. It's the economy. Our polling shows this. It's the cost of everything. The Trump campaign wants it to be immigration. I think those are issues that will still probably be the primary driver to the degree that a VP debate moves anybody's mind. It's the discussion.
They say this, but they're not guided. Yeah, I can't imagine. Like, again, not even to mention, the other question is, where is Iran's cause for war against Israel? Like, it's not really how that works. Like, I could go into America and kill like 200 soldiers and be like, whoa, look, I aim for military targets. But it's like, okay, why are you going to a war with America? What do they do to you? Like, fuck.
Of those issues that make a difference. But a major shooting war in the Middle East is one of the very, very few things that I think could break through and alter the way that Americans are thinking about a race. We'll see if it sort of overshadows tonight specifically, or if this is a story with a much longer tail through November.
All right. Thank you so much for bringing us that latest reporting.
This is apparently them being launched from Iran. Jesus.
Israel has been ignoring U.S., European, and Arab leaders all calling for a temporary ceasefire and continuing its strikes against Lebanon, hitting Beirut for the first time and preparing troops to go in on the ground and by sea. U.S. officials have told NBC News they had no warning from Israel of the massive strike that killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was also the mastermind behind attacks against hundreds of Americans, starting with the 1983 bomb.
Oh, okay. MSNBC. Okay.
Of rockets, but these are big. They're almost as long as a police siren. Kira.
So let's put this in perspective then, Matt, as you just described the ballistic missile in detail, its capability, its size, the kind of destruction it can leave behind. If we look back to Iran launching, it was about 120 ballistic missiles and dozens of cruise missiles and hundreds of drones back in April. You were saying 99% of those were intercepted. Our Martha Raddatz also telling us that as well. Now Iran expected to carry out 2 waves here and launch 240 to 250 missiles, aiming at 4 targets there in Israel, including Mossad headquarters and 3 air bases. Let's talk about, although we want to remind folks when Iran launched those missiles last time around and 99% of them were intercepted, we are talking about double this time around and 2 waves.
Yeah, the potential for damage is much more significant. The biggest concern is the swarming factor, right? If they fire a lot of them at once, Israel's air defenses are incapable of handling, of filtering through all of the missiles. Had they fired maybe 200 at once, it would have been an even bigger threat. But still, salvos of several dozen at a time offers a very complex algorithm for the air defenses to try to knock down. So there's a lot of deconfliction that happens with those missiles. And you talked about the missiles itself and the damage that they can cause. It really depends on what is loaded in the warhead, right? It can be a chemical or biological weapon. It can have a significant amount of ammunition, of explosives, and that also determines how far these missiles go. So if you want them to go farther, you load them with less.
Is this true? Are people like happy about this in Gaza right now? Is this like? I mean, it looks like it's like fucking Elon Levy's Twitter, but it looks like it's the same. It looks like that would be the Iranian rockets. I would be so curious to know what kind of what the media feed these people are getting, because how the fuck do you think this is actually gonna help you in any way if you're living in Gaza? Why wouldn't they be happy? Should they weep? I feel like if you're in Gaza, if you had full access to all the information, you'd probably know that this ain't gonna help you at all. It's not gonna do anything for you. You'd expect them to be? Yeah, I'm not surprised by it, but it just also makes me wonder, what kind of information that they get, because it's not gonna. Everyone knows that won't help them. Like, if you know the information, if you have a reasonable intake of news, but I don't know. Do they have connections to the internet and social media? They're getting news, yeah. It's just the problem is that the news they'll be getting is kind of bullshit, but let's see. One injury so far. We don't know how many injuries there will be. This is another one of them landing. Fuck me.
נפילות, אחי, נפילות של החיים בנבטים. נפילות בנבטים, אחי. נפילות קשות בנבטים, שומע? וואו, 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 וואו.
וואו.
וואו! הכל נופל לנבטים, אני אומר לך, מתקפה אחת החזקות. אימא'לה, 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 זהו, למקלט.
Jesus. Are those all just landing in the sea or what the fuck? In the video the guy is saying, "Wow, they raped us" in Hebrew. Really? Interesting. Where are they seeing this from? Is this within Israel? Is this an Arab part of Israel, or is this West Bank? Those are all shot down missiles, potentially. I've no idea. This is how small it is. So this is them in the West Bank. They can see this from because that looks like the sea. Like that bit of black there would just be the sea. Yeah, those are most likely fragments. So far, it looks like everything was shot down. Has anyone actually reported anything landing properly? Second wave inbound. Looks like, I thought you said both ways were done.
And that's what we don't know yet. What was on these things? We don't think that there's any threat of chemical, biological, or atomic warfare.
One building
at all
direct
at
hit in
this
Tel Aviv. Okay.
point, but how much?
Paying attention to what Matt Gutman's been reporting about some kind of an attack with a number of casualties coming outside of a subway system and maybe onto a bus. So the police here in this country are paying particular attention for any kind of copycats, Kira.
Steve Ganyard, let me take that to you. Firsthand experience. If we think of attacks that have happened across the country, there always is a fear back here at home that citizens of the United States will be targeted as well. Since the Hamas attacks in Israel, we have been on high alert here in the United States over the past year. Your thoughts as New York is already responding with regard to security? Could we start to see this, say, at synagogues across the U.S.? As Aaron mentions, the high holiday. We're coming up on 1 year since the October 7th attack, and now Iran launching one of what we are told will be 2 waves of attacks into Israel.
Yeah, I think, times have changed. And
okay, thank you, God. Wow, apparently, so... Are you? Who the fuck said this was a homemade gun? I'm sorry. So these are the 2 shooters. Apparently, well, that's actually the full photo of this. I saw this earlier. That's like a person. Obviously, that's a person lying, like who's on their fucking is lying down at this shelter. That is not okay. We're not one guying. I don't care. We're not arguing about whether or not this gun is homemade. Third intifada? I have no idea. Like, intifada is probably going to take a bit more than... It depends on whether or not it was coordinated. Depends on where it came from. Depends on whether or not there's going to be copycats. Depends on a lot of things. It's a 3D printed JDAM. Wow.
Number of... a direct confrontation with the Iranian regime rather than a broader...
So what we might have now, potentially, is I imagine Israel will retaliate, and Iran have said that if Israel retaliates, then their response to the Israeli response will be far more ruinous than whatever they've just done now. More crushing and more ruinous. So... I don't even know, like, is this how... What are the prospects of that? What are the prospects of there actually being like like a ballistic missile war between Israel and fucking Iran? God, that's definitely going to draw the United States in if that becomes a thing.
A broader retaliation in the volume and scale that the Mullah regime in Tehran has not experienced yet. The Mullah regime has conducted sort of an act of despair, trying to stop the avalanche of its proxies following the major blows that Hezbollah, the major proxy of the Iranians, sustained in the last couple of weeks. It may be counterproductive because the Israeli expected counter-retaliation to the attack on Israel may result in a very dire situation for the Mullah regime.
I think we lost contact with Avi. We will try to bring him back into the conversation. Ian, panel, let me take it back to you in Beirut. Are we hearing anything on behalf of Iran?
Yeah, in fact, we've had a couple of statements in the last hour or so. First of all, the Iranians released still images, photos of some of those missiles being launched. They were sent to a semi-official state news agency. First statement comes from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command. It says that the operation was conducted based on a decision made in the Supreme National Security Council and with the support of the army. It says that the attacks were partly in retaliation.
Looks like our Jordanian correspondent actually filmed two of his own. These are filmed from Jordan. Can you guess who filmed these?
Oh my god. It's happening. It's happening. Okay. I think I will get inside. It's good. Oh my god. It's happening. It's happening. Okay. I think I will get inside. It's getting a bit too noisy here.
Oh no.
I'm so glad I didn't miss it. But for some reason there are no alarms here, so I don't know what's happening. Oh, there was an explosion right there. My camera is fucking shit, I don't know. Okay, I'm getting inside. I do not want to fuck around and find out.
Who said we don't interact with on-the-ground journalists here, eh? Okay. A fragment actually did hit Jordan, so well done, Sundowner. This is a fragment in Jordan. I'm guessing the Jordanians intercepted some of these as well then, right? If it's landed here.
شباب هاي صاروخ بسحاب يا غايلين هاي صاروخ وقع هسه بسحاب هاي شباب هاي صاروخ بسحاب يا غايلين هاي صاروخ وقع هسه بسحاب هاي.
Someone checked Finkelstein's Twitter. Why are these people so fucking retarded, man? Why? Okay, whatever. Quite a few are landing in Jordan, apparently. Oh, okay. We've already seen this one. That's a VGG chatter. That's a VGG mod. You think that's bait? Okay. Well, I mean, that person is kind of silly, so it's hard to tell sometimes. Why are you guys notifying me so much? Okay, initial statement by the IRGC. I already saw this. They're striking important military targets. If the Zionist regime responds, they will face violent attacks. Yeah. I mean, it's very clear Israel's going to respond with something. They're going to respond with something. But I don't know. I don't really know who's. I don't really know how prepared everyone is for a fucking for a ballistic missile war. How often have we had those? Is that a thing? Ballistic war? Is that a thing that has happened where it's just two countries from that far away just fight each other by launching ballistics back and forth for ages? Did Israel respond last time? Yeah. They didn't do all that much though, did they? Didn't they just strike like a couple of targets and call it a day? I think Israel responded to the last one in the most tepid way I've ever seen Israel respond to anything. I think the last attack from Israel, I've seen them react harder to people throwing stones at them. Like, I swear to God, I swear, like, Israel has probably reacted harder to stones thrown at tanks in the past than they have to that last strike from Iran. But didn't they hit some depots or some shit? I'm obviously being hyperbolic, okay? Every fucking Zionoid in chat. Chill. Jesus. Okay. What's the cokehead saying? He's still just watching the skyline. Okay.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, the Trump statement. Did we just completely gloss over that? Hang on. New impacts. Wait, really? Not over Tel Aviv. This is live.
But apparently Israelis are now being told they can leave their protected areas. Yes, Lazar Berman also says the IDF, he's with Times of Israel, the IDF Home Front Command says public, at least where he is, can leave their protected areas.
Okay.
Oh no, Manny Fabian says ordered back into shelter. Hold on, now Manny Fabian from Times of Israel just said he was ordered back into shelter. He just posted that. So I don't know if they can leave their area.
Okay, don't watch this guy for your just if you're Israeli, look at your apps and don't listen to me or this guy. Fuck me. Because I listen to someone in chat. Is this breaking news? Has Iran launched another wave? I don't think I've seen a Trump comment on this, but okay. Apparently another wave has been launched. Yeah, there was only one wave, wasn't there? There was only one wave. I think there was only one wave, wasn't there? The second one hasn't come. The tweet from Fabian's an hour old. Oh my fucking God. All right. Two waves are expected. Yeah, but I know I've seen one. I don't think I've seen the other one yet. Stop saying there are two waves. Oh, there have been two already. Okay, thank you. All right, fuck. Hang on. This is why we don't do breaking news. ABC is the most viewed. Okay. What are we saying?
From a White House official earlier today saying that a direct military attack from Iran against Israel will carry severe consequences for Iran. What exactly that looks like, we still do not know. And as you were just discussing, of course, the president in the days leading up to this has been calling for a ceasefire, saying that while an all-out war is possible, the president was adamant we really have to avoid it. Of course, that is a hard sentiment to see how that is possible, given what we are seeing play out right now, Kira.
Steve Ganyard.
This war was totally preventable. It should have never happened. If I were president, it would not have happened. Fucking retard. Absolutely disgusting, fat fuck piece of shit. Like, okay.
For Iran.
Well, Kara, I think that the White House has said that the Israelis have at least relayed to them that there will be economic targets. Remember that the real threat to Israel is the Iranian nuclear program, and that has been developing, and the ability for the Iranians to create what's called a breakout capability to be able to build a nuclear weapon in a short period of time is very close and very near at hand. You're seeing these ballistic missiles tonight raining down on Israel that theoretically could be the same kind of ballistic missiles that could carry one of those nuclear warheads. So as Avi was noting, at some point, this is going to have to come to a head, at least in the eyes of the Israeli.
Oh, apparently a missile fell in Jenin. Look at the size of it. Right. That's what we love about those Axis bombings, eh? Those Axis solidarity bombings. The fact is, isn't Jenin where the shootings happened? Jenin is a more mixed community, though, isn't it? Doesn't Jenin have quite a large Arab population? No, not Jenin. Jaffa, where the shootings happened. Think about Jaffa. Watch party. Yeah, Jaffa's like almost 40% Arab, and that's where the shootings happened. That's your Axis solidarity attack. It's almost like a trademark, isn't it? It's almost like the signature Axis fucking response is to kill. It's like they're trying to take out like 1 or 2 Arabs every fucking time. There's no way it's an accident, right? Anyway. Wait, does Trump have a response video? Is this a joke? What is this? What's he doing? This is before the strike, no? 5:39?
Like us, China also saw their weakness. So did Putin. Then he invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw Harris' anti-Israel statements.
What? Oh my God, he's such scum of the earth. Again, I have no sympathy for a country that allows this person to even have a chance of becoming president again. Fuck you guys. Like,
and will use it as a green light to keep murdering Israelis. And Iran thinks Harris is so incompetent. New intel shows they're trying to help Harris win the election. America doesn't need another TikTok performer. We need the strength that will protect us.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Like
wait, why does the Trump recording? Why does that sound AI as well?
J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Why does that sound AI? They've just compressed the shit out of it to make him sound more intense, more manly. Did he record that from the bathroom? Wow. Oh, man. But yeah, apparently he tweeted that around the same time as the missiles were fired. Cornflower, thanks for the $2. Iran-Iraq war was the ballistic exchange heavy. Yeah, that was a thing, wasn't it? They did actually do a ballistic exchange there. Oh, we've word from the Rear Admiral. No additional threats heading towards Israel from Iran currently, indicating that the missile attack is over. Residents were notified a short while ago they can leave their bomb shelters after an hour. During the defense, we carried out a few interceptions. There are some impacts in the center and areas in the south of the country. At this stage, we are still carrying out an assessment of the attack, unaware of casualties. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you won't get news of injuries or like deaths or anything like that until later. I think. What was it last time they killed like a Bedouin girl, or a Bedouin? It was a Bedouin child. I don't know if it was a girl, but Biden orders U.S. military to shoot. Okay, what the fuck? What are all these stupid update Vicegrad is saying another wave was fired. This is bullshit, right? This is if the IDF said get out of the shelters, there's no way another wave was fired, right? That's bullshit. The Bedouin girl was injured. Ah, okay. So they didn't even kill her. I do not trust Vicegrad. Yeah, they try really hard to be the first ones reporting, like even before mainstream media. So that means they absolutely are willing to risk being wrong several times in the process. There are 8 dead in Jaffa, but that's because of the shootings. Like I've never seen someone say make it make sense, but actually pose a conundrum that was actually thoughtful in any way. Israel bombs Beirut, defending itself. Iran bombs Tel Aviv, terrorism, make it make sense. There are so many levels. There are so many levels of why the latter is not the same as the former. It's like, it's not, and we know it's not like a sincere fucking plea to make it make sense. It's just, fuck me. Can't say shit real didn't deserve this. In fact, I hope Tel Aviv actually burns, not gonna lie. Wait, what? As if that's like a... Where's this from? Wait, where's this from? Why is this Discord? Why are you sending me random fucking... What Discord is this from? Wait. Do I need to guess which Discord this is from? I think this is from Hassan's Discord. Motherfuckers sure love crying when they're hit with a small fraction of what they dish out daily to others. Can they do it already? I have class. Israel launching nukes is so stupid and self-destructive that I could see them doing it. Iron Dome L's so far. Well, I guess these guys don't know what interceptions look like. Okay. Direct hits everywhere. This is, we don't know this at all for a fact. Interceptions also go when they land. As much as I think the Iron Dome is sick, its protection has allowed the Israelis to become one of the most vicious monsters on Earth. Okay. You can see the Iron Dome failing to intercept live IRL. Oh, they really want it to happen, don't they? They really just want some fucking Jews to die. And logically speaking, they want a couple of Arabs to die with them because that's a fifth of Israel's population. Why? They know these weapons are not accurate, right? These are the civilians in Gaza, by the way. What the fuck are you talking? Shut the fuck up. Don't ever put civilian in quotation marks in my fucking stream again, you subhuman cunt. Fuck off. Come back in a day, maybe. I'm sorry. Don't fucking say that. These are not people from Gaza, you naive motherfucker. These are people... These are white people, okay? These are like, most of these people are white. Stop. Civilian chatter, quotation marks. Eight killed in Tel Aviv. What do they expect? I love how you can say, what do they expect, when Hezbollah between 2006 and October 7th, I don't even know how few rockets they fired, but it wasn't that many at all. Hezbollah started firing rockets on October 8th. That's what they did. They aggressed on a sovereign state and displaced like 60,000 people. Hold on, if the Iron Dome is down like this, doesn't this mean that Israeli airspace is now vulnerable to air attacks? Oh my god. Bro, I'd be so embarrassed to have a Discord like this. These guys don't know anything. They're just making shit up as they go along. What the fuck? It's because they saw a few pops in the fucking sea, or a few bits of pieces of missile landing, and they're like, oh, now is our chance. If only there was someone with the power to stop all this with one simple phone call. Jill Stein. Thanks, Iran. This was the best birthday present I could ask for. I wish Iran could just say fuck it and level all buildings in Tel Aviv. It's not a callous thing to say since we know all Israelis will be in bunkers, then no civilian cost. But they should feel the foreign cost of war. Oh, what? So if you evacuate a building, it's fine. If you make an evacuation warning from a civilian building, you can bunkers. Have you seen an Israeli bomb shelter, bro? Hang on. Have you an Israeli bomb shelter? It's a fucking box made of brick. Look how small it is. Bunkers. Where does he think they're going? It's a little cement square. Okay. Don't care what happens to Israelis, to be honest. May all the Zionist dogs burn in hellfire. Good luck, bub. I wonder what's the trial and error return rate for this? Like, how much trial and error do you have to go through to learn that these strikes actually do dick all and tend to yield massive repercussions? Like, gosh. Have you seen the Hezbollah bunkers that the IDF found? Read the last one. Is Russia invade Egypt, turn it to a six-front war? Only one. Wait, what? You blow up a random house in Israel, you're guaranteed to kill at least one pedophile and one child killer. And only one person lives there. It's so fucking ignorant, man. That has to be anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's pretty anti-Semitic. I don't know what that blue name means. Regulator. Wait. Regulate. Okay, so they're... Jesus, Hassan. Hassan. These are your guys. I don't know if it means mod, but... I don't know who that JJ person is, but regulator, probably some kind of mod, yeah. Huh. Channel 13. Wait. There's no way. Sorry, I can't. This isn't even funny. Like, it's just sad if this is true. If this is true, it's like... Wait. I don't want to get a tweet. Hang on. Where did you get this from? Why are you giving me a tweet? Ghost HD, Discord. Give me the actual article, please. Like, how do people tweet that shit when they don't know, when they can't show you where the actual reporting is? Channel 13. What have they said about the strikes? Is it because Channel 13 is only in Hebrew? You've got to get it Google translated. My home rattled like a mofo. Yeah. Sorry about that. These are the civilians. Shut the fuck up. I know, it's just, someone is saying that there's news from Channel 13 about one reported dead from the attacks. But I don't know. Apparently one person is reported dead in the attacks, and if it's true, it's just... Hang on. The channel 12? No reports of injuries to channel 12 45 minutes ago. They say, are you getting that from Twitter or are you getting that from the actual news site? Don't give me tweets. What's this? There was a restaurant that was hit. Northern Tel Aviv. That's not a direct hit. That's not a direct hit. I don't think a ballistic missile doing that to a restaurant, okay? You wouldn't know what the fuck it was. Yeah, that would be interception. That would be debris. Direct hit next to shoreline. Oh, so they direct hit the shoreline and what? So if it like, because I imagine if it was actually going to be landing at in the sea, they'd probably just leave it, right? Because they don't want to waste the fucking munition on it. But I don't know. Don't know how it works. Is this real? Are there actually people dead in Jericho? Is there someone dead in Jericho? And there are two people. No, yeah, there's one person there being covered. Yeah. I'm seeing that getting reported everywhere. People are saying that someone died in Jericho. Jericho is in Palestine, by the way. It's in the West Bank. He was from Gaza. Why is it? How does that happen? Why does every Axis attack on Israel kill Arabs? Why? Every single fucking time. Why do they keep doing that? No shelters in the West Bank. Yeah. It's not even close to Israel. It's not even close. It's here. This is Jericho right here. It's like basically near by the Jordan. It's a pretty small place as well. So were they killed by an interceptor? They would have been aiming for Jerusalem. Jerusalem's pretty mixed as well. Okay. The footage I saw from Arara was crazy. Arara? What the fuck is Arara? Arara. Oh, right. Well, what is this? White House briefing soon. Okay.
They say, look, we have more military assets in the region than we have had in years. Of course, Courtney was speaking to some of that. And they also note that it...
Okay, good stuff. What is this?
Are you there? The silo doors are open on the... Are you there? The silo doors are open.
Okay, meme review from Spider. Okay, why not? Israel right now.
Are you there? The silo doors are opening on the sub. I repeat, the silo doors are opening on the sub. Christ, come in! They're opening the silo doors on the sub. Come on, hurry! Christ, do you copy? The silo doors are open. I repeat, the silo doors are open. Good. Wait, Christ, no! We have a nuclear missile launch. Missile in the air. Missile in the air. Code black.
Okay. Whatever. This was just one of the warning maps from the first wave. Yeah, it was pretty widespread. Does that wait? That means there were warnings in the West Bank as well, but probably not in particular like Area A, right? Yeah. Thanks for $2. Open class actions promo. I don't know what that means, but thanks. Are you pro EU? Yeah. The IDF says there will be consequences. Well, yeah. You know what? Maybe we should watch. Because again, breaking news. I'm getting breaking news brain. And you guys keep on sending me fucking tweets. I'm going to get absolutely fuming. Close to 200 missiles were launched during the two-wave attack. Okay. Would you like Lebanon to join the EU? What? I think they're probably a long way away from that right now. Damaged school?
כל הקירות מרוסקים.
That is a damaged
תראו, זה
school.
מכתש. יא אלוהים, איזה מכתש. טיל ישר מאיראן. איזה מכתש, יורדי. כל הגדר מרוסקת פה. בכפר סבא אני, אצל לקוח בחנות, אזעקה, מטר בחוץ, בום, נופל על זה. יא אלוהים. הטיל רודף אחריך. מה זה המכתש הזה, יא אלוהים? מטורף.
Okay, well, looks like it's the Axis of Resistance special. Yeah, it's a bunch of shit damaged, and the first person to die is a Palestinian. That's the that's it. That's about right. That's the average Axis of Resistance Counter-Strike. We'll wait for further reporting. Maybe, inshallah, maybe they hit some fucking chicken farms up in the down in the Gaza envelope. Yeah. Oh, the IDF YouTube channel's already been putting up the old city. That is so many things. Okay. An interesting thing here is that the IDF actually, I was mentioning this earlier, the IDF for once.
Its borders.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was binging IDF content today because I just wanted to see. I feel like I don't watch enough of these. You know, I got to see what's going on.
Its border.
They, for some reason, yeah, I don't know why. They should have done this in Gaza. This would have been a much more valuable thing to do. They've decided to do, what do you call it? They've decided to declassify 3 of their missions in southern Lebanon to show you like what they were targeting. And yeah, I guess it's actually kind of, it's fairly detailed. Most of this channel is kind of, it's fairly horse shit. I don't know. Some of it's just Hagari statements. This is just like a video of a guy. Oh, look, this guy's, they're just preparing to go in, like stupid military hype, whatever. But this one was actually fairly interesting.
Its border.
Because they declassified their raids on 3 towns, 3 villages, or no, it was two villages and one sort of like area just between the borders, like one tunnel trench site.
On October 8th, the Hezbollah terrorist organization in Lebanon launched an unprovoked attack on Israel. Hezbollah chose to join the war that Hamas started on October 7th with their brutal massacre in southern Israel. Since then, Hezbollah has fired over 9,500 rockets at Israeli homes, families, and communities, forcing 60,000 Israelis to evacuate their homes. Hezbollah has openly declared that it plans to carry out its own October 7th massacre on Israel's northern border, but on an even larger scale. They call this plan Conquer the Galilee. For years, Hezbollah has been planning to do in northern Israel what
this Iran strike definitely helped Lebanon and Gaza, right? No, I don't think it did at all. Okay, let's see. That's a good, yeah, I got you. I see what you did there. Saw what you did there. Okay.
Hamas did in southern Israel on October 7th. Invade Israel, infiltrate civilian communities, and massacre innocent civilians. To make sure that Hezbollah can never carry out such an attack, and in order to enable all 60,000 Israelis to safely return back to their homes in northern Israel, the IDF is taking action. Hezbollah planned to launch their October 7th attack from villages across southern Lebanon, where they have been building up their arms, capabilities, and forces for the last 2 decades.
Kick Streamer was live during the Tel Aviv bombings.
Okay, guys, we gotta get off the roof.
We watched this. Yeah, the fucking Oh, we gotta get off the. We gotta get out of here. Damn, get the hell out of here. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, no shit, bro.
Hezbollah also dug tunnels.
There are bombs going off, bro. We gotta get away from the glass. That's crazy, chat. Is this real?
Under homes in these villages close to the border with Israel.
Hezbollah was gonna do a 10-7 part 2. It's like Hezbollah have been aspiring to a cross-border assault on Israel since, like, at least 2015. That's obviously they used to do cross-border raids, 2006. In 2018, there were videos of the IDF finding Hezbollah tunnels emerging in Israel, and then they find them before they've actually launched the operation, and then they close it. So how serious they were about actually carrying it out, I imagine they didn't, because they didn't really get the opportunity. Hamas obviously had an opportunity when they did their one, but Hezbollah, yeah, that's been an aspiration of theirs for ages. Yeah. So if you look at, when I was in Israel, I was given this little video that they've been showing as well. It was one that was actually, Hezbollah were not shy about this. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between Hezbollah and Hamas, is that Hezbollah they don't hide as much as Hamas does. So like they'll tell you when they've lost people. Like they claimed most of the people who died from the pager and walkie-talkie explosions. They even actually told us how many people were injured. They told us that at least half of the people who were injured in those pager attacks were Hezbollah fighters who were completely out of commission, like done. They can't fight ever again. That's not even to mention the ones who were injured and then discharged, like who were only temporarily injured. They didn't mention that, but they give you quite a lot of information. So, their offensive plan was a thing that they actually put on Arab media in 2015.
سيناريو تقدم حزب الله إلى الجليل بحسب دراسات غربية وتقديرات إسرائيلية. تجمع التقارير والدراسات على أن حزب الله يدرب 5,000 مقاتل للسيطرة على مدن الجليل الأعلى ومستوطناته. قسمت هذه الدراسات المقاتلين إلى 5 فرق. من الجليل الأعلى. يتولى حزب الله إمطار منطقة الشمال بمئات الصواريخ دفعة واحدة.
montage accompanying it.
حدود وتجعل البحر الأبيض المتوسط وعليها
Israeli towns, different points of penetration.
أمرا معقدا. في الوقت عينه ترجح الدراسات أن على الوصول يمسك بالطريق 85 يتيح قطع الربط بين البحر المتوسط والصد الإسرائيلية القادمة من
these areas here are largely populated by Palestinians. So I don't even, here's what it is.
Tonight, we are declassifying a series of IDF operations conducted since the beginning of the war, aimed at dismantling Hezbollah's terrorist infrastructure and capabilities in the area of the Israel-Lebanon border, as part of our efforts to make sure that the residents of northern Israel can return to their home in safety and security without the threat of Hezbollah on their doorstep. During these operations, IDF special forces entered into Hezbollah compounds in dozens of locations along the border with Israel, collected intelligence, dismantled Hezbollah's weapons and terrorist infrastructures. Our soldiers entered Hezbollah's underground infrastructures, exposed Hezbollah's hidden weapon caches, and seized and destroyed the weapons, including advanced Iranian-made weapons. Overall, IDF soldiers exposed and dismantled over 700 Hezbollah terror assets during these operations. And there's a lot more work to do. Tonight, I will declassify details of 3 of these special operations. This is the village of Misl Jabal. It is a Lebanese village close to the border with Israel, only a few hundred meters away from the Israeli city of Kiryat.
Blink twice if you're being held hostage. There's something about the way Daniel Hagari speaks, especially when he does it in English. It's like, I feel like I don't want to believe anything he says. He just seems so fucking unconvincing. Oh, is that Omar in chat saying that I was paid by the Israelis again? The guy who thinks that Hamas should shoot people in the head if they try to flee Gaza. That guy. That fucking psycho. All right.
Since the beginning of the war, the majority of over 20,000 residents of Kiryat Shmona had to evacuate their homes after coming under fire from Hezbollah's relentless attacks. We have operated against hundreds of terrorist targets embedded inside Misl Jabal, which directly threaten the city of Kiryat Shmona and the wider northern region. Many of the Lebanese residents of Misl Jabal...
Update 6 dead in Jaffa, not 8 as reported before. Okay. It's interesting that they would pick Jaffa as a target, but maybe they assumed it would be less well defended because it's an Arab community, or like largely Arab community.
Have left the area due to the Hezbollah terrorist activities. As part of this operation, we collected intelligence on this house, on the edge of the Lebanese village, near the border with Israel, which you can see here. The house...
They probably are from Jaffa. Iman, why would you spread even that fucking assumption right away? Why the fuck would you do that? Like, I'm sorry. What? If you don't know, you don't know. Stop giving ideas to Ben Gavir's police officers, okay? Jesus.
This was used by Hezbollah terrorists who dug underground infrastructure below it. This combat infrastructure was used by the terrorists to store weapons and was planned to be the preparation area for Hezbollah terrorists before attempting to invade Israeli territory. During the operation, the troops conducted a targeted raid on the house and revealed a large amount of weapons stored on the ground floor. In the basement, our soldiers found an elevated platform built to hide a shaft that led to an underground tunnel. The soldiers exposed the tunnel 150 meters long that did not cross into Israeli territory, that was excavated in stone. At the end of the activity, we dismantled...
It's amazing that they're confident enough to show you how they navigate the tunnels. Why would you show that?
Found
I feel like if you were military, you wouldn't want your enemy I guess they'd probably find out because they would probably see you doing it.
To hide a shaft that led to an underground tunnel. The soldiers exposed the tunnel 150 meters long that did not cross
that little guy. Let him go.
Into Israeli territory that was excavated in stone. At the end of the activity, we dismantled the tunnel and the house in a joint ground and aerial strikes. Another example is the Lebanese village of Farkile, on the border just a few hundred meters away from the Israeli town of Metula. Metula has been one of the most heavily attacked Israeli communities over the last year. We have conducted hundreds of strikes and operations against Hezbollah terror infrastructure in Farkile in order to remove these threats to Israeli families that want to go back home. In one operation, we followed precise intelligence regarding an underground tunnel used by Hezbollah to hide weapons. IDF soldiers conducted targeted raid on this house, and during scans in the children's room, there, under the bed, they located an underground tunnel shaft. The soldiers went inside the tunnel shaft and revealed a 100-meter-long underground tunnel excavated.
What are they looking at on that wall to show it was a children's room?
And during scans in the
what are these scans?
Soldiers conducted targeted raid on this house. And during scans in
why are we watching propaganda? I mean, I don't know where else you want this information. Like, do you expect the IDF to declassify all this shit to some other army for them to do the reporting for them, or what?
The children's room, there, under the bed, they located an underground tunnel shaft. The soldiers went inside the tunnel shaft and revealed a 100-meter-long underground tunnel excavated in stone. The troops scanned the tunnel and found weapons stored in barrels. In one of the rooms, they exposed weapons storage facility intended to be used by Hezbollah on the day of the planned invasion. At the end of the operation, the house, the tunnel, and the arsenal of weapons were dismantled in a ground and aerial strikes.
Yeah, just so you guys know, if you want your disclaimer, like, of course, this is obviously like a form of propaganda. It's fucking IDF's YouTube channel, and obviously they've only declassified the missions that were completely successful. For example, if there was one of these missions, of which they said there were dozens, if there was one of these missions that they failed and shot like fucking 3 kids whilst turning around a corner, they're not going to declassify that one and put it on their fucking YouTube channel, okay? We're obviously being shown the successful missions, yeah.
The final example is an operation against Hezbollah's infrastructure in the area of...
Here's where we didn't find anything, as a show of good faith. Not everyone gets everything right in war. There will always be mistakes. There will always be tragedy. There will always be civilian collateral damage. Here are 3 toddlers we accidentally shot during a misidentification and in a panic, because unfortunately, as a country that's constantly under threat, we have to conscript fucking bedwetters right out of school for our forces. And, you know, these guys are young and they're scared and they're inexperienced. And, you know, some of them just lose their heads sometimes. And what can you do, eh? Maybe stop attacking us, though. Just a show of good faith. Fuck, yeah, you're not going to get that from this channel. Sorry.
Nurit, which is between Israel's border...
Even though it it obviously happens, yeah.
...and the Lebanese village of Ait el-Shaib. Since the beginning of the war, IDF troops have struck hundreds of Hezbollah targets, including military outposts, rocket launchers, and weapon storage facilities in the area. Using classified technological means, we identified the Hezbollah combat and underground...
How do we know... how come we never heard of these raids? Were there no people there? Well, I don't know. These raids were very recent, so we're hearing about them because they're recent, but I don't know if they're... Special forces, are they straight out of school? No, special forces are more likely to be more experienced, yeah. But actually, I mean, you can have a special forces operator who's new on the job, right? Like that guy in Fauda who joins the special forces and he joins a really experienced unit, but then he gives himself away by speaking bad Arabic. Or some shit, yeah. Anyway. So that obviously happens because I watched it in Fauda, but The raids were months ago. These raids, no, what the fuck? Okay, wait, hang on. I thought these special forces raids in the north were recent. No, they reported these were operations from last year. Oh, okay. Well, in any case, it is making me wonder where the fuck the Hezbollah people were. These are just declassified from since October. Ah, okay. So they went for areas that weren't protected. Okay.
Classified technological means, we identified a Hezbollah combat and underground preparation area built near the village. The compound that you see here included a system of combat trenches above and below ground. This network of trenches connects to an underground tunnel which includes weapon storage facility, a command and control center, and the preparation and living spaces for Hezbollah terrorists. This is how the compound looked from footage recorded on IDF soldiers' body cameras. Our soldiers raided combat trenches at the top of the mountain. They scanned them and found an access point to a tunnel route that goes down below the ground in the direction of the Lebanese village. The soldiers went deep inside the tunnel where they found large numbers of weapons stored in the living compounds. At the end of the operation, all of the infrastructure built by Hezbollah over many years was dismantled in a joint ground and aerial activity. The operation that we declassified tonight are only a small number of dozens of operations that will be revealed going forward, including the destruction of Hezbollah's strategic assets and capabilities. Hezbollah has built, prepared, and equipped this infrastructure over many years in preparation for the day that...
Large number of weapons shows one shotgun.
Inside the tunnel, where they found large numbers of weapons stored in the living compounds. At the end of the operation, all of the infrastructure built by Hezbollah over many years was dismantled in a joint ground and aerial activity. The operation that we declassified tonight are only a small number of dozens of operations that will be revealed going forward, including the destruction of Hezbollah's strategic assets and capabilities. Hezbollah has built, prepared, and equipped this infrastructure over many years in preparation for the day that it would carry out an invasion into northern Israel. In one of the buildings that our troops raided, we found proof of this. This is a map that Hezbollah planned to give its terrorists at the time of a wide-scale...
What does that say? I hate this fucking font. Some bullshit.
Invasion into the state of Israel as part of its Conquer the Galilee plan to carry out an October 7th massacre in Israel's north.
Oh.
As you can see on the map...
What does this say? Radwan operations. Okay. Oh.
There is a key marking Israeli communities, IDF posts, access roads, and targets for attack.
What do we think? Are these actually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? 1,500 cookies for Ahmed's 8th birthday. Is that... That would be very embarrassing. Hagari is definitely fucking quintuple checking every... He's quintuple checking every single... every single Arabic translation possible, right? What the fuck?
We found this map on one of the compounds that was supposed to be used by thousands of Hezbollah terrorists on the day they carried out their invasion.
The footage Hagari showed her snippets of multiple longer videos where more weapons are visible. This is from today. Oh, they actually had more footage. Whoa. It's a lot of fucking machinery. Big bullet.
תיקי שהייה, הכל. בתוך החביות יש תחמושת, נשקים ומדים. נשקים ותיקים ערוכים עם מדים. נשקים סגורים.
נשקי קלאץ', מאות מחסניות קלאץ', ברזל ופולימרים, תאונות מלאות בכדורים, 160 רימוני יד.
Oh, it's a grenade.
ערכות עזרה ראשונה, תחמושת קלאץ', חש ורגיל.
Oh, he censored this. He censored this in the IDF video. Why? Is this like advanced Iranian technology? What the fuck is this? Why am I asking chat? You're all just gonna liken it to the closest fucking match you can find in your Call of Duty shit.
עובד צלפים.
A thermal scope.
מדהים.
עוד חבית מלאה בכדורי קלאץ'.
Computer charger.
אזור 20,000 כדור. לא, לצד ההוא. שימו לב כמה אמל"ח. אותן צד.
כמות רש"קים ומטענים ונשקים מטורפת.
זה כדורים. וסביב תחמושת צבאית של 30,000 כדור, גם דרגונוב, גם קלאץ', של הכל מהכל.
שימו לב לחדר כאן, מצבור אמל"ח.
JDAMs, okay. Apparently there's like a longer article talking about these operations and all the footage that was released.
Our precise operations against Hezbollah throughout the war have degraded Hezbollah's ability to carry out an October 7-style invasion along our northern border. Israel warned Hezbollah that it will bear the consequences of its attacks against Israel. However, Hezbollah continued its aggression.
I wonder if someone's gonna pick up this video and focus on the part where he said large numbers of weapons when the camera only points at one shotgun, and actually just say that this is an example of IDF propaganda. If I was a left winger, I'd do it. If I was on that side, I would do it. If I was like a far left person, I would go fucking ape.
Continue to expand its range of fire against Israeli civilians and continue to drag the people of Lebanon towards a wider escalation. Our war is not with the people of Lebanon. It's with Hezbollah. This is a clear message to the international community. For years, Israel has warned the world that Hezbollah is violating international law and United Nations Security Council Resolution 1701, which prohibits...
God, the Israelis love 1701. They love it. Let's go, international law. Woo. It's funny that they say Blue Line and the Litani free of any armed personnel. Were they couching when they said this? Were they kind of just like hedging? Because 1701 also says Lebanon should have one military, and it's the Lebanese government, the Lebanese army. But then they also say that particularly the Blue Line and the Litani should be free from armed personnel other than the government of Lebanon and and UNIFIL. So I wonder if they're just hedging, if they're just saying like, we kind of want you to disarm completely Hezbollah, but you know, if you can't, just go up north of the Litani instead. Yeah.
The presence of armed militants and weapons in southern Lebanon. This was a resolution that the international community agreed on, and Lebanon and
UNIFIL... they knew Hezbollah wouldn't disarm, and they just thought, well, okay, come on. Let's compromise. Just go Litani. Okay,
failed to enforce. No country would agree to the presence of a murderous terrorist organization along its borders, and the state of Israel has the right and the obligation to do what 1701 failed to do.
Mm-hmm.
We will continue presenting our findings to the international community, including evidence that we brought back from inside Hezbollah strongholds along our border. Israel is facing threats on many fronts and continues to act against them in defense of the people of Israel. We are committed to achieving all of our goals. In Gaza, we're continuing to operate to bring home all 101 hostages who have been held in brutal conditions by Hamas for almost a year. We are continuing to operate to dismantle Hamas's capability to ensure that they can never again carry out a massacre against us. And we are intensively operating against the Hezbollah terrorist organization in Lebanon in order to enable the residents of northern Israel to return home in safety and security. This is our missions, and we are determined to fulfill them.
Okay, I don't know if I have the clip of Hezbollah's response, but I remember watching it. It went something like this. Okay, after getting raids launched on all the southern areas and getting all their weapons caches blown up and their tunnels caved in by the IDF, I think the Hezbollah deputy went on TV and said something like, well, we played easy so far, but you understand, this is crossing the line. The rules of war have changed. No more Mr. Nice Hezbollah. That's probably what they said. Same thing they said after the pagers, after the airstrikes, after the fucking death of Nasrallah. After they said, if you want to invade us, bring it on. Yeah, bring it on. Let's go. Bring it. We're ready. Meanwhile, they're fucking hobbling on one leg with both arms blown off. 'Tis but a scratch. Fight me. Come on, then. It's so fucking cringe. Like, the Lebanese army backed off, obviously. UNIFIL fucked off out there. They're just at their bases, standing by. At the end of the day, Hezbollah are they have nothing. They can't do shit. They can't do anything. They can't hurt Israel. It's how fucking abundantly clear has it been made that they can't even fucking dent Israel, let alone destroy the entire country like they want to. At the end of the day, they're the ones who have decided that, yeah, fuck it. They're the ones inviting Israel in to say, yeah, come on, come get us. We'll fight. Like, fuck you, man. You realize that there's an entire, outside of Hezbollah, there's an entire country there that doesn't want to die for your fucking horseshit objectives, that doesn't want to die for your stupid fantasies. Like, come on. I wish people would understand this. You realize that, like, Hezbollah have dragged Lebanon into this for no reason, for no gain. It's not like any fucking Sunnis and Christians and people who live in Beirut or up in Tyre or fucking Sidon. It's like any people actually are feeling any relief in their lives or feel defended because 60,000 Israelis can't go back to their fucking chicken farms in the north. Like, God. Bring it on. The rules of war have changed. Hopping on your last leg, on your last limb. The rules of war have changed. That's what they're doing. It's time. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Inshallah, maybe this last rocket will hit another cow farm. Or another couple of Druze children. Boof! The last leg goes off. Just a bouncing stump. Come on then. Come on then. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Beirut, come get us in Beirut. Let's go. Don't mind the civilians next to it. They don't give a heck. They're with us, right? Guys? It's just me and you, old boy. Come on, then. I hate Hezbollah so much, bro. What fucking disgusting pieces of shit. Anyway. This is the most Jordanian thing ever. Oh, no. Do I want to know what the most Jordanian thing ever is? What the fuck is this? Are they playing with a crashed munition? Is this TO? Yeah, they are. They're playing with a piece of rocket. piece of missile.
ابو حمزه ولع سكاره من الصاروخ.
سكارته من الصاروخ. عشان يقولوا
What?
اذا قلت اني ولعت من صاروخ.
No, they're lighting their cigarettes off of a piece of Iranian missile. Okay. Listen, I'm happy for Jordan, you know? This could be you if you make peace with Israel. Hey, Hezbollah, listen, this, I don't even know who's in charge now, but this could be you. If you understand that if Hezbollah makes peace with Israel, this could be you, okay? When Assad decides that he's going to be the guy to bring the fight, and he's fucking terrorizing Arabs and Jews and Druze people in the north, this could be you, okay? This could be Hezbollah, a civilian government taking care of the Shiite population, got your seats in the parliament, everything. You're represented as a regular part of the country. As regular old civilians with you can keep all the religious fanaticism, don't care. Yeah, just don't, no weapons, okay? Lebanese army. The Lebanese army is finally the strongest militia group in the country. This could be you. Going into a field, lighting a fucking ciggy off of a crashed, over a crashed Syrian missile. Okay, anyway. Apparently one of the viewers, their mum's house took some light damage, but they're okay. Okay. Sorry to hear. Extended footage of what? Oh yeah, they posted this on the website. Is this it as well? What's this? This is people preparing. Strikes. Tunnels? Oh. I think this is what Hagari showed in his video, no? Many weapons. 2 guns. Got him. Destroyed. Hassan clip. Don't mind if I watch a Hassan clip. Is it Hassan o'clock? I think it's Hassan o'clock.
Perspective of Western media, so they trust me.
Why is he so quiet?
No, they will remember how to cover. They will remember how to cover conflicts. Now, as far as I understand, the Iranian message ahead of time was they're not trying to target civilian targets. They are trying to target military.
Sorry, that's what trying. Trying. That's are we talking international law here? Is that what you mean by trying? You mean they've got like precise guidance on their munitions, right? That's what you mean? Like they've got coordinates, like they know exactly where each thing is going to go. Is that what they mean by trying? Is that how you get past IHL on indiscriminate strikes? Employs a method or means of warfare which cannot be directed at a specific military objective or person. There's Iranian rockets, the ones that are currently landing in fucking munitions that are landing in fucking Jordan and and the West Bank. Okay. Okay.
Military targets. The problem is
their weapons can't aim that well. That's the problem, right? The problem is that these ballistics are not guided. That's the problem, right, Hassan? The problem is you can say whatever the fuck you want, but if it's not, if your thing is just aim in a general direction and pray, that's not really trying, is it? Like, Hang on. We got Palestinian footage as well. Okay. Okay. Okay, Hassan, finish the sentence.
You know what? Message ahead of time was they're not trying to target civilian targets. They are trying to target military targets. The problem is
they can't aim.
You know what? I'll let CNN's Jim Cerrito explain what the problem is when you're targeting military targets. Let's take a look.
The U.S. intel view.
The other problem is that Iran just has no right to be targeting Israel. They have no right to do it. Like, they have no cause for war against Israel. Their military objective, which is, I think to this day, is death to Israel, is not a valid military objective. I'm sorry. Even if you think their war conduct is on point, it's not. Even if you think the conduct is on point, it's still, you need to have a legit cause for war. You need to have a legitimate objective. They want to stop the genocide. Sorry, bro. If Israel gets attacked by Hamas and they choose to fight against Hamas and it's not been determined by anyone who matters that this is a genocide happening, no, it's not actually a legitimate objective. No. You know what? I think Iran is committing a genocide against its own women. Doesn't give me the right to go there. If I decide that, okay? Doesn't give me the right to go into Iran and start fucking stabbing people in the hope that some of them are soldiers. I can't do that. It's not allowed. I'm not even allowed to go to Iran to a fucking barracks and kill soldiers. I'm not allowed to do that. I can hate them as much as I want. I think China, I want to stop a genocide in China, the Uyghurs. That's actually got quite a bit of credibility. Doesn't give me the right to go to China and kill fucking soldiers. I don't like the regime in fucking Syria. I think they're committing genocide. They've killed so many more people than Israel has. 500, 600,000 dead in the Syrian civil war. I go over there, go to Iran, go to Syria, and kill fucking a bunch of Assad guys for no.
That among the targets were Israeli airfields, but also, and this is crucial, the headquarters of Mossad, the International Intelligence Service of Israel, which is inside Tel Aviv. It's in the northern part of Tel Aviv, but it's in the city. It's in a densely populated area.
Oh no, wait a minute. Does that mean that Israel's using human shields, brother? Is that because that's what you taught me. That's what you educated me on, Jim. Jim Cerrito. I ain't never seen you wear the fucking vest before. I ain't never seen you wear the helmet before, Jim. You're in Tel Aviv. Why are you wearing the helmet, Jim? So many of his colleagues were assassinated by the Israeli state, dressed up exactly like that.
Is he talking about the journalists who, like, you look up their profiles and the ones who they say get killed are people who have been like in areas where there's like massive military activity, and these are people who are like often like affiliated with Hamas? Is that what he's talking about? His colleagues? Okay.
The American bombs, mind you. Okay. So it turns out there is no such thing as fucking human shields, okay? And that's something that I understand. And that's something that you need to understand as well. It's just that I actually believe that these...
By the way, Israel does have headquarter buildings in Tel Aviv. The problem is that, first of all, they're not in bunkers. The Tel Aviv, the one that's opposite a shopping center, is literally surrounded by a perimeter with a wall with barbed wire. Like, if you did a precise strike on that, you wouldn't cause that much damage in the surrounding area, for one. But for two, again, Israel has never... Not recently, I don't think Israel has recently actually picked a fight with any country that practices discernment. They haven't. I don't think if Israel started a war with a country like the United States that actually aims for their targets, then yeah, you could absolutely criticize Israel for having their military infrastructure in civilian areas. But it's not even slightly comparable to it being underneath like tunnels networks and shit like that. Or just completely indistinguishable, because again, the IDF headquarters is a separate building from the other buildings around it, which is also not the same as you've got a residential building where some of the flats have fucking weapons caches in them, where there's a tunnel system underneath it, and where across the road there's a what should be a school, but it's actually being commandeered and used for a weapon stockpile as well. This is not comparable to anything Israel does. It's so retarded. Like, yeah, fuck.
Fucking scumbags only deploy that when it's Israel that is in the crosshairs of a bombing.
Yeah, the point of using human shields is to deter attacks. None of Israel's enemies are deterred by the fact that there are civilians near military targets sometimes. That's not actually a thing. Even Iran can say what they're aiming for, but the fact is that those missiles are not precise. So, yeah.
Campaign. Just going to point that out real quick, okay?
And of course, the concern is if you're firing, even though Iran might consider that a military target, it is in a densely populated city with civilians around it. And that's just one more layer of escalation.
Oh, that's an escalation? Wait. So striking military targets that happen to be in fucking densely populated civilian areas is an escalation. Is it an escalation through, is it a de-escalation tactic through escalation?
Got him.
Is Iran de-escalating through escalation right now?
Yeah, again, the other difference is that the Israeli escalation on Hezbollah has like actually fucking ruined them. You understand the difference there? That when Israel says de-escalation by escalation, there's a bunch of a stupid phrase that meant pagers exploding, taking out 1,500 fighters, killing about 30 or 35, destroying their communication systems. Then it meant the airstrikes on strategic locations in the south. Then it meant killing Nasrallah, basically pushing their shit in. And now Hezbollah are not particularly strong, right? They're kind of on the back foot. They look really useless. They've kind of folded overnight like a paper tiger. 35 what? I think around 35 plus of the people who were killed by the pager and walkie-talkie attacks were claimed by Hezbollah as soldiers. I know that you haven't heard that on the propaganda retarded channels that you probably normally watch, that the people that you've watched, that the only channels that you've watched have probably been the people who just acted as if the only people who died were those two kids, right? I know that's, yeah, I understand. I understand that the channels that you've watched, I understand that no one has probably told you that Hezbollah guys literally themselves admitted that 1,500 of their fighters are completely out of action because of those pager attacks. 1,500 fighters out of, what was it, sort of 3,000 injured. And that's not even to mention people who were temporarily injured, like Akil, because he was temporarily injured. He was discharged after 2 days. Yeah, I understand the people that you watch wouldn't tell you that, because that would actually mean that pager attack, like I said, like basically it was very clear very early on, is that given that your enemy fights in military area, in civilian areas, that is about as accurate as you're going to be, unfortunately. That your conclusion, although it's obviously fucking tragic that those two kids died, they didn't deserve to die, they were civilians. The fact is, though, is that if you're Hezbollah, you fight in civilian areas. Which means that if anyone gets attacked by Hezbollah and they want to fight back, then civilians will die. That's Hezbollah's game. That's what they do. That's their way of operating. So that useful idiots in this fucking stream can call it a war crime because what? Because there was collateral damage, which is a legal concept in war. I'm sorry. Because I know that underneath all this, oh, it's a war, I don't like the conduct, you're a useful idiots against war. Sorry, okay, yeah, so you agree with me. Hezbollah shouldn't have attacked Israel on October 8th. There was no need for it. There was nothing. Like, they had nothing to gain from it. They had no legitimate cause to do it. Yeah. They don't have the means to do it within the law because all their weapons are indiscriminate. Yeah. You agree with me. Good.
Now, is that what's going on? Or is Iran doing something that is unimaginably cruel and unusual to Israel? I don't know, because like I said, I've only learned from mainstream media. I've only watched mainstream media, so I'm like a little confused. I'm a little confused right now as to why the tone and the coverage is like so dramatically different, because for the past 12 months, that shit was awesome, right? Like, it was sick. Israel was so mighty and so good at what it does. Israel also literally fucking has an Iron Dome, okay? Israel currently has the might of the American military. Jordanian coverage, American coverage, Saudi coverage. They got literally regional partners trying to defend Israel to the best of their fucking ability, and the Iron Dome is getting fucking overwhelmed. Okay?
Is that what we learned on Discord?
Let's see what...
do we actually know if any of these ballistic missiles directly hit, or is it all fragments? Mostly fragments? No, have we had any confirmation? Have we had any confirmation that any of the strikes actually were direct hits? Is Hassan against the Iron Dome? Probably because he wants Israel to lose, yeah. He probably doesn't like the Iron Dome. Everything makes it unfair. Hits, direct hits, no. Hits, yes, direct hits, no. Yeah, I don't know. I think they probably just saw those explosions. We got the JDAM expert. Okay, whatever.
Jazeera saying
Sayyid Ali Khamenei, who has the control over the...
Is he going to react to the fact that it looks like that so far the only person confirmed dead by this barrage is a Palestinian? Is he going to mention that? I wish he would engage with that. The fact that the Axis special. It's an important detail. Oh, wait. Where are the marching orders? Where are the marching orders coming from? What's the source? Human shields. I'm pretty sure. Even Iran said that their missiles could only hit within 50 meters of a target. But apparently that's an overestimation. What's this one from September? They examined an Iranian strike on the Nevatim air base some 65 kilometers south of Jerusalem in the Negev desert. They believe Iran used its Emad missile, a variant of the country's Shahab-3 missile built from a North Korean design. Assuming Iran targeted Israeli F-35-1 fighter jet hangars, the James Martin analysts measured the distance between the hangars and the impact zones of missiles. That gave an average of about 1.2 kilometers for the circular error probable. Wow. That's quite a lot of error. Okay.
All armed forces, and he has the right to declare war on any other country.
I will warn all of you, don't get fucking callous. Do not think you can post like an Israel defender, okay? You cannot. I'm letting you know right now, you will literally go to prison, okay? Your life, they will end your life. You will go to jail, potentially, for supporting terrorism. It don't work that way. Do not fucking Fed post. Do not fucking Fed post in the chat.
He actually just wants to be an echo chamber. Bro, give me the Iran defenders. I want them all. Get them in here. I want to hear it.
المطار دخل مطارنا مطارنا دخل يا ولاد لا مطار مطارنا دخل لا
The fuck, man?
المطار ده نعم تحرك
What's he
مثل
saying?
المطار
Yeah, these are fragments.
يا
There's nothing to defend about war. Yeah, money signs have it. I don't know why you're even hiding behind that stupid fucking platitude. You understand that if a country gets attacked, they kind of have to go to war, right? That's like one of the things they have to do. It's one of the options. It's one of the most likely outcomes of attacking a country is that they'll go to war with you. Sorry. Yeah, everyone's anti-war until their country gets attacked, dumb fuck. I don't know why. Why are you dancing? I can already tell from the handful of sentences that you've posted in this chat. I know the reason you're upset. You're not upset because of war conduct or because you're anti-war in general. You're upset because in your world, you think Hezbollah and Iran or whatever should be allowed to terrorize Arabs and Jews and Druze people alike with impunity so long as they keep a few civilians next to them whilst they do it. That's what you think. That's your world. Okay. Biden's about to... Biden! We don't platform terrorists on this stream. Article about direct hits. Oh. Oh, sorry. Wait, hang on. You've been glazing anti-Israel sentiment for months now, and it gets serious. You all of a sudden hate it. I'm a both sideser, okay? I will call out Israel when they do bad things, okay? And I'll support them when they do good things. And I'll call out Hezbollah and all this shit when they do bad things, which is, quite a lot of the time. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go watch Elon Levy, okay?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to be really quick
That's
here.
not Biden.
I have the National Security Advisor,
Not
Jake
black
Sullivan,
enough.
to talk about the latest in the Middle East. So I'll turn it over to him.
Right.
Thank you, Karine, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to provide a brief report on the Iranian ballistic missile attack against Israel that occurred earlier today. I can take just a few questions because this is an ongoing situation and I need to get back to my desk. Today, Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles towards targets in Israel.
Oh, sorry.
The United States military...
I thought you could see what I see. I was talking about... I was talking about this person. Okay, it's a joke. Okay. It's the Biden, you ain't black joke. Okay.
At this point, this attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. This was first and foremost the result of the professionalism of the IDF, but in no small part because of the skilled work of the U.S. military and meticulous joint planning in anticipation of the attack. We are also aware of reports of a terrorist attack in Jaffa that took the lives of a number of Israeli civilians and wounded several others today. Our condolences go out to the families of the victims and to the family of the Palestinian civilian in Jericho. Obviously, my update here is based on early reports, and we reserve the right to amend and adjust as necessary as we gather more information the word fog of war was invented for a situation like this. This is a fluid situation. We will consult with the Israelis on next steps in terms of the response and how to deal with what Iran has just done, and we will continue to monitor for further threats and attacks from Iran and its proxies. We are particularly focused on protecting U.S. service members.
What, Palestinians killed in Jaffa, the shooters? No, it was in Jericho. Did I say Jaffa? I think in Jericho, a Palestinian was killed by either a bit of debris or by an interceptor or by part of the missile.
In the region. And with that, I'll take just a few questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Is the administration making any preparations to evacuate U.S. citizens from Lebanon or elsewhere in the region?
We have been very clear for some time now that U.S. citizens should avail themselves of commercial means to depart Lebanon, given everything that's going on. We have said that from this podium, from multiple podiums. We continue to say that, but we have not begun triggering a non-combatant emergency evacuation, a NEO, and do not have an intention to do so at this time. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we continue to reinforce the point. American citizens in Lebanon should follow the guidance from the State Department, which is to find civilian commercial means to depart, because in extremis, we may not be able to get them out safely. Yes.
Thanks, Jake. What is the U.S. view on whether Israel should retaliate, and what is your concern about this leading to a wider escalation of war in the region?
We've had some initial discussions with the Israelis in the aftermath of this at the military level and also at the White House to Prime Minister's office level. We'll continue those conversations in the hours ahead. I'm not going to prejudge or get ahead of anything. We want to have some deep consultations with the Israelis, and I'll have more to report to you after we get the opportunity for deeper discussions.
And escalation in the region?
Obviously, this is a significant escalation by Iran, a significant event, and it is equally significant that we were able to step up with Israel and create a situation in which no one was killed in this attack in Israel, so far as we know at this time. We are now going to look at what the appropriate next steps are to secure, first and foremost, American interests, and then to promote stability to the maximum extent possible as we go forward. Yeah.
Back in April, the president's message to Israel was to take the win when the U.S. and Israel were able to intercept the barrage of Iranian missiles. Is he recommending a similarly limited response this time?
I will not, from this podium, share the president's recommendations. He will have the opportunity to share them directly. We're going to have, as I said, ongoing consultations with the Israelis this afternoon, this evening. It is too early for me to tell you anything publicly in terms of our assessment or in terms of what our expectations are of the Israelis or the advice that we will give them.
So will he be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu today?
I don't have anything to announce from this podium, but I can tell you that he is tracking this minute by minute. We are very much deeply in touch with the Israelis, and insofar as we have calls to read out, we'll make sure to read them out with you. Just last question, then I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Jake. In April, after Iran struck Israel, the U.S. issued a number of sanctions as a consequence. This morning, the president said there would be severe consequences if Iran carried out this attack. What are those consequences, and are they more severe than sanctions?
Totally legitimate question, and that answer will come based on the conversations and consultations we have with our Israeli counterparts. It's too soon for me to stand before you today and give you an answer. What I can tell you is this. We are proud of the actions that we've taken alongside Israel to protect and defend Israel. We have made clear that there will be consequences, severe consequences for this attack, and we will work with Israel to make that the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jake. Okay, on to the rest of the programming here. This morning, President Biden was briefed by his Homeland Security Advisor, Liz Sherwood Randall, on the latest impacts of Hurricane Helene, and this afternoon he...
Is this a reliable source? This, Al Arabiya. This is from the Jericho governor. I feel like this is definitely true, right? Like it's... No, it is. They showed his ID. Okay. Saudi state connected. I mean, if it's Saudi state and it's like a statement from the Jericho governor. Okay. First. Okay. Okay.
Will receive an interagency briefing.
OSINT Defender posted. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Raiders Cat, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Wow, soy. Okay, that's probably our breaking news segment. Aaron, there's your snap to find it on the audio. Probably from about the beginning of the stream until there. That's probably the breaking news segment. Okay, good one. Okay. I'm going to take a fucking minute now. Soy snap. Well, I have a compressor on, so it's going to peak. Manny Fabian has a video of an impact. Really? Okay. I'm not going to stop streaming. That's a segment. Okay, that's a stream segment for the YouTube channel. Okay, God. Iran warns of a more destructive second wave. I think they only had one wave, didn't they? What compressor do you use? An LA2A. This is from 10 minutes ago. They've warned of a more destructive wave. If Israel makes a mistake again. So those two waves were waves within a wave. I don't know. Sophian, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. My God, that's so generous of you. Shit. And Raiders Cat, thanks for a tier 1 sub of your own, only because you're a cutie pie. Wow, that's so kind of you. And Curtis, thanks for the gifted sub. Wow. T, thanks for the $3. Fifth columnist Hassan, anything to say Israel bad? Wow. And Tally, thanks for the tier 2 sub. And Sensible Slices, thanks for the tier 1 sub. 3K viewers, let's fucking go. Damn, 3K viewers, that's crazy. Like the stream, guys, it doesn't cost you anything. Pasha, thanks for the 6 shekels. Inshallah, we will liberate the Iranian people. That's a good meme. I hope it's a meme. That's a silly thing to say. Okay. But thanks for the shekels. Okay. Vanalavan, thanks for the 199. Don't forget to get up and stretch to prevent pain. That's good advice. I can actually stretch in my seat, though, because I just have to tilt my fucking toes up. Ooh. The Iranians have concepts of a wave. Anyone here coming from DGG? Jane Socks, thanks for the $15. That's true. Yes.
This was his day off, chat.
Marcus, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Ooh! What? I need, oh no, not the, because I've been talking about Syria, the free Syrian memes guy has shown up in my fucking feed. Oh no. This is the vibe I got from Sundowner. Reminder. Well, you really did it this time. Oh, you pesky Israelis, your day is coming. Not today, but it's coming. We'll make you pay. Just not today. To be clear, you mess with us, you mess with the bull, you get the horns maybe. Or just don't get it. Don't do it again, please, or else. Okay, good. Good memes. Hype train on YouTube. I know, if only there was such a thing, right? Do you think Israel would be correct to retaliate with their own strikes on Iran? No. Well, the fact is that if they're going to do it, they should actually like do something fucking... The only way it works is if you do something big enough that makes Iran not do something back. Why? I don't know why Iran did something like why last time Israel just did like a really small strike that did fuck all. That was really dumb of them, I think. Because I think it made Iran feel like they could get away with something like this. Oh, we have more footage. The engine of the missile was filmed by a Bedouin. Oh, rumors of a coordinated attack. Apparently, there was a shooting in Jaffa. The missiles and several dozen Hamas soldiers in Gaza are attacking the Netzarim corridor. Interesting.
والله هذا لو ينفجر يدمرنا دمار.
Look at the
تقريبا
fucking
طوله
size of
10
that
متر.
tube.
وقع جنب ثاني.
Wouldn't you be worried about that thing exploding? Okay. I thought Hamas was eliminated in Gaza. I think most of their battalions have been dismantled, but Hamas is never going to be eliminated. They're always going to be like an insurgent force for, you know, the foreseeable future anyway. This is apparently an Iranian missile impact in central Israel. This is apparently what an impact looks like. Is this like a direct hit? Jesus fucking Christ. This guy's having the most Israeli reaction ever. I thought he was going to get out of his car and look at it. There it is. Look at the size of it. Whoa! Why is he driving? Can you link the video? Why do you want the video? Is that a direct hit though, or is that also a fucking get out and light your cigarette on it? Yeah, that's a fragment, yeah. I don't think a ballistic missile would do a little explosion like that. XQC reaction. Cab driver. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that Palestinian guy was actually hit by the casing. AI video not real. Oh no, did I get armor 3'd? That's crazy, chat. Chat, was that real? No. Heh. Bro, it was real. How did Owen Jones get so much fucking traction on this bullshit? Like 15,000. Oh god, people are so stupid. %90 bots. Okay. State Department briefing. What? The video reply to the tweet you linked. What? To that one. Groypers. I don't think Groypers are watching Owen Jones. He's probably too sorry for them. Should Israel go big or do nothing? Bro, I don't fucking know, okay? Why would I pretend to have the answer to that? Jesus. Okay. I just realized what was happening in the background. Okay. Check their profiles and find out. You can't look at the likes anymore. Yes, I saw the Fuentes video mocking Hezbollah. It was once a year Fuentes has a funny moment, you know? And that was probably it. That was his one of the year. Of course, Visegrad, they love it. U.S. State Department briefing. Oh! Let's go. Gimme.
That?
Oh, it's him.
Thanks. So I think this probably goes without saying, but just to make sure.
Audio.
So in terms of what happened in Israel,
Audio. Audio.
Efforts, they have that.
At this time, we are not aware of any damage to U.S. facilities. As you know, we issued an order earlier today for our personnel, State Department personnel in Israel to shelter at their homes. We have full accountability for all our personnel. We're not aware of any civilian casualties inside Israel. There, let alone an American citizen casualty. There is one report of a Palestinian who died in the West Bank. No damage to any U.S. facility either.
And then both you and the National Security Advisor just a few minutes ago talked about the raising the unacceptable escalation. But does the administration see anything that Israel has done over the course of the last 3 weeks as escalatory?
So certainly they have done things to expand the conflict. But if you look at the actions that they have taken, they were bringing terrorists to justice, terrorists who have launched attacks on Israeli civilians. If you look at what Iran did today, we've been warning for some time about the threat posed by Iran arming and funding terrorist groups across the Middle East. And the attack today just demonstrated the danger of those actions. What you saw was Iran launching a state-on-state attack to protect and defend the terrorist groups that it has built, nurtured, and that it controls. So there is a difference between the actions that we have seen Israel take to defend its civilians and what we see. We've seen Iran take.
They are equivalent. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't see.
No, we have certainly seen we've certainly seen Israel expand the nature of its attacks against Hezbollah, but it is a very different type of attack than what we saw today from a state actor against another state.
Okay, and then last one, and this has to do with Lebanon and the Northern Front. The situation there is, unstable and uncertain. I know that you guys have been asking Americans who might want information about assistance and possibly leaving to sign up on a form. Can you give us an update on the numbers of those and whether or not we're planning to do anything in the way of the U.S. government capabilities for further flights or ferries?
Sure. So you're right. As we often do in these situations, we have directed U.S. citizens who are in Lebanon to register with the State Department for information.
Why do they have different feeds? Where's the ABC? This one. Where's ABC News Live? Why did I go off it? Oh, here.
We are working right now with airlines to provide additional flights with more seats for American citizens. It's something that we hope to turn on in the next few days, and we will be in touch with American citizens if and when we're able to expand that capability.
How do you ensure that there are going to be seats reserved for Americans?
Now, we're working with, I can't get into the details, but we're working with commercial carriers to ensure that capability. And when we have further information and we've locked this down, it's something we'll communicate directly with American citizens who've asked for information, and then I'll be happy to come and talk about it here at the briefing room.
Thanks.
Yeah, Jim.
So given that the Secretary and the National Security Advisor just said that this attack by Iran is sort of definitively escalatory in nature. I know that you've been telling us, the Secretary even told us that for months you've been encouraging the Israelis not to respond to attacks and provocations in such a way that escalates anything further. Or is the Secretary going to continue to offer that same advice to the Israelis now in the wake of these missile strikes?
I'll say a couple things about that. First, of course, Israel has the right to defend itself. as any nation.
Okay, we
Oh
were
my
listening to
God.
a State Department briefing from Matt Miller. Top points there. They're not aware of any damage to any U.S. facilities, no U.S. fatalities in the region. Also, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken earlier today said that Israel effectively defeated this attack. Now I want to take you over to a Department of Defense briefing.
Batho Robert, that's the €5. I don't want Iran on my side if when they attack 100% of the victims are friendly fire. No, it's resistance. If you call it resistance.
To be crystal clear, as Secretary Austin has said, should Iran, its partners, or its proxy
Sorry, do you guys want to hear what they said? Sorry, okay. Wait. Oh, you're talking about the news people. Okay.
or interests in the region,
Sorry.
the United States will take every necessary measure to defend.
Well, this guy looks like he's got stuff to
Certainly
say.
what
Okay,
the
be right
Israeli
back.
response would be to all of this. All of that to underscore your point that there is so much uncertainty at this hour as to exactly what Israel plans to do now in not just the coming hours, but the coming days.
Well, and Jay, you're talking about those conversations between Netanyahu and the White House. I want to bring in our Inez de la Gatera, who's live in Tel Aviv right now. Inez, to that point, I mean, what do we know about Israel's response thus far?
Yeah, Alex, I mean, the Israelis have vowed to retaliate. They say they do have a plan and they will respond at the time and place of their choosing. But we understand, speaking to Israeli officials, and, I think analysts widely agree that this time around the response will be quick. So last time around in April, when Iran fired, hundreds of missiles at Israel, it took 5 or 6 days for Israel to respond. In this case, we're expecting it to be much shorter. So potentially this evening, potentially, tomorrow, we'll have to wait and see. But we do expect the response to be a lot quicker. What that response will look like, we don't know. And I think to Jay's point, it'll be interesting to see what the U.S. Kind of pressures Israel to do and whether Israel listens. We know in the last few days, the U.S. had been pushing for diplomacy, prior to Hassan Nasrallah being taken out. The U.S. had been calling for that 21-day ceasefire. Israel seems to have grown increasingly comfortable with defying the U.S. And so it'll be interesting to see when it comes to this, retaliation here, whether Israel kind of, works hand in hand with the U.S. or decides to kind of defy the U.S.'s wishes and respond, as it says, at the time and place of its choosing.
Well, it sure seems that President Biden, who is pushing for a ceasefire, that idea right now is off the table. Let's take it to foreign correspondent Marcus Moore, who's in Beirut. What's the word from there, Marcus?
Well, Kira, there were gunshots that we heard in the air, in the streets of Beirut behind us. Also, there were people dancing and playing music and cheering in the streets. All of this in response to Iran's rocket barrage this evening. Certainly this has been a very significant week for people here in Beirut, particularly following the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah.
I forgot my water.
Because as I speak to you now, we are in several days of mourning here in Lebanon and in several other countries across the Middle East. And so a lot happening here. And to Inez's point about what happens next and whether the U.S. Can put enough pressure on Israel to contain whatever their response might be. I think when you talk to people here in Lebanon, they have long said that the U.S. U.S. officials are the only ones that can stop Israel from its bombardment or from expanding this conflict and this war. And that really is the sentiment. But at the same time, people will say, the U.S. is talking about the need for diplomacy, but at the same time, supplying Israel with weapons. And as we saw tonight, helping to defend Israel from Iran's rocket barrage.
Loner box.
It's not my birthday, but thanks.
And so there really is a large part of the population here that doesn't have a lot of faith in what the U.S. officials say as it relates to a ceasefire or any potential ceasefire or anything that would put pressure on Israel. And again, that's the feeling of a lot of people here. And as I tell you that, and Kira, as you well know, in the midst of all of this, the military actions that we've seen, the talks of diplomacy, there are everyday people who are literally suffering as a result of what we've been watching unfold here, not only here in Lebanon, but also in northern Israel. They can't go back to their homes. And here in Lebanon, it's the same story. And people have lost their loved ones in the midst of what's happening here. So as we talk about what could happen next, And while diplomacy seems to have fallen short, it is the only hope that people have on either side of the border here for there to be some resolution to this.
All right, Marcus, thank you. I want to take you straight to the State Department now. I understand the briefing has begun. Can you tell me who? Okay, let's listen in.
And its partners was able to successfully defeat this attack. This was a brazen, unacceptable attack by Iran, and every nation in the world must join us in condemning it. Secretary Blinken joined President Biden, Vice President Harris, and other members of the President's national security team in monitoring this attack as it was unfolding, as well as our response. As the President has made clear, our support for Israel's security is ironclad. We will continue to stand with the people of Israel at this critical moment. With that, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. So I think this probably goes without saying, but just to make sure we get on the record. So in terms of what happened in Israel, there no damage to any U.S. facilities, no injuries, no nothing.
At this time, we are not aware of any damage to U.S. facilities. As you know, we issued an order earlier today for our personnel, State Department personnel in Israel to shelter at their homes. We have full accountability for all our personnel. We're not aware of any civilian casualties inside Israel, there, let alone an American citizen casualty. There is one report of a Palestinian who died in the West Bank, but no damage to any U.S. facility either.
And then both you and the National Security Advisor just a few minutes ago talked about this being a brazen and unacceptable
Do you think
escalation.
the Lebanon army will step in if Israel weakens Hezbollah enough?
I mean, I imagine that's the plan. You mean what? Step in to take over the South? I mean, they've said they want to do Resolution 1701, which would include them going there at some point. I don't know. I think that's a... But that also assumes that the IDF would be like, here you go. Maybe the IDF doesn't trust the Lebanese army to handle security there. And then they just stay. Like, fuck. Because that's not impossible. Really, the best case scenario is that they both lose. That Hezbollah and Israel both just fucking knock the shit out of each other. And then the Lebanese army, with the French and the Maronites and the Phalange, all comes in and walks over their bodies and just takes over from there, you know? That's probably the best case scenario.
But does the administration see anything that Israel has done over the course of the last 3 weeks as escalatory?
So certainly they have done things to expand the conflict. But if you look at the actions that they have taken, they were bringing terrorists to justice, terrorists who have launched attacks on Israeli civilians. If you look at what Iran did today, we have been warning for some time about the threat posed by Iran arming and funding terrorist groups across the Middle East. And the attack today just demonstrated the danger of those actions. What you saw was Iran launching a state-on-state attack to protect and defend the terrorist groups that it has built, nurtured, and that it controls. So there is a difference between the actions that we have seen Israel take to defend its civilians and what we've seen
I'm
Iran
not trying to
take.
suggest that they are equivalent. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't see.
No, we have certainly seen we've certainly seen Israel expand the nature of its attacks against Hezbollah, but it is a very different type of attack than what we saw today from a state actor against another state.
Okay, and then last one, and this has to do with.
Do you think Iran's attack was an act of terrorism or a military operation? Well, here's a question. What did it achieve? Did it achieve the destruction of its military targets and the acquisition of a military advantage? Or did it terrorize the population? What do you think it did a better job of? I don't know. Bro, listen, I don't like using the word terrorism, okay? It was a special, very, very special military operation. Incredibly special.
Lebanon on the northern front. The situation there is, unstable and uncertain. I know that you guys have been asking Americans who might want information about.
Isn't it more about the intent than the achievement? Intent is usually shaped by It's like, because your intent is usually
Happy birthday, Lona.
shaped by what your reasonable expectation is. That's like with proportionality in international law, it's like you have to have a reasonable expectation. As in, you can't just guess and get lucky. You have to have like a reason to believe that this military advantage will outweigh collateral. So Iran might have the intent of hitting military targets, but if they're intending to hit military targets with weapons that can't aim, then what's their reasonable expectation? They probably have a reasonable expectation that they're going to scare the civilians, they're going to maybe hurt civilians, they're probably going to destroy civilian targets. They might kill some Palestinians because that's part of the Axis special, the Axis cocktail of resistance. And then, inshallah, maybe we'll hit one of the targets. So that's probably, I'd say intent doesn't really get Iran off the hook there. Like, it's like throwing a rock off of the top of a building in Tel Aviv and just hoping it hits a soldier. Like, I don't know. Yeah, sure, you've got you've got the best intentions. Why not? But it's not really like a, I don't know if you would qualify that as a reasonable expectation.
Assistance and possibly leaving to sign up on a form. Can you give us an update on
Stop saying it's my fucking birthday. It's not my birthday. I mean, thanks for the donos. Is indiscriminate attacks like, it probably, I don't know where the threshold is for indiscriminate attack. Maybe, because I think indiscriminate attack includes weapons that you can't aim, that can't be expected to hit your target. But so I imagine it probably, like, is it indiscriminate if your radius is 1 kilometer and you're like, listen, like, hopefully we'll hit the Mossad. Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
numbers of those and whether or not you're planning to, I don't know, to do anything in the way of either U.S. government capabilities or charter flights or ferries.
Sure. So you're right. As we often do in these situations, we have directed U.S. citizens who are in
Keep using the word reasonable. It's legitimate expectation. Okay.
Lebanon to register with the State Department for information, and especially for information with how to depart Lebanon, and we're providing them whatever information we can. We have had, as of today, around 6,000 American citizens in Lebanon who have registered with us for further information. Should be clear, not all of those American citizens are seeking assistance with departing. People are just looking for information. They're looking for options. There are a number of American citizens who live in Lebanon who have lived there for years and do not want to depart the country. So in terms of the status on the ground, the airport is still open. Commercial flights are operating, although they are available at times at reduced capacity. We are working right now with airlines to provide additional flights with more seats for American citizens. It's something that we hope to turn on in the next few days, and we will be in touch with American citizens if and when we're able to expand that capability.
How do you ensure that there are going to be seats reserved for Americans?
That we're working with, I can't get into the details, but we're working with commercial carriers to ensure that capability. And when we have further information and we've locked this down, it's something we'll communicate directly with American citizens who've asked for information, and then I'll be happy to come and talk about it here at the briefing room.
Are you worried? I heard it from a few people in Israel that they were very disappointed by how lackluster Israel's response was to the last Iranian attack. So, like, Benny Morris was, I think, yeah, we spoke to him after, no, was it after or before? Or maybe I just watched him talk about it. Remember, Benny Morris was really disappointed in how weak the response was to Iran's attack. Because obviously Benny is in the nuclear facilities camp, which is a bit more extreme in the other direction. Probably not a good idea for many reasons. I mean, like, Israel's probably going to react in a stronger way than they did last time, I would imagine. Yeah, just to clarify, by the way, just because of the statements earlier about Iran's weapon strike, even if they got lucky and hit fucking the Mossad bases and the air bases, even if they got lucky and hit them all, that still wouldn't let them off the hook in terms of the law because of the intent. That's why the pager attack was a contentious issue in the sense that even if the results for the pager attack was like fairly proportionate and like most of the deaths were Hezbollah and most of the injuries seem to have been Hezbollah based on what they said, the problem is that you would still have to be like, okay, well, how did you know that? Like, did you know that ahead of time? Did you have a good reason to believe that would be the case ahead of time? I mean, it seems like based on what they've said, they did, because they said that they were detonated individually. But if they just pressed the buttons and were like, hopefully they still have the pagers. Like, it's been a while since we gave it to them. If that were the case, then that would be criminal. Yeah, fucking. But IRGC claims it hit 90% of its intended targets. What? Interceptors? Is that their intended? What? Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, Jimmy.
So given that the Secretary and the National Security Advisor just said that this attack by Iran is sort of definitively escalatory in nature, I know that you've been telling us, the Secretary even told us that for months you've been encouraging the Israelis not to respond to attacks and provocations in such a way that escalates anything further. Is the Secretary going to continue to offer that same advice to the Israelis now in the wake of these missile strikes?
I'll say a couple things about that. First, of course, Israel has the right to defend itself, as any nation does.
Okay, we were listening to a state.
I just watched this. What the fuck? Why did he?
If you ask for military support in protecting Israel in case of another attack from Israel or the proxies, or is at the moment?
So where did this land? Hebrew. This is north of Tel Aviv.
هاي صاروخ نزل عنا بالشغل. هاي البنيان، هاي هرتسلية، قليلوت، السينما سيتي، هاي الاشي فاكع هنا.
Look at that hole.
هاي الباص رائع، سيارات كله
Would an
رائع.
would an interception still? I guess it depends on the ground.
هاي صاروخ نزل عنا بالشغل. هاي البنيان.
Someone speaking
هاي
Arabic. He's speaking Arabic, right?
قليلوت، السينما سيتي، هاي الاشي فاكع هنا. هاي الباص رائع، سيارات كله رائع. كله الباص فاكع. كله قاعد الطريق اتسكرت هنا.
What an age. And this is this actually the Jaffa shooting? Can I show this on stream? Hang on. Oh my god. Oh, so you see them shooting. So, no, I can show this. Because you don't see people getting shot, you just see the people shooting. I don't want to watch, I don't want to play the video. I just want to do some dickhead analysis. I want to, people are saying, there's an argument going on about whether or not these guys actually have are standing like a trained person would with the way they shoot. Like that. But I mean, surely it's not hard to learn that, right? If they've played enough Call of Duty, fuck me. I'm not engaging in this shit. Why would I even bother? Fuck. All right. That's not for me. I'm not playing that game. You cannot make me. You can teach a first timer how to sound easily. Yeah, that's what I would have thought, right? But there's a whole Twitter thing of people being like, "Oh, he looks definitely trained the way he did." Good. Well done. Trump is talking.
Right? That's what they said. Essentially, in a little different language. They
Why is he so
said,
quiet?
we're not going to hold him to it, so he is guilty, but we don't think he can stand trial. But he's allowed to run our country, but he can't stand trial. I said, what's that all about? But I said, you know what? If that's the only way to get out, where they find you incompetent, I said, I'd rather be found guilty. I don't want that to be happening. I don't.
Okay. There's no one there. That's a green screen. He's in a padded cell. What's this dude in uniform saying?
As well as do any type of attack and to protect our forces. Let me come back to the room here. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, General. First, on Iran, after today's attack and the expected response from Israel, is the assessment at the Pentagon still that the situation in the Middle East still under control and we're not in all-out war yet? And the second question on Lebanon, excuse me, what's your understanding to what Israel is calling limited ground operations or incursion? Is it limited by, like, in time, in scope? How do you see this?
Sure. So in terms of your first question, as you know, we've been working very hard from the beginning to prevent a wider regional conflict. Certainly the type of aggressive action that we saw by Iran today makes that more challenging. But that continues to remain our focus and remain our goal, is to prevent a wider regional conflict. And so we'll continue to stay laser focused on that. In terms of Israel's operations, again, they're in the best position to answer questions. But our understanding in consulting with them is that, again, these will be limited operations focused on dismantling facilities that Hezbollah has built along the border to stage attacks into Israel. And so, part of those discussions, again, have been focused on making sure that there's an understanding as far as potential mission creep. And so as it relates to the broader tensions in the region. But again, we support their right to defend themselves from Hezbollah attacks. And so we'll continue to consult with them on that. As I mentioned, Wafa, ultimately, we do believe that a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security there. A few more. Phil.
A couple small questions. One is, why weren't land-based air defenses used? And did you find that you had, did the United States have fewer partners in trying to knock down these Iranian missiles this time than it did in April?
I would compare it to a pallet, Phil. You're going to use the capability that you need to respond to a particular situation. So, as evidenced by the fact that our forces were able to so quickly support Israel's defense, we have a wide range of capabilities arrayed to be able to respond to whatever those threats may be in the most appropriate way possible. So it's less about the platform and it's more about the capability. And so, again, we still maintain a robust capability to be able to respond to any potential future threats as well.
And I just want to follow up on what Helene was asking, which was important in the sense, I think you said a red line that if Iran or its forces were to attack U.S. troops, there would be a U.S. response against Iran. At least that's what it sounded like you were saying. Is that correct?
What I said is it should be very clear that if Iran or its proxies use this as an opportunity to attack U.S. forces, we will respond appropriately. Yep. Okay. Last question. Nat.
Thanks, Pat. I just wanted to clarify a few things that you said In terms of Iran's capabilities going forward, is it clear from the U.S. side that the imminent risk is over of another attack from Iran?
Well, look, it's something we're going to keep an eye on. We certainly hope that there's not another attack, but obviously Iran maintains a capability, and it's just demonstrated that they're willing to use it to directly attack Israel. And so we're going to continue to consult closely with Israel on next steps, and importantly on the defense of Israel. So,
and on Israel's limited incursion, have they provided any sort of a timeline on how long they would stay there?
I'd refer you to Israel to talk about that. I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to talk about that. Hey, folks, while there's been an understandable focus today,
is that normal? Would you ever give a timeline for an incursion? I feel like ever since World War I, people don't, because World War I was like a. Ever since Over by Christmas became a big meme. I think, hang on. Sorry, I don't know why I'm like chatting with 3 people whilst I'm streaming. BBC. Israel says it will respond powerfully tonight. Jesus, no beating about the bush. Hagari said the Air Force will strike powerfully in the Middle East tonight. What? They're just going to bomb every country. Iran carried out a serious attack tonight and is pushing the Middle East to an escalation. Tonight's event will have consequences. Are they really going to strike Iran tonight? Have they been planning something? Or you think, like, I imagine if they say tonight, that's like imagine if they say tonight, is that like they've already planned up coordinates for fucking Iran, or they're just gonna go for Hezbollah and call that an attack on Iran? Celebrations in the West Bank. Is that a celebration, or is that just an average day on the road? This is just it's an average Wednesday evening. What? All right. I don't know. This is a Farsi. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do with this? What's he saying? Is this from today? Oh, is it revenge for Hania and shit?
در آیات مکرر قرآن این وعده رو داده است که اهل حق، طرفداران حق ممکنه قربانی بدن، اما در نهایت شکست نمیخورن. قربانی دارن اما ناکامی ندارن. پیروز اونها هستند در این صحنه.
You can kind of put it together. It's a pretty hype video. The BBC messed with the quote. Wait, did they? Where is it? He said Voss's anti-Israel rhetoric is too extreme. Good one. Okay. Is it here? Is he talking now? Why is he always talking?
זמן שנחליט, אני אהיה כאן, בהמשך
Oh.
הערב, לעדכן אתכם בכל התפתחות.
He was taken out of context.
תמשיכו לנהוג באחריות.
Wait, is he a real person? Is he just talking all... Why?
ערב טוב. בשלב זה,
Has he just been talking straight for an hour?
אנחנו לא מזהים נוספים מאיראן במרחב האווירי.
The Indian flags. Yeah. Wait, does he... Daniel Chalokiangari. Chalokiagari. Wow. Israeli embassy explosion in Stockholm. Bang. Sorry. They cut the quote before tonight. So there's not going to be an Israeli response tonight. I feel like tonight that's like quite quick, you know, that's wait, what did he actually say? Just give me the fucking sentence. Read properly. What? Hang on. Where did I even get that link from? I hate breaking news. Breaking news is dumb. Military spokesman Daniel Hagari said that the Israeli Air Force will strike powerfully in the Middle East. Oh. Wait. This is a really stupid sentence then. This is retarded. This is so shit. It's this top sentence that just like fried my brain. I can see the quotes now, yeah. Sorry, that's not my fault. This headline is dumb. This headline is really annoying. This is a really bad headline. Yeah, I know that tonight refers to when he said it. I know, but this top sentence sounds like he's saying he's gonna. If this is the first sentence you read, you think he's gonna attack tonight. The way that sentence is structured. Ugh. Yeah, I saw the video of the guy with the wow. Yeah, I saw it. Don't worry. Clickbait title. The BB fucking C. Guterres spoke. What did he say? Did he say ceasefire? Is that what he said? What if Hezbollah's leader comes out tonight or tomorrow and says they're willing to disarm? I mean, that would be great, but that's not going to happen. Like, what the fuck? Hezbollah's willingness to disarm is not. That's not a debated topic in Hezbollah. I don't think that's like a debated issue. I think that's like that's one of those foundational beliefs is keep fighting with Israel. And maybe they probably have people in there who would like that, but it's not. It's kind of just goes against their entire ethos. But I could be wrong. That would be refreshing. Okay. Don't talk about my fucking hair. Jesus. It's cute and floofy. Sky News. Hezbollah. The UK utterly condemned Iran's attempt to harm innocent Israelis after. Okay. I guess we haven't even heard anything about the ground operations since yesterday in Lebanon. Do we know casualties and damages from the strike? Well, so far we know about one Palestinian who died in Jericho. Apparently he had fled there from Gaza. I don't even know how did he get there from, so what, in the last year? How would you get from Gaza to Jericho? And how does the proportionality calculation law work? There's no specific number that's legally required. I have no idea. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how they quantify military advantage in human life and put them against each other. Stop. No, we're not allowing the Indian Israeli Axis fucking flag memes in this chat. Stop. Times of Israel version of the Hagari quotes. Okay. Another difference you would see is in the 2006 war, Hezbollah rocket fire was fairly consistent on Israel, even during the ground operations. So if they're not firing rockets on Israel whilst the ground forces are in there, that's already a big bad sign for Hezbollah. All right. The Israeli Air Force continues to operate at full capacity. Tonight will also continue to strike powerfully in the Middle East, as has been the case for the past year. Okay. Close cooperation in detection and interception. Israeli and U.S. air defense. 180 missiles. Investigating the result of the attack. Do not want to give the enemy all the information. Iran carried out a serious act tonight and is pushing the Middle East to an escalation. We will act at the place and time of our choosing, in accordance with the guidance of the political echelon, he continues. Tonight's event will have consequences. So now we've learned that there's literally a live feed where this guy talks all the fucking time. He doesn't stop. Okay. Wow. OSINT tweets. Wow. Soy. Guess who's sending me all the OSINT tweets? Iranians are rushing to get gas. Oh, because they think Israel's going to target the oil industry. Okay. All right. Interesting. Propaganda. I want to see Michael Flynn. Okay. I want to watch memes. I want to watch the Destiny John Doyle debate. Okay, that's what I want to watch. Because I've done too much Middle East shit.
So the question this evening is, of course, Kamala versus Trump. You know, as a political moderate myself, I actually view presidential elections as a referendum on the incumbent party. And we are in somewhat of a unique circumstance, given that Joe Biden has not really been leading anything, even though he wears the title of president, but instead his successor, his right-hand man, who spent the last 4 years signing off on everything that they've done together, the fruits of their administration, is now on the campaign trail looking to succeed him in becoming America's next president. I don't know what she would like to be the president of, given that it has become abundantly clear throughout this administration, under her watch, that we don't even have a country anymore. If you remember the issue which launched Donald Trump's presidential campaign in 2015, it was the issue of immigration and sovereignty. America had been expressing anxiety about this issue since the 1990s. Nobody had offered them a political solution until Donald Trump descended from the golden escalator and did so. So he gets into office, and we saw historic actions that worked at combating mass immigration, such as the Remain in Mexico policy, the ending of catch and release, $20 billion moving towards the border wall, actually allocating funds to build the border wall. He signed Title 42, which reduced immigration to near all-time lows during COVID. He implemented programs to standardize and professionalize deportation methods, which Obama in his final years sought to relax and destroy. Biden, on the other hand, when he gets into office, there are 302,000 encounters along the southwest border in December of 2023 alone, which is an all-time high. You see that being up 31% from November, up 13% from December of the prior year, which was the previous all-time high at that point. And yesterday we learned that 600,000 illegals are in this country now with criminal records, including 14,000 who have been convicted of homicide, 15,000 who have been convicted of sexual assault. And the Biden-Harris administration have lost track of more than 250,000 migrant children, according to the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General. So Democrats took a look at this mess, and they decided they would try to ram a bill through Congress written by 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. The GOP caucus outright rejected this bill because it would have allowed for a minimum of 1.5 million asylum seekers and a maximum of 3 million, and it would write into law catch and release, among other things, that would weaken our southern border. So Republicans in the House, of course, rejected this bill, and Democrats, of course, did this out of political desperation, and now they're claiming that Republicans killed
this guy calling himself a moderate. I know, it's so cringe. Like, he's obvious. Like, John Doyle is literally like a neo-Nazi, right? He's like full on anti-immigration of all sorts, wants to deport as many of them as possible, fucking hates gays and trans people and all that bullshit. Yeah, he's like, what? Oh no. Good shot. One Zionist liquidated. My bad, guys. I misread. Bro. Okay. Oops.
Bipartisan bill for political reasons. That's false. They killed the bill because it's simply a bad bill. Joe Biden could fix immigration right now if he wanted to. He doesn't. On day 1, rather, he actually restarted.
Day 1, he's a fucking executive order simp as well, obviously, because he's an authoritarian. Yeah, he's a fascist. Okay. KO, Jordan, and Bell, thanks for the collective happy birthday donations. I really appreciate that, even though it's not my birthday. Banexe, thanks for the $5. Have you seen Agents of Chaos? Good HBO doc about the bot network and the direct collusion between Russia and the Trump campaign. Also, happy birthday. No, I have not, but maybe I should. That would be really helpful for me. Bazin, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Hearing John Doyle speak radicalized me into anti-free speech. Wow. That's exactly what he wants. He wants you to be like him. Batho Robert, thanks for the €2. Don't say John Doyle is a Nazi. That's a spoiler. Is it? But did he come here try to convince people that he's a fucking moderate? Okay.
Catch and release. He stopped the construction of 500 miles of Trump's border wall. He ended the Remain in Mexico policy, and he extended and granted TPS the stay of nearly 600,000 Haitians, which is a lot of fun. And he also signed an executive order on day 1 halting deportations. This is all inconducive to having a border, which is sort of like Civilization 101. Who gets to be here? Who does not? Also, the economy. It's in the toilet. Yet under Trump, 7 million new jobs, more than 3 times the government experts' projection. You had middle-class family income growing to nearly $6,000 more than what it had been prior, more than 5 times the gains during the previous administration. You had the unemployment rate that was reaching 3.5%, which was the lowest in a half century.
Almost all of those stats are bullshit. What the fuck? We can look at net job creation of Trump versus Biden or versus anyone else. Sorry, it's not even close. Especially with manufacturing. Also, Trump was just riding a wave that came of economic growth that came during Obama. You can look at the trend; it just continues from Obama up to Trump, like normally. Yeah. Ugh. Obama, true. Where is it?
You had an economy where now Americans, more than ever before, were reporting being employed. 160.
Damn. And also, not even to mention taking that economic growth and then deficit spending like a fucking nutter throughout this entire period as well. Okay. Well.
60 million jobs. Jobless claims were at like a nearly 50-year low. You had, more importantly, an economy where income was rising in every single metro area in the United States for the first time in 3 decades. Under Trump, we had 7 million people lifted off food stamps. Income inequality was falling for 2 straight years, which is the largest amount that it's been in over a decade. The bottom 50% of American households saw a 40% increase in net worth. Wages were rising for low-income and blue-collar workers, a 16% pay increase. And with Donald Trump confronting trade competitors around the globe, America was creating 1.2 million manufacturing and construction jobs. How did we get here? Was that by chance? Of course not.
Apparently, the shooters in Jaffa came from Hebron. Maybe. Maybe. Okay.
Donald Trump was removing 22 regulations for every one his administration was writing. The Republican Congress passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which put more money into businesses and into the pockets of consumers and the American people.
8 dead from that. I thought it was 6. That was 6 confirmed dead so far.
Of course, allowed for more economic growth, and we had Donald Trump as our president. He was the cheerleader for the economy and industry, and small business confidence was reaching historic highs, the highest they'd been since 1938, all under Donald Trump. At the end of the Obama administration, non-residential equipment and structure investments were at near all-time lows. Following the passage of the Taxes and Jobs Cut Act, they were soaring to near all-time highs. Under the leadership of Donald Trump, the economy was secure. Compare this with the Biden administration. You've got 20% inflation, consumer confidence is in the toilet. Since the end of the pandemic, prime age working labor participation remains at historic lows, while a majority of jobs that have been created on net have all gone to immigrants. The job growth that Biden says he takes credit for, all of the jobs that we've made in the recovery from COVID, on net, all of those are going to immigrants. None of those are going to Americans on net since 2019. And if you look at a survey from Red Balloon and Public Square from 80,000 small businesses, they find that 40% of business owners have recently been forced to delay payments, 70% are putting staffing and expansion plans on hold, 64% believe that we're headed towards stagflation, and half say that definitely or probably they will not survive another 4-year term under the Biden-Harris presidency. The Biden-Harris economy clearly is not working for the American taxpayer or for the American business owner. And of course, nothing matters if the economic growth that we have witnessed, to the extent that it even exists, does not go to the actual American people and does not actually work for them. As we'll discuss tonight, our economy under Kamala and Biden is one that works to fly illegal migrants into our country and one that works to spend money and sell weapons to other countries while American towns and American people are drowning under 10 feet of water. Joe Biden, yesterday, he said there's no more money for North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, all these people who desperately need support right now. But in the last 2 years, we have given $175 billion to Ukraine. Why? Literally why? The border wall, the most pro-American idea in the last 10 years, securing America's...
It's funny that John Doyle basically just came of age becoming a fascist. Like, he's been doing this for about 5 years now, and he was always like fairly on the far right wing of the Republican Party, but I guess as he went through it, he just became like full fucking like authoritarian shithead. And it's funny to see the origins. If you look at this channel, these were his oldest videos. This is him. Yeah, because he had this channel, he had this video called Heck Off Commie. Columbus and Churchill, Justice Kavanaugh. The left is mourning Bush Sr. because he disliked Trump. Yeah, just like a Trump-loving teen, like a tweenie. Has he not always been a fascist? He masked off like a little bit more gradually, but he might have always been that way. Look at him though. With the whole thing though, like the 50s aesthetic and the heck off commie is like, he probably fancies himself more of like a kind of like an old school McCarthyist Republican, but he very quickly just like went beyond that. He's not like a, yeah. The UN wants to arrest you for opposing mass immigration. Obviously, that's what the UN does.
The United Nations, which is the second most cancerous assembly of people following closely behind the women of The View, is now trying to make migration a human right. And better yet, if you oppose tens of thousands of third world migrants coming into your country, you can get arrested. Like, you're not sneaky. We've all read 1984. We know what you're doing. And no, you aren't about to...
This guy should be in school with his fucking head down a toilet. Like, look at him. Why are you telling people what's what about fucking anything? Okay.
Border. Civilization 101. That was supposed to cost like what, $10 billion, but that was too expensive. Trump's mass deportation plan is supposed to cost $100 billion. I have to read about why that's impossible every day in the New Yorker, but we're sending $175 billion to Ukraine just in the last...
Actually, I'm kind of curious about this one.
We are less than 3 weeks away from
what happens if Trump loses? I wonder. What kind of warnings do we have, Mr. Doyle?
We are less than 3 weeks away from what is quite literally the most important and consequential election in the history of our country. And I know that they say that every 4 years, but we'll go over why this time it's actually different. But what we're not going to do is focus on the specific, oh, well, this gun law is going to pass, or they're going to try to change this congressional procedure, because what's more important than that...
Remember, we don't care about the policies, okay? We don't care about any of the fine detail bullshit. No. Let's go. What do we need instead, okay? Let's get some good, honest, from the heart.
Is actually analyzing the trends that, if allowed to continue and propagate, will result in all of those things eventually. Predicting exactly what's going to happen with regards to policy right away, it's not really important right now, because in a long enough timeline...
No, because Trump has no policies, but okay.
...going to happen. So what's important right now is discussing things on a macro scale, understanding why Trump was elected, why they want him gone, and more broadly, like what he represents. And it's really important that we do understand these things, because 98% of what you've been hearing and what you will hear until November 3rd is, if we don't vote Trump, we're going to get socialism. Trump won because America will never be a socialist country. And it's like, man, it is so much bigger than that. Please come join us in 2020. The Cold War is over. So we'll go over all of that. But I have to warn you, this is going to be very sobering. It's not going to be easy to hear, but I would advise you to not let it depress you. Don't let it make you disillusioned, but instead let it make you enlivened. Let it make you righteously indignant, because without your effort, it's basically raps. So do stay tuned.
This as well, like why is he trying to do this 50s bullshit with the perfectly fucking clear screen? Like there's no grain or anything on it. And I don't think this hair was a thing in the 50s, but okay.
John Doyle in. Heck off, commie.
Heck off, commie.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. We're going to jump around a bit, but it's all relevant and important to what we're talking about. So bear with me, because to understand where we're at now...
That's his sister.
We actually have to get back to World War II. We have to get back to what America and the West wanted after World War II, more specifically, the direction of American conservatism after World War II, because believe it or not, the end of World War II, which we're always led to believe was this great time in American history, everyone was buying homes, we had the baby boomers, that's all true, but unfortunately, the post-war trends that were established have led us very logically and predictably to where we are now. And that's why I laugh whenever some fat communist is like, look at all that World War II stuff on his set. John Doyle's a boomer LARPer. Yeah, or maybe I strategically cast a wide net by creating a patriotic set emblematic of a time in American history that conservative types such as myself tend to love, and then people want to watch and listen.
Yeah, like when America fought fascism. Yes, when America fought the exact kind and dropped fucking nukes on the exact kind of authoritarian fucking emperor-loving shitheads that you aspire to be. Yeah.
Talk about something less commonly discussed, which is where we went wrong during that time period. Trust my process, please. Every decision, a chess move. Everything here gets back to World War II. And what I mean by that is we can actually trace the things that we're dealing with now, the things that we think are absurd. We can trace them back to the strains of intellectualism that were embraced after World War II and promoted after World War II.
Wait, isn't this guy, this guy's the isolationist. There's no fucking way this guy wants to get involved in European wars that don't involve America. What the fuck?
I'm not going to call everybody out.
Oh, yeah, Jim Crow and all that. Yeah, we love that shit, yeah.
Specifically, because I don't think that we need to be infighting right now. I don't think that we should be gatekeeping conservatism right now. After the election, we can focus on that. Once we put up some points on the board, once I'm a little bit bigger, then we can completely just exile these people from the mainstream volume of conservative discussion. But my point is right now that you can watch certain conservative figures give speeches about how, well, the idea that there's my truth instead of the truth is just completely absurd. And then you look at the conservative figures of days past who they're promoting, and it's people like Karl Popper, Hayek, John Stuart Mill, etc. These are people who literally laid the foundations that allowed for the ideas like that to spawn. And I know some of you have got red flags going up like, wait, but Hayek was against socialism. Isn't he one of us? Is the heck off commie guy against one of the men who led the intellectual charge against socialism? No. Trust my process. What I'm saying is that it's more nuanced than that. People like Popper and Hayek lived through both World War I and World War II. They saw death and destruction on an incomprehensible scale, a scale of which you and I know nothing. And the thought after the war, understandably, was like, okay, how do I make sure that something like this never happens again? And basically what was decided and promoted by people like Karl Popper, who wrote a book titled The Open Society and Its Enemies, which inspired the Open Society Foundation, which belongs to George Soros, just in case you still think these ideas are on our side. But the idea was basically that in order to avoid authoritarianism and in order to avoid great conflict, society
Why is this guy aspiring to be America during World War II? Like, literally, also, yeah, I think this was a great time. We were at our best at World War II. We fought the forces of evil. We fought through one of the worst periods of destruction anyone's ever seen. By the way, can I tell you guys about how the entire world and the entire intelligentsia is run by a Jewish person? Fuck off, you fucking retard. Anyway, sorry. That's John Doyle for you, right? He loves the aesthetics of America winning World War II, but is actually really sad that they lost, that the Germans lost. Yeah. All right.
Last 2.5 years, which, by the way, is far more difficult mechanically, like laundering money to foreign countries, going through different organizations, keeping track of it. The point being, I pay taxes, you pay taxes. Wouldn't it be nice for a change to see that money actually going towards the interests of American people instead of to the citizens of the world? Wouldn't it be nice for the American government to actually look out for you and not everyone else in the world while you foot the bill? I won't hold my breath, however, expecting answers to these questions because they aren't supposed to be answered. They have no plan. They don't have a plan because they are completely beholden to the political establishment. That's why things can more or less continue operating and the public doesn't understand how badly their president's mental state is until the first time they wheel him out for a debate and people realize how gone this guy is, because the White House can more or less continue to run because Joe Biden is not actually in charge. And there's no plan but to continue the managed decline of our country. She even had no policies on her website until literally 5 minutes ago. And if she does have a plan to fix everything, you have to ask, okay, why? What's going wrong right now? You're in office. You've been in office for 4 years. Joe Biden clearly hasn't been in charge. So who has been in charge? Why don't you fix these things now? And I mean, he even Trump owned up to his record in 2020 by saying that he will continue to do more of what has been successful. If Kamala is saying, well, there are problems, how is that then not an indictment of her, everything that's happened in the last 4 years? And look at what's happening today. We've got hurricanes destroying towns, destroying livelihoods, $30 billion in property damage, 160 people dead. What does Joe Biden say when asked if he has any words for the victims of the hurricane? He says, well, we've given them everything we have. They say, can we give any more resources? He says, no. Okay, so the commander-in-chief is missing. What about Kamala? She has this opportunity.
What do you mean missing? I'm pretty sure Biden has given, so I've only glanced at the hurricane story, but I'm pretty sure Biden has given basically everything that was needed for these, that was requested of him, no? Hurricane Kamala. As far as I know, like Trump was the one who said that he was going to refuse to help for the wildfires when he was president. But okay.
Opportunity is his second in command to display and coordinate a field response, display
whatever.
leadership, use the power of the federal government in ways that she only and uniquely has access to, quelling any doubts that we may have about her leadership capabilities, but she didn't. What she did instead is basically just take staged photographs on a plane instead of going to actually visit the people impacted by the hurricane, which is what Trump is doing. Trump is down there on the ground right now, distributing resources, telling people that the American people have not been forgotten about, taking care of these things. Just like in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks, the deadliest in American history, Donald Trump was on the ground, putting his guys to work, taking care of American people 15 years before he would even become
president. It's because Trump said that Biden had ignored the North Carolina governor, Roy Cooper. But then Roy Cooper himself came out and said that Biden had spoken to him. He's such a lying cunt. Like, it's all just made up. Like, everything they do is made up. The Republican governor of all people, right? Earlier on Monday, Trump suggested that Biden and North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper were ignoring the devastation. Oh, they were both ignoring. Okay. Okay. Briefing from Roy Cooper. Biden interjected. He's lying. The governor told him he was lying. The governor told me he was lying. I've spoken to the governor, spent time with him, and he told me he's lying. I don't know why he does this. Oh, come on, man. He was the governor of Georgia, okay. Huh. Said he would visit North Carolina to survey damage on Wednesday. Well.
Presidents. And he's on the ground doing the same thing today. Kamala Harris is simply incapable of leading. She's not intelligent, she's not competent, she's not brave, she doesn't have the charisma. She's just the
President
current
Joe Biden
face of the
moments ago
establishment.
spoke about
Everything
the federal
that they do
response
is all
to-
talk. That's what Trump talked about. All talk, no action. She is just the incumbent role of that. She has no agency herself. She will simply continue what has been going on for the last 60 years in this country. And they will never forgive Donald Trump for convincing the American people that it didn't have to be that way. That it doesn't have to just be this managed decline where everything is more expensive yet less in quality, and you're now working and you can't afford to go to school and let alone graduate and find a job, and because they're all on net going to immigrants, they will never forgive Trump for challenging these political orthodoxies, let alone successfully. And so it's really not so much a question about Trump versus Kamala. It seems to be much more Trump versus whatever has been happening in our country for the last 60 years. And Trump is the only successful candidate of any of these political orthodoxies to be able to break free from them. And Kamala is just the incumbent candidate with the blessing and backing of the entire political establishment. So if you want things to continue how they've been going for the last 4 years, and broadly speaking the last 60 years, then you can support Kamala. But if you actually want to create opportunities that will meaningfully change our country and make it great again, then the obvious choice is Donald J. Trump for president. Thank you.
Also, wait, wasn't this true as well? Didn't Trump, during the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico, killing like 3,000 people, 2018, Trump, didn't he say that the islanders didn't actually endure a real catastrophe like Hurricane Katrina, even though 3,000 people had died? And the federal response was slower. The paper towels, yeah. Do you think Israel's going to hit facilities tonight? Probably not. What was this? So there's the towels. What? This is like a meme, right? This is like people do cartoons of like a royal, like a princess or a queen in the 1800s throwing out fucking food to starving Indian kids. Like, Jesus. Basic humanitarian aid. Okay.
Thank you very much for that opening, John. We're going to kick it over to Stephen for 10 minutes as well. And just want to let everybody know that if Stephen would like, he can push some of his opening statement time into the open dialogue if he doesn't want to take the full 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Stephen, for being with us. The floor is all yours for your opening as well.
Real quick, James, can you guys hear me? I'm audible?
Yes.
Oh my God, he's not even there.
Okay, cool. All right.
He's in the bunker.
My timer on screen.
Is he just at home?
Okay, I'm good. Ready? Yeah?
Clear.
Yes,
Perfect.
I think I heard a yes there.
Yes. He's not even suited up. Wow.
Okay.
Same hair, though.
We have two parties in the United States, and right now, one of those parties lives in delusion. Conservatives rely on the ability to cast a huge net and to cover a ton of ground and to lie and lie and lie about every single topic they bring up. That's why if you try to ever actually force a conservative to own a particular position, they will pivot away from that and go to some other position where they will lie. Okay, most of the people that, for instance, I'm debating on these types of debates now don't believe, for instance, that dinosaurs existed. If you look at things like, I believe, the response to the recent disasters was brought up in North Carolina. If you look at the responses from DeSantis, if you look at the responses from Kemp in Georgia, if you look at the response from Collins, everybody is saying we are getting exactly what we need. Joe Biden has called these people already. It is a lie that Donald Trump is pushing. It is a lie that conservatives like John Doyle are pushing, that states aren't getting what they need from Biden. This is just not true. Google.com, search for it. Governor's response,
conversation,
recent
style.
disaster, governor's response, hurricane. It's not true. Everything he says is a lie. Now, on the contrary, there has been Donald Trump, who has refused aid to states before. There are reported conversations with Kushner saying that Donald Trump wanted to withhold aid from people. Initially in California, when the wildfires were happening under his term, Donald Trump withheld that aid. And a speech a few days ago,
Donald Trump withheld aid from California for the wildfires. I like that. I like that clipped speaking for emphasis. Yes.
Donald Trump talked again about potentially withholding aid from California if they didn't sign on to a bill that would open up more land in the North for agricultural purposes. There is only one president that I know of in recent history that has threatened to withhold national federal aid from states in times of disaster, and that is Donald Trump. Joe Biden has never done this. You will not find statements of him ever doing this. You can look at, I believe, Roy Collins on Twitter right now, just yesterday tweeted, thanks to Biden for calling him and providing everything that they need. This is a lie, like basically every other thing that is said in support of the Republicans, and even ignoring all of the policy. We can even say, fine, maybe they might have a better stance on the border. They don't. Maybe they might have a better stance on the economy. They don't. Maybe they might have a better stance on foreign policy. They definitely don't. Fine, maybe they do, but even if they did, Donald Trump wouldn't be the guy that would be able to get anything done. Donald Trump was not able to get funding for the wall. He wasn't able to build the wall. He ruled like a dictator with executive order. I think he built an itty-bitty fence, and then he walked away with his tail between his legs, and he called that a victory. So if you did want a wall, if immigration was something that was scary to you, why would you rely on Donald Trump, who was a massive and total and utter failure in his administration, where both sides of Congress were controlled by his party, to do anything? Right? He wouldn't be the guy for it. He was incapable of doing it. And he was only able to have such good numbers because he was able to rely on COVID to shut down the border with Title 42, and he was able to rely on the fact that a lot of people were sick and didn't feel like making the journey to the United States. And you can tell because if you look at that graph that he lies about, that he shows at events where he says, this is when I left office, he actually left office like about a year later when the immigration numbers are starting to spike up again. So if immigration is your issue, Donald Trump's not the guy to solve it. He can't work with Congress to pass legislation. There was a big bill on the border from Langford that Doyle, for some reason, called Democrat authored. This bill had widespread support among Republicans until Donald Trump came and shut it down. Interviews with Langford confirmed this. You can watch a speech with Ted Cruz where he says this. You can watch McConnell talking about it in the Senate where he confirms this. Nobody is debating this seriously except for the people, the sycophants that try to carry water for Trump outside of his administration. I say outside of his administration because nobody from his last administration is left. How do you have all these people? You know, you look at the people that he surrounded himself with. Where are they at? Donald Trump won in 2016 running on a ticket with Vice President Mike Pence, or ex-Vice President Mike Pence. Where is Pence? Why isn't he running anymore? Pence? Oh, because when he was in office last, Donald Trump basically watched and tried to get him killed when he was at the at the Capitol building trying to certify the election. Donald Trump sat by and he watched for 3 hours. You want to talk about a dereliction of duty or an absent commander in chief? He sat by and he watched while the Capitol was rioted, while it was taken over for 3 hours, doing absolutely nothing in the attempts to maybe win the election because the people would be too scared to certify it after he riled his crowd up and he sent them out of the Capitol. If you look at Donald Trump's approach to foreign policy, it was a joke. People say there were no wars under Donald Trump. What do you mean? No, what does that even mean? We were in a conflict all over the world. He was still doing drone strikes in Yemen. We did the assassination of Soleimani. We had troops that were active in Syria. We had a military presence that was still in Afghanistan. There was still a Russian occupation of Crimea. There was an Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia. There were riots in the Gaza Strip. Like when we say there were no wars in the rest of the world, this is just another conservative delusion. And what are the foreign policy positions that Donald Trump has? And not the empty platitudes, okay? Not Donald Trump where he stands and he leans forward like a fucking giraffe because you don't want people to see that he weighs 350 pounds, okay? Give me an actual policy position that Donald Trump has or has at least espoused when it comes to dealing with. Oh,
is that why he leans?
Oh, we can't do that.
I thought it was like a lumbar issue.
Every single time on every single interview,
I thought he had issues with his fucking
Doyle
spine.
is going to bring up Ricky Vaughn, real name Douglas Mackey, as a martyr for the First Amendment when in reality, he was actively committing voter fraud through a text-to-vote scheme. Exactly what Valls was talking about.
Oh, thanks for the 1999, Devil. That's really generous of you. Do you mean when there's a 7-second clip of Tim Walz saying that the First Amendment doesn't cover this, you shouldn't, like, this is not a free speech right? Is that what you're talking about? The guy who was literally trying to fucking commit voter fraud with his First Amendment. Oh no. Yeah, look at this. Look at this lean. I just thought he was like a weird guy. This isn't to make himself look thinner, is it? I thought he just had spinal issues. Shut up. It's weird, isn't it? Oh, is it like a forced perspective? Is it just because? Is it just so that he? Is it to counterweight the weight of his ass? Is it to counterweight the dump truck? The dump truck is so heavy that he has to lean forward to balance himself out. This is incredible. The fuck is this? This is an amazing one. Yeah, but when it's head on, it looks normal. That one's unbelievable. That's a dump truck issue, isn't it?
Where Donald Trump is asked about his foreign policy, he says, I can't spoil it. It's a secret. Well, it's not a secret. We watched what happened when he was in office. When he sent Tillerson and Pence over to North Korea, later on, Trump tweeted out, Tillerson, don't waste your time. Okay, I think Pence actually said it was a waste of time. I believe that was reported behind the scenes. Nobody thought that anything could happen in North Korea. They were back to testing their missiles a month later. Nothing happened there, except for the fact that Kim got a photo with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump, for the first time in U.S. history, was the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces saluting an enemy's military for who the knows what reason. Let's see. Did he have a good success in any good success in Syria? Well, let's see. He completely and utterly ditched our allies, the Kurdish fighters that were fighting alongside the FSA against Bashar al-Assad, somebody who engaged in chemical warfare against his own citizens enough that Trump saw fit to bomb an airport. Was that also another action that wasn't a war or wasn't part of military conflict? I don't know. It's hard to keep track of what conservatives consider what, because it seems like they got a double standard for literally everything. And when I say double standard, I mean an actual human standard for Democrats.
Calling your foreign policy a secret is really fucking funny. It works. It works on Republican shitheads who are so fucking naive because they think they're living in a fucking straight to fucking DVD retarded action film that they can just convince people that, like, yeah, you would never tell people what you're going to do about Russia, Ukraine. That would give the whole game away. Why? Like, come on.
Actually, no standard for.
Meanwhile, the things he does say publicly is when he talks about fucking painting Chinese flags on American planes and bombing Russia to trick them.
Republicans. When we look at things like the economy, we talked about pulling kids out of childhood poverty. Did Donald Trump have a policy for that? Well, let's see. When he was in front of that economic forum and they asked him, Donald Trump, what one specific policy would you actually give in order to alleviate childhood poverty? He gave an answer that puts Biden at his worst moments to shame. This was one of the most unbelievable word salads I've ever heard in my entire life. I thought the man was either about to have a stroke or was halfway through one by the time he finished his answer to that question. But again, Republicans have absolutely no standards. They do not live in reality. They think that oil is a self-replenishing thing that comes from the ground because dinosaurs weren't real. Half of them think the Earth is 6,000 years old. We had all these predictions about COVID and the mRNA vaccines and the Chinese-made virus in the lab that didn't come true. Nothing that conservatives have said has come true in terms of all the fear-mongering they did. Nothing. We had.
Damn, Westside Tyler is literally getting attacked by people who disagree with me. I don't agree with Lowerbox, but you gave him a platform to reinforce his position at the expense of your dignity. Oh my God, this is 2 hours ago. And he's dismissing his claims about Israel wanting more land, and that's why they're attacking Lebanon as regional trivia. He didn't even know who or what Hezbollah are. Regional trivia. Is he ever going to let it go? 7 minutes? I guess not. Oh, how many LeMayos do we have here? How many not mads do we have here? Oh, God. Lorderbox dog walker. LeMayo. 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 You want any catch up with that? No, but I'll take some LeMayo. 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 Yeah, we got 100% LeMayo rate. Nice. Strong. Strong day from Tyler.
Had 4 years of Biden. Where's my communism? Where was the destruction of the country? It's not here. We've got Donald Trump, who wants to come into the next administration to do what? Put 10 or 20% tariffs on everything? What, is he going to go back on the U.S., Mexico, Canada, the North America Free Trade Agreement, the one that he was so proud?
Does he not know? Does he not know that that Hezbollah admitted that like more than half of the people injured were their own guys. There are still a couple of question marks around that pager attack. There are still a few. The two question marks I have are, one is, are they discerning between Hezbollah's civilian membership and their militant membership? And how do they do that? How do they make that decision? And two, I guess, is like, they say that they had precise intel on each fighter, but it's obviously not, it obviously wasn't precise because one of the people who died was a kid, two of them, one of them bringing the pager to her dad. So it's not 100% precise, but was it within the realm of fucking legitimate expectation? Yeah, there's still a few question marks about it. Like the way he's describing it is fucking ridiculous. But
out of that superseded NAFTA? Is he going to destroy that so that he can tariff everything? Or is he just speaking empty platitudes? Or, more likely, does Donald Trump not even really know what a tariff is? Does Donald Trump know the difference between a trade deficit and a budget deficit and our national...
Does it make a difference that Hezbollah rejects that there's a difference in military members and any other members? Do they? Do they? Like, is a Hezbollah like fucking party member in the parliament? Do they say that that person's a fighter? I don't think that's true. I think if a party member or like a tax collector or whatever dies, they don't go on Makawama.news in a fucking military uniform with their obituary, do they? That's their line. Do you mean it's their line in the sense of like, yeah, everyone in our party is a combatant, everyone? Or is it like, we're all fighters? It's like a slogan. We all fight the entity through jihad. But obviously jihad, some of that is like non-militant means, right?
debt, you might want to, defend him and say, well, I'm sure he does know the difference. But then if that's the case, why is it that in the 4 years of Donald Trump, where our economy was doing so well, why the f were we running record deficits before COVID? Why was this happening? If Donald Trump and the Republicans are so good about tackling our debt and doing something about the deficit, why was he still running record deficits while the economy was exploding 25% year over year over year? Why was Donald Trump trying to use Twitter to bully Powell, to bully the Federal Reserve, to keep interest rates low? Why was Donald Trump sending his Department of Justice into the states to try to fabricate election results? Why was Donald Trump trying to bully Jeff Sessions or Comey or Christopher Wray to kill investigations related to him or people around him when people in his close company, like Roger Stone, were directly communicating with foreign adversaries in order to leak information about about the Democrats? Donald Trump is easily one of the worst presidents of all time, and his character should reflect on the people that defend him as well. Because remember, the only way to defend Donald Trump is to ignore reality, to be delusional, to pretend that everything under his administration didn't happen, to pretend that things under Biden have happened that haven't happened, and to pretend that somehow in the future he's going to be able to do all of these things that he had a monumental failure of attempting during his 4 years. And remember, it's going to be with an entirely new administration, because nobody that works with Trump ever wants to work with him again, because either they see that Trump is corrupt or he calls them a rhino. And so now we have a new Trump. We've got a new vice president with Trump, a guy that said he would co-sign onto all of the malicious activity that Trump wants to do, which Pence wasn't willing to go along with. God knows who he'd want to staff the Department of Justice with, or what any of his other cabinet positions would be like. And God help us all. Even if Trump loses the election, honestly, even if he loses the election by a landslide, the fact that there are so many tens of millions of Americans that have been lied to and tricked and deceived by the figures that were supposed to be at the left. Remember when we were supposed to have a George Soros controlling all of our communications, and instead we got an Elon Musk who is full-throatedly, avowedly, pro-Trump and posting AI misinformation about Kamala Harris, on a social media platform. Remember when the Hunter Biden laptop suppression was like the worst thing that's ever happened in the world? And then we get a JD Vance leak, and all of a sudden, now Republicans believe in foreign interference? Now people leaking stuff about actual politicians? Believe it or not, Hunter Biden never ran for anything. I don't know if people remember that or not. Now it's a huge problem. Censoring stories was supposed to be the worst thing. We care about doxing. We care about all these things now. It's crazy how Republicans discover morality and standards whenever they have to levy any type of criticism to the left. I just wish that at some point they would live up to a single standard or apply anything consistently across the board.
Thank you very much for that 10-minute opening statement as well, Stephen. We are going to switch it back to John for his 5-minute rebuttal. John, thanks very much. The floor is all yours.
It seemed to me like there was a lot there that was generally just firing from the hip at Republicans and specifically Donald Trump. And I think what it gets down to, which is what this debate often does, is just competing views of how politics actually works in this country. Destiny seems to be somebody who has faith in the establishment and the system, generally speaking, to do its job. And Donald Trump's political project is exactly the opposite of that. Donald Trump's political project was
I can't get over these fucking Free Syria memes. I'm guessing this is like, yeah, the Free Syrian Army, the more like pro-Western side of the Free Syria people. Oh no. I don't- Oh God.
go in and drain the swamp. And as anybody who's a Trump supporter knows, and maybe even laments, that did not exactly happen in his first administration. And it's because Donald Trump was the first president under the Republican ticket who was not awarded a mechanically functioning administration. Donald Trump, even George Bush, who I don't think anyone here maybe is a fan of the way that his administration functioned, but that administration functioned as it should have in the sense that George Bush was able to delegate and get things done. Donald Trump was not able to do this because there were so many people who understood that he was simply an irritant to an otherwise functioning, well-oiled machine, which is the Washington establishment. They didn't necessarily want to hitch their cart to that and taint a resume. Or you had Reince Priebus, the former head of the RNC. You know, he had a Rolodex of names ready to go to fill these staffing positions. So it's not at all surprising to me that Trump was not able to execute the way that other presidents, including Republican presidents, were able to execute, because everything that Trump sought to do was a disruption of orthodoxies which have existed for 60 years and would like to exist after Donald Trump. And I think that a lot of those personnel issues have been resolved since. I think he understands some of the problems there. But I also think it's sort of nonsensical to conflate, sort of Republican delusion with Democrat delusion. Because when you have Republican delusion, that's like your aunt or uncle at dinner who says something like, I don't know, what if elites are like satanic and do crazy rituals? And it's like, yeah, that's crazy. Democrat delusion is like what these people run on. They run on the issue of, hey, what if we put an axe wound in between a child's legs? Wouldn't that be neat? Hey, what if we couldn't actually define like what a woman is? Things like that. Again, very low-hanging fruit, but simultaneously, I think very important to understand exactly which party is the one advertising and establishing power based on delusion. And so I didn't really hear much that was addressing the points I laid out directly in terms of why Trump did X. It was successful. Biden undid X, and now we are experiencing bad results because of that. And so in terms of Trump's staffing issues, again, you have an incentive there to not want to hitch your cart to that, whereas Kamala Harris had the highest overturning rate for her White House staff in history. It was like 92%. 92% of people who were working for her went away. They said, no thank you, no more. What kind of leader is it where people who are the closest to her, working for her, in proximity to her, with no other incentive, no other obvious lily pad? I mean, you're working for Kamala Harris. That's maybe the future president. That's the vice president. They still left those jobs because working for her was such a nightmare. So the idea that she could somehow command and be a better executive than Donald Trump is just complete nonsense. Moreover, we have
Lunderbox, a random thought, but Iran efficiently directly killed more Gazan civilians than Israelis. What would the relative risk on that be? That's an Avi question. You want to find Avi and ask him? Tag him in the Discord, you'll answer.
Haven't even heard that case. All we've heard is that Donald Trump is bad because Republicans are delusional or things like that. The tariff policy, I don't understand why we're against tariffs. Tariffs are like as American as apple pie. Every man who's on Mount Rushmore was a protectionist. 95% of all imports during the height of America's economic growth in the 19th and 20th century were tariffed. Biden even kept the tariffs that Trump implemented, so if they were so bad with the Chinese imports, I mean, you would think that he would have repealed those, but of course he didn't. He held on to them. So I think that, yeah.
What is this? Hezbollah statements. General Naim Qasem. Is it Qasem? If it's got, I don't know, fucking. Or we don't have a military wing and a political one. We don't have Hezbollah on one hand and the resistance part on the other. Every element of Hezbollah, from members to commanders as well as our various capabilities, are in service of the resistance, and we have nothing but the resistance as a priority. Again, this doesn't make them fighters by IHL. I don't think that's how that works. Unless he's saying that every member is like a multitasker. It's kind of like saying that, because the language that they would use is like, they might say something like everyone is in service of the resistance, but the resistance might also mean like providing fucking welfare for people in the region, right? That's like party members can do without being a fighter. So I wouldn't hinge on that to make an IHL statement. You'd need more information than that.
Yeah, you know, the president is the executive. He doesn't have to necessarily pass bipartisan legislation to be an effective president. He is the executive, the chief executive. You know, Sam Francis once said that there are two parties in D.C. You have an evil party and a retarded party. And occasionally those two parties get together and do something evil and retarded, and we call that bipartisanship. I think that's actually true. I don't think bipartisan legislation is an accurate measure for what makes a good leader. Congress has, what, a 2% approval rating on its best day, something like that? We think working with these people, these swamp rats, is actually indicative of what makes a good leader. A good leader is someone who can get in there and just pass his legislation through. We'll figure out the legality. I shouldn't say it. We'll pass his legislation, and, you know, it gets held up in the courts, as it often did with Trump, for example, when he was trying to work through the executive branch and get these different things done. Again, he passed what? The tax cut. Why? Because even though we maybe agree with tax cuts, ultimately the people who are in charge don't really have a problem with tax cuts. So you have deficit spending, like he said, when the government's taking in less revenue. I don't know what that deficit was precisely, but I bet that it was bigger than the amount that the wall would have cost. Why can't we have a wall? Why can't we have mass deportation? Because immigration is what benefits the ruling class, because we have more people coming in from other countries. They are reliant upon the establishment for money, opportunities, etc., which are then taken away from American citizens, as we've seen with the job growth, as we see with money that's going for relief, all sorts of different things. The Haitians, I don't know why, you know, I was driving through Ohio to get here. I never thought I'd see a Haitian in Ohio. Nothing against Haitians, it's just, you know, peas and apples and oranges, I guess. I don't know. But that should not be happening. We should not be prioritizing the interests of other people from all over the world like we have been during this administration. And Donald Trump dared to say that we can actually put America first. And that is why they have done everything in their power, be it lawsuits to assassination attempts, which my opponent this evening makes jokes about and thinks they're actually warranted, to stop this man, because he upsets those orthodoxies in a way that no one else dared to.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute rebuttal. We'll switch back to Stephen for his 5-minute rebuttal. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Okay, tell me when I'm getting on time, okay? Because I don't have a timer in front of me, okay?
Will do.
Okay, all right, or give me a 30-second notice, okay. Okay, well, Donald Trump talks about draining the swamp. I'm sorry, Donald Trump is the swamp. The most effective swamp that Donald Trump drained were his own cabinet members. When every single person around a guy, whether be it his personal people like Cohen, be it his own cabinet members like Rex Tillerson, people like Mike Pence, be it his own family members or his wife like Melania, who doesn't want to even be seen with him, whether it's other people in office who are begging him to call off the rioters on January 6th, like when him and McCarthy got into a fight on the phone. Every single person that has worked with Trump says that he is trash, and he is trash. How can you scream about having Jabba the Hutt draining the swamp when he is the swamp? Everywhere he goes is a swamp. If Donald Trump hadn't done The Apprentice, he would be a brokey crackhead wandering the streets of the Bronx or Manhattan trying to get a hit. He is a loser in every single part of his life, and the party backing him right now are losers. And I don't mean that in the abstract sense of let's have another 5-hour conversation about trans issues, but I mean that in the sense that his personal business adventures have been an epic failure. He's filed bankruptcy almost over half a dozen times, I believe. People from his prior administration have abandoned him. His own family is abandoning him. He is a convicted felon for a good reason too. He's facing more felony charges. All of the lawyers that were working with him before have been either criminally indicted, criminally convicted, or in the case of people like Powell or Giuliani, disbarred, meaning they can't even practice law again, or Eastman as well. So the idea that we need to drain the swamp, Trump is the swamp, and he surrounds himself with the swamp. I've never seen people so gleefully line up to celebrate when a guy says, I fired the bad people, ignoring the fact that he hired the bad people too. You can't complain and cry about your own administration when it's your administration. And if you want to, that's fine. You could do that, but it just goes to further prove my point. Donald Trump is not the guy for the job. Even if you hate Kamala Harris, even if you think that Donald Trump's policies are good, he's clearly an ineffective leader. And I'm not willing to sit by for another 4 years while this guy takes another run at the office to see if maybe he can figure out how to do his job this time, because he clearly was incapable of doing it last time. The Republicans, for the first time in the history of the United States Congress, weren't even able to keep their majority speaker seat because there was so much infighting in the party. It's absolutely insane that we would look at a party like this and think they're capable of governing. That you have a president that is trying to aggressively witch hunt into the ground all these people. You want to bring up concrete facts again? Look at Roy Collins' response in North Carolina today compared to under Trump's administration when they put in a request for some $800 million, and they got like 8. They got 1% of the requested aid. You could Google this. North Carolina, 2017, requested financial aid, requested federal aid. You could find this. This is all real. They're all facts. There's no way to hide from them. You know what else is facts? You want to talk about draining the swamp? Why do you have pardon lists that people like Giuliani and Eastman are referring to when they're working for Donald Trump? Why are these people going into office assuming they're going to be breaking crimes, asking to be put on a pardon list afterwards? Why is Donald Trump pardoning people like Manafort, who's proven to work in Ukraine, the thing, and taking money without declaring it, the things that the Republicans so desperately have been trying to accuse Hunter Biden of doing for years? Why is Donald Trump pardoning people like Blackwater contractors who were responsible for massacres in the country of Iraq? I thought we didn't like foreign intervention. I thought we didn't like this type of foreign policy. I guess unless Donald Trump is saying things like we're going to kill the terrorist families or we're going to take all of the Syrian oil fields. I wish the Republican delusion was just about dinosaurs or oil, but unfortunately the Republican delusion runs far deeper and is far sicker. You heard Doyle laugh and joke and say, well, you got to pass legislation and then figure out the legality afterwards. He's joking, but that's not a joke. That was the plan on January 6th. That's why Eastman said, we're going to try this particular thing, but if it gets tested to the courts, we'll probably lose 2-7. No, we'll probably lose 0-9. We'll probably lose every single Supreme Court justice. But you know what? I bet it won't even make it to court because it's a major political question. We're not even going to touch it. That was the whole plan to overthrow the election.
That's what Doyle should say. This guy talks about Trump too much.
They still, 80% of Republicans still to this day don't even believe that the results of the last election were real. So unfortunately, the delusion goes much further. You want to talk about what is a woman?
Oh my God, Keir Starmer's statement. Let's go. The British Empire.
Civilian targets in the Iranian regime has launched over 200 ballistic missiles at civilian targets in Israel. It's too soon to assess the impact fully. But I utterly condemn this attempt by the Iranian regime to harm...
Bro, there's actually fucking CCTV footage of that guy in Jericho getting killed by the rocket. It's so sad. Oh. Fuck. All
innocent Israelis to escalate this incredibly dangerous situation and push the region ever closer to the brink. It cannot be tolerated. We stand with Israel and we recognise her right to self-defence in the face of this aggression. Iran must stop these attacks, together with its proxies like Hezbollah. Iran has menaced the Middle East for far too long.
Weak effort.
Chaos and destruction brought not just to Israel, but to the people they live amongst in Lebanon and beyond. Make no mistake, Britain stands full square against such violence. We support Israel's reasonable demand for the security of its people.
Well, right now, according to a conservative, a woman could be a fucking fugitive of her state if she is crossing state lines because she might be going after an abortion. A woman might be somebody who you can track at the border if she wants to drive into another state that has legalized access to certain types of contraceptions or certain types of abortion procedures because you don't want her to be able to have an abortion.
30 seconds.
I mean... The idea that Republican delusion, doesn't run as deep as it does and isn't deeply rotting, not only in a character and moral sense, but also just in a procedural sense, is laughable. Again, you want to talk about Donald Trump, and the fact that tariffs are great. I don't know where that 95% number came from, but Donald Trump's big crowning achievements were tax cuts, which was deficit spending, and renegotiating the NAFTA agreement into the U.S. Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement, now which he wants to completely destroy with tariffs. So even the little bit that he did accomplish was either just deficit spending like they accuse Democrats of doing, or something that he wants to blow up as soon as he gets into office anyway.
Time. Thank you very much, Stephen. We'll now move into the prepared questions. So I have one for each of you. We'll start with John. This is one that I think was briefly alluded to, but I want to give you a chance to both talk on this. As I mentioned earlier, John will have 5 minutes to respond, and then Destiny will have a 3-minute rebuttal to that response.
The rebels just
for
get shorter
John
and shorter.
in
Okay.
the late May hush money trial this year, in which Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felony counts. The prosecutor in the case said it was, quote, a planned, coordinated, long-running conspiracy by Donald Trump to influence the 2016 election by paying off those who reported his bad behavior, unquote. Do you agree with the prosecutor that this was election interference, and should this, namely Trump's 34 felony counts, be a relevant factor for citizens deciding who they'll vote for this November?
I think it was a witch hunt. I don't think it's a relevant factor, and I don't think anyone actually thinks it's a relevant factor. I mean, his approval rating, his polling didn't significantly drop. You are simply firing at the hip, and you plug in convicted felon when you are attacking Donald Trump. But if it weren't convicted felon, then it would be, well, he was charged as it would be whatever it has to be to simply paint Orange Man as bad. Just like it's, I mean,
if it's true, sorry, what if he's a convicted felon? Should you not say that if you're an opponent? Bro, I'm sorry. If someone got even fucking indicted as a fucking Biden or Kamala, that's crooked Hillary. She wasn't even found guilty of anything, and she was crooked, criminal, fucking bad girl Hillary. God, slimy fuck. All right.
2016, it was the Russia collusion, and we've had things ever since then. We've had multiple impeachments, just painting this guy as like an absolute threat to democracy, literally Hitler. But then he gets in office and things are more or less like okay, actually. It's not the end of the world. His supposed delusion does not seem to be manifesting into the way that the country is, in the way that, you know, the Biden administration or the Harris administration, which seems to be operating, I guess, on not delusional ideas, is actually manifesting in lower qualities of life for everybody who's in this country. I mean, real house net worth is down. Incomes are down, crime is up, unemployment. I mean, people are not happy with the way things are going. If Trump is so delusional and crazy, why is it that he had higher approval ratings at this point in his administration than does Biden or Kamala? I mean, Kamala had the lowest approval rating for any vice president before the incentive was given to be a cheerleader for her because she became...
You said literally Hitler. I know, right? No one who matters said that. Like, no fucking major Democrat figure said literally Hitler. It's just a complete... It's a fucking simulacra. That's what it is.
The nominee after Biden had to step down and everything. So
it's a
I
lie.
absolutely believe that it was fake, and I think that voters are and should be disregarding it, because the question is ultimately not about these sort of trivialities. It's about who is going to actually create a better life for Americans. I think I laid out very clearly in my opening statement that Donald Trump can do that, has done that, and will once again do that. And I'm having to sort of deal with these things about Trump firing neocons, and I'm supposed to be really upset that that happened. Like, yeah, I mean, if you're going to build a foreign policy establishment and you want to posture as being strong, I'm going to hire the guy who wants to make, I don't know, the entire Middle East into a parking lot, because I want them to know it's there, I might do it, and then when we have problems, maybe we fire him or things like that. Like, that computes to me, that makes sense to me. That is what I would do in that situation as a loyal MAGA patriot. I don't think that's necessarily delusional or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, again, Trump's political project was something that was ambitious. It was this idea that we are going to break free from party orthodoxies on immigration, which in the 2000s, you would get fired from mainstream conservative establishments for even hinting at, expressing attitudes, which now Trump is now endorsing and making the baby boomers at the RNC hold up signs in support of mass deportations. Things like trade policy, which again, you could not question. Things like foreign policy. I mean, your measure of republicanism up until Donald Trump was your expressed support for the wars in particularly Iraq, but broadly speaking, the Middle East. How Republican you are was defined by that. And then Donald Trump gets on stage with Jeb Bush and says, actually, the towers came down under your brother. We weren't safe. It was a big fat mistake. And he was booed. People forget that. He was booed by everybody in the audience, all the donors, all the special interests. And so this guy's not a leader, yet in the last 10 years, he has wrestled control of the party and made it his own. I don't care if the swamp has a problem with that, and there are hurdles. Obviously, we're trying to drain the swamp. You think these people are going to go kicking and screaming? I mean, they're theater kids. What else would they do if not work in D.C. as complete losers?
Not the free Syrian memes. Oh no. This is becoming a thing now. There's too many of them. They're so quick. I guess this is it's a little comparison of Iran's ballistic missile salvo versus the Israeli pagers. Okay, good one. Okay, good one. Good one. All right.
and sycophants. So yeah, that doesn't come as a surprise to me at all that there are going to be these problems. But remember, in 2020, he's out of office. You've got primary campaigns coming from DeSantis. People are blaming him for the disappointing midterm results. All these things. He manages to still wrestle control of his party to where now his transition team, the people in charge of filling his next administration, are loyalists. They are his family as opposed to the neocons and swamp rats they were. He's learned his lesson. This guy has managed to wrestle control of the Republican Party and make it more into his own. The entire RNC is Donald Trump Lollapalooza. I mean, this guy is the leader of the Republican Party, which is why when I drive here through the heartland of the country, I see Trump flags and Trump bumper stickers, because people understand that what Donald Trump means is a rejection of whatever the establishment orthodoxy is. It is a political identity that says, no thank you, I don't like what's going on, and that is why people love him, that is why people take bullets for him, and that is why people will stand out in the cold rain to see this guy speak whenever he goes. Kamala doesn't draw crowds like that. Obama could, but no other Democrat politician can even come close. Because there's no energy, because people don't actually believe that these people have a vision for the country. They simply don't like Trump, which is why Destiny has not outlined a vision for the country. He simply does not like Trump. He is the same. I'm here tonight with you, the people, like Trump was. Destiny, like Kamala, his candidate, they are alike in this way, are coming in remotely. It is 1-to-1.
Thank you very much. Stephen, you have 3 minutes to respond to John. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, I want to point out a phrase that was used that is incredibly important to understand for people that are sycophantically aligned with Donald Trump, and that was the phrase loyal MAGA patriot. These people's allegiance is to Donald Trump before country. These people's allegiance is with the idea of Donald Trump and the epic name-calling before anything that was outlined in the Constitution, like our founding fathers said, or anything having to do with the way that our government runs. That's why MAGA patriots, like Biden so wisely said years ago in that horrific speech that he gave that conservatives love to obsess over with the red background, that MAGA Republicans are a threat to this country. And they are. They are exactly the type of illiberal, establishment disrespecting, absolutely no appreciation for process or rule of law people that represent one of the largest threats to this country. When you talk about every single thing that has to do with Donald Trump and all the good things, there are all these empty, worthless platitudes. Where's the legislation? There's none. If Donald Trump couldn't get legislation passed besides tax cuts with both houses of Congress, why would I ever expect him to get anything done the next time when he doesn't have both houses of Congress? And screw it, what does even having both houses of Congress mean? I should say all three houses of Congress, because in the House, the Republicans couldn't even keep their own party together. So the idea that Donald Trump is going to be some effective leader is absolutely ludicrous. And the record shows that. The record demonstrates that. You want to look at legislation under Biden, who's supposed to be an old, decrepit, and senile man? Then why is it that when Donald Trump talks about China, Joe Biden signs the CHIPS Act? Why is it that when Donald Trump talks about deficit spending and cutting costs in government, Biden gets the Inflation Reduction Act passed that actually offsets government spending by raising money? Why is it that when Donald Trump makes all of these empty promises, all we can do is blame every single person around him? Meanwhile, Biden says that he's a leader for all of America and he will lead all of America. And then coming up, I would expect Kamala Harris to do the exact same. If you want to talk about why nobody's talking about policies, or you want to make fun of the fact that Kamala Harris didn't have policies on her website for long enough, Donald Trump and the Republicans don't talk about policies. How many minutes did we make it into this debate before trans issues were brought up by the MAGA patriot on stage? And again, consult the record. You want to talk about empty witch hunts, and then you bring up Russiagate, which has turned out dozens of credible Russian indictments, which initially, I guess my friend on the stage didn't want to believe in, but now as we've gotten more indictments, we see that the Russian infiltration into our news cycle is way more extreme than any conservative is willing to admit, as we saw with the recent indictments and the statement by the FBI about the 600 or so other influencers, maybe the guy up on stage, who knows, that are also being paid off.
600 influencers, bro. It's everyone you think it is, isn't it? It's everyone you think it is. 600. Why don't we get them checked off before the end of the year? Come on. We deserve to know. 600. The FBI said it was 600 influencers. I mean, I imagine some of them will be Twitter accounts that people might not know, but some of them will be Twitter accounts, some will be YouTubers, some might be TikTokers who we haven't heard of. Have I ever even been super chatted in rubles? I don't think I have. Not once. Is Hassan still talking about the? Let's see. Let's play the 10-second challenge with Hassan. See what he says. 10 seconds.
Clear it's going to strike Iran tonight, and you're already seeing threats from Iran about how they might strike back. For instance, if Israel were to strike its oil facilities, what's going to stem this tide?
Well, it is an escalation, but it's still not as bad as it could have been. It was 180 or north of that of ballistic missiles. Last time in April, Iran fired about 110 ballistic missiles and 30 cruise missiles and various and sundry other armed drones. So yes, more ballistic missiles this time, which are more expensive, up to $10 million a piece, and faster. They reach Israel from Iran in about 10 minutes. Yet still, this was defeated by combined Israel's Iron Dome plus U.S. interceptors fired from U.S. ships in the Gulf region. So it failed, but Iran said it was targeting 3 military bases. Those bases are pretty well defended by the Iron Dome.
He's going to say something.
Iran could have tried to fire at less defended areas, could have targeted populated areas, the Haifa port, the Haifa industrial area. It didn't.
He forgot Jordan.
So they're still on the escalation ladder. There's still some steps
they will have
that you
taken
can
out some.
take. The question next is, what will Israel fire at? Because, of course, last time Iran fired those 300 ballistic missiles.
Okay, he passed the 10-second challenge by not saying anything. It's probably the only way he can. Okay.
Iran launched a large-scale attack of over 180 ballistic missiles directly from Iranian soil at the state of Israel. There were a small number of hits in the center of Israel and some other hits in the southern Israel. The majority of the incoming missiles were intercepted by Israel and a defensive coalition led by the United States. Iran's attack is a severe and dangerous escalation. There will be consequences. Our defensive and offensive capabilities are at the highest levels of readiness. Our operational plans are ready. We will respond wherever, whenever, and however we choose, in accordance with the directive of the government of Israel. Iran and its proxies have been attacking Israel since the 7th of October on 7 fronts. Iran and its proxies seek the destruction of Israel. The Israel Defense Forces will continue doing everything necessary to defend the state of Israel and protect the people of Israel.
Okay.
Off by foreign adversaries.
30
We're
seconds.
talking about empty witch hunts. What about the fact that the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky thing came after 4 years of Ken Starr investigations into completely unrelated matters? What about the Hillary Clinton Benghazi email scandal, which turned out exactly 0 credible indictments? What about the Biden impeachment thing that was just moved through the House from Jim Jordan that didn't even recommend impeachment at the end because they couldn't literally find anything? What about the fact that Hunter Biden has been charged with federal crimes on tax fraud and lying on a 4473 because he was caught smoking drugs in a video? Meanwhile, Roger Stone, who owed over $2 million to the IRS, is just filing a civil agreement, a settlement, and just paying it off. Every single thing that the Republicans say is a projection of their own bad behavior on the other side. Never specific, never a policy, never a piece of legislation, always a lie. All right.
We now have a prepared question for Stephen. He'll get 5 minutes to respond, and then John likewise will get 3 minutes to respond to what Stephen said. Stephen, aside from no taxes on tips, how can Kamala help mitigate the current heavy cost of living for so many Americans trying to make rent or mortgage payments? In other words, are there any sort of blanket policies that might help those who don't make tips?
For me personally, I don't know if the tip thing is ever going to pass. For me personally, I think that expanding zoning is probably one of the most important things. I know that Kamala has talked about giving a large credit to first-time home buyers, which would obviously help people that haven't purchased a home before and people that aren't in real estate investing purchase a home. And I know that they've also talked about expanding things or making permanent, rather, the child tax credit for families, and people, especially with children, are some of the people that need homes the most. So ideally, that sort of federal redistribution of wealth to poorer families, especially those with young children that need larger homes are going to be able to utilize that money in order to buy more homes. These are policies that I would expect would help a little bit.
From this attack, do you think Netanyahu's popularity will get more since October 7th? Well, it seems like the successes against Hezbollah didn't actually give him as much of a boost as people might have thought he would get. I think Israelis have long enough memories. The problem is it might be like a Churchill thing as well, is that they might tolerate him as long as the war lasts, but then as soon as the war is gone, it's like, okay, well, we remember you were shit before that, so yeah, I don't know.
But I mean, on the aggregate, housing policy is something that really needs to be dealt with at the local level, and federal subsidies or federal money back to poor people can probably only do so much. I think that it's probably more important to focus on things that increase the overall health of our economy, like inviting high-skilled or immigrants of low skill that are willing to work into this economy rather than shutting them out, increasing trade so that knowledge, information, patent, our ability to export products continues to grow and increase, which grows and fosters a bigger demand for U.S. labor and U.S. technology, rather than what people like Trump and Doyle want to do, which is tariff everything, lock yourselves up and shut the world down. I think having a strong foreign policy where we can protect tradeways like the Suez Canal, like Biden did to the Yemens.
The seven fronts would be Hamas in Gaza, Hamas on the West Bank. It would be proxies in Iraq, Syria, Hezbollah, Iran, and Yemen. Those would be the seven fronts.
To the Houthis more explicitly is important rather than running away from the world stage
Obviously
and giving it all over to
equal.
Russia and China and hoping that they look out for our good. And I think that having a friendlier disposition towards the world, where you're willing to, help your allies and be a strong leader and foster good relationships that allow for trade, for education, and for people to, really travel from one place to another, I think all would help the economy in a larger way that would help people be able to afford homes, in addition to the explicit federal policies that they set out relating to tax policy.
Stephen, thank you very much. We'll kick it over to John for his 3-minute rebuttal.
I would just say that in the phrase loyal MAGA patriot, you must understand that contained within that you have the phrase MAGA, which of course the A in MAGA stands for America. So I am a loyal American patriot, and I'm also a loyal MAGA patriot.
Wow.
And the difference specifically in this political context is that MAGA means make America great again.
Well, technically, you can't call me un-American because MAGA says America. And blah, blah, blah. Fuck me, I hate him so much. What a weedy little piece of shit.
Which implies that we used to be a great country.
Why is he stealing my look as well? He needs to go back to the fucking unshaved toddler look, because that's still pretty much in line with his mental development over the last 5 years.
Now we're not so great, but we can restore that. That is something that we just have a fundamental disagreement on. Destiny seems to think that everything is going very well, and if it's maybe not, it's not because the political establishment has some sort of interest to harm the citizens of this country. It's just because we haven't exactly tweaked the policy in the way that it needs to be written, and so maybe if we just hire the right staffer or something, that can be different. In terms of the president not getting policy done, again, I disbelieve that the Congress will actually pass.
Not his birthday. Yeah, it's not his birthday. Thank God. Thank God it's my birthday, not this dickhead. Get back in the locker, Doyle. John Doyle.
Legislation. I mean, famously, for example, Republicans can get tax cuts passed. Great. Democrats can get infrastructure bills passed. Great. These are not things that really, when it comes down to it, change the way our system works. I mean, you have money either being put back into our pockets or money being redirected into, to stimulate the economy because they tend to like the demand side of the curve a little bit more. The president is the chief executive. Donald Trump can get in there and he can still legislate through the executive branch and get things done because his job is to enforce laws. The laws are on the books. Joe Biden's administration is giving orders to those bureaucracies to not enforce those laws, to literally remove barricades from the southern border that were otherwise there so that migrants can come into the country illegally. And again, he ended on day one, catch and release. These people are just in the country. They're criminals. They're some I assume are good people. But the point is, we don't know who these people are, and our government should be accountable to the American people. I mean, even as someone who's pro-democracy, I should think that you should appreciate that more so than this this idea that we're somehow reliant on immigrants, let alone for labor or something. I believe in American exceptionalism. I don't think that we need anybody else in the world to show America how to build a society. I think that the West, broadly speaking, built the modern world. I think we have plenty of people here. I don't think that we need these people coming over from other countries to take jobs that would otherwise go to Americans, especially when American college graduates can't get jobs. They're sitting through multiple interviews if they're even lucky to get interviews. They're not able to work in the fields that they go into college for, and so I don't think it's very patriotic to then take those jobs and offer them up to whoever wants to come over here from China or India or wherever.
Thank you very much. We are going to jump into the open dialogue. This is 10 minutes.
Stop there. Did he short circuit?
Gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll let you take it from here.
You know, you mentioned the CHIPS Act as an example of successful Biden legislation. Isn't it accurate that I think since August of 2024, none of that has actually come to fruition? They've had delays with plant manufacturing in Arizona. Nothing's gone on in Ohio. South Korea, I suppose, is delaying the construction in the Arizona factory. I mean, how could you say that the policy is effective because we got it through Congress, but it's not actually coming to fruition yet? And it's been, what, 2022 that was passed or something?
What do you think it means for something to come to fruition?
I think it means you'd start to see construction in the factories, you'd start to see chips being distributed.
So you're telling me you don't think any large companies have allocated money towards factories? The fact that you're saying things are getting delayed already betrays the premise that you're saying that nothing has been done. The fact that there is a delay means that the process is already working. The money has already been allocated from the federal budget, meaning there are already companies that are setting up shop to take advantage of it, meaning that it's already working its way through the system in order to get those plants built. I don't know why you would say, you see how there's a delay here? Doesn't that mean nothing is going on? Well, no, if nothing was going on, there'd be nothing to delay.
There are delays, though, because of certain initiatives from the administration, such as DEI initiative, climate change initiatives, which introduce different impediments which otherwise wouldn't be there.
Oh, God, he's trying to make it about diversity and inclusion and that fucking green shit. What's that called where they blame everything on... What was that? It was a big conspiracy theory like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. It was basically this initiative where they said that we would give you more funding if you abided by particular environmental provisions. ESG, that was gonna wreck the world economy. Remember how that never happened? ESG investing, the racketeering measures. Yeah.
Moreover, everything is more
DEI
expensive now
came from the
because
Biden
of the energy
administration?
policy of your administration. I mean, again, things are getting more expensive. The country's in the toilet. Your answer to this is...
Well, pivot to generalities. Okay, that's when you know he has no fucking details, because this is what he does in his YouTube videos as well. He will cite like a stat or a study with the headline on it, but then he will obviously like demonstrate very clearly that he doesn't actually know what's in the study. He would talk about porn addiction and he would use like percentage rates that were like 1,000 plus or something, but then you would read the study and it just wasn't saying what he thought it was saying at all. He would try to say for like I think he said something like a 1,000% increase in porn addiction or some shit like that. But when you read the actual study, it wasn't even close. It was just talking about porn addicts. Like, yeah. He'll do that stuff all the time.
Which DEI initiative came from the Biden administration?
Sorry. What'd you say?
What was it? Which DEI initiative came from the Biden administration that's slowing things down?
The whole monster. I mean, that's like, it's the way the whole thing works, is you have to have different initiatives.
I'm going to ask the same question when you're done rambling. I just want to know what one policy or initiative from the Biden admin that was the DEI initiative that is affecting businesses. I'm going to ask the same thing when you do your platitudes when you're done, just letting you know.
I didn't hear, okay, sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I'm in person, I did not hear that.
What DEI initiative? What specific policy? What specific regulation?
Yes, I know. You're asking me for a source.
Law?
I am not in front of my laptop. I cannot exactly name.
I didn't ask you for a source.
Do you deny the existence of those sources, though? Are you saying there is no initiative? There is no DEI initiative or climate change initiative? I'm just making that up. There are no impediments. It would be the same under this administration as it would be under the Trump administration.
Okay, well, the audience can decide for themselves. Like I said, it's empty platitudes. It means nothing. DEI initiatives, climate change initiatives, like none of these words are boogeymen. They mean nothing. You're just saying things that are supposed to be spooky and scary.
Again, do you deny the existence of those? Just because I can't name specifically, those just don't exist. There's no DEI initiative. There's no climate change initiative. It's all just nonsense.
When you say climate change initiative, I mean, climate change was a big part of the infrastructure bill. There's a lot of money that was allocated for certain types of infrastructure renewals that tended to favor, but are these bad? Are you saying that is this what you were referring to? Were you referring to the infrastructure bill when you said climate change initiatives? What DEI initiatives were you referring to? I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Were there DEI initiatives in the CHIPS Act? I don't think that's a thing, is it? See the Wikipedia. This is where one mention of diversity. It invests 174 billion in the overall ecosystem of public sector research in science and technology, advancing human space flight, quantum computing, material science, biotechnology, experimental physics, research security, social and ethical considerations, workforce development, and diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts at NASA. So what? They're hiring like a diverse range of employees, and this is what's slowing down the process. Is that true? Like, how often do they mention that? Diversifying the workforce, environmental effects. Okay, so it is there. So Destiny may be overextended. But is there anything about this actually being like a hindrance? Like this is the reason things aren't coming to fruition?
It's a boogeyman.
When you're doing something like constructing factories to build microprocessors, if there are initiatives in place that you have to go through, such as dealing with making sure everything is environmentally friendly and green, whatever that means. That's why even Biden said on the hot mic that this was just their version of the Green New Deal. We got it done because it was environmentally oriented in the construction of those factories. That is to what I am referring, and that definitely is a real thing.
I'm sorry, so the alternative is we should be making new factories that aren't environmentally friendly? Is that what you're seriously arguing for?
That's not what I mean. That's obviously not what I mean. I am simply...
Apparently it's already led to what, 200 billion. This is just from these AI answers are so helpful. Wow. So there are new projects that have already been these have already been allocated. There have been new projects that have already been pledged $200 billion. Out of the 400 and I can't remember what the total was. Yeah, that's most of it, isn't it? So most of this funding, I think, has already been pledged. Yeah. Okay.
Saying that there are initiatives which exist under this administration which would not exist in other administrations, which could be why, in response to everything that's happened in this country, your big success is, well, we at least got the microprocessors underway. And it's like, okay, well, we have 15,000 convicted murderers now who are in the country through the southern border because your president removed barricades that have enabled these people to now just flood into the
he's diverting. God, he's so fucking weaselly. It's so obvious.
Country from we don't even know where.
You know that 15,000 number, you're not accurately citing that, right? That 50, first of all, I think the number is 14,000, and that is with the totality of non-citizens that are in the country that have committed a violent crime. They didn't all come in the 4 years that are Biden. You're making that up. You can Google 14,000 homicides or 14,000 violent crime and look up that number to pretend that they all came in. Also, they all came in through the southern border where the federal government, by the way, has exclusive purview to do immigration policy. That's where they all came in from. How would you even know that? Are they just watching them come in and writing them down in a notebook? And then, even the premise of this, again, is ridiculous. It's all like boogeyman bullshit. If you care about the border so much, why are you happy that Trump blocked the bill?
Well, because again, that immigration bill was not actually addressing things substantively. They were trying to score political points because Americans are expressing anxiety about immigration, which is to say they're unhappy with the way that the Biden administration has handled it. Because again, on day one, you have to tell me, why did he stop doing the things that Trump had? Why did he halt the construction of the border wall? Why did he end Remain in Mexico? Why did he do things that would make it easier for people to come in through, yes, the southern border into our country? What benefit does that serve to American citizens?
There was no border wall under Trump. It just never happened. Nothing in Congress ever got done in regards to a border wall. So everything you're saying about that is fantastic.
That's not true. He was building
that
the border
bill.
wall.
When you say the border bill was political points, killing the border bill was political points, definitionally so. Donald Trump killed it to win politically. But to say that the bill was bad because it didn't address anything substantively, what's lacking in substance for more funding for asylum processes? What's lacking in substance for allocating more judges to process immigrants? What's lacking in substance? Why did the Border Patrol support this bill? What's lacking in substance to staffing the border with more agents to defend our border? Which of these things are lacking in substance?
I think, well, because if you are bringing more judges in to process these cases, that does not mean that the cases are going to go in a way that I would like. That just means these people are going to more easily be able to enter into the country. It's not as though if you had more judges and more resources, it would somehow be better able to secure itself as a southern border. They would simply be allowed to, in greater number and with more expediency, waltz into the country and disappear into God knows where.
But it would also lower the number of people coming in, because even if that's what he wants, first of all, yeah, having judges there means that people who deserve to be in the country and have legitimate claims can come in, and people who don't have them can leave more easily. That would happen quicker. But again, I think the problem with John Doyle is that he doesn't want judges. He wants fucking brown shirts and SS officers to just say, no, turn away. We don't care if you're fleeing anything legitimate. We don't care if you're fleeing persecution. We don't care if you have a legitimate asylum claim. No, we don't care if you actually have like a reasonable path to citizenship. No, just leave. Fuck off. Yeah, that's what he wants. John Doyle.
If you think that the goal of the judges is to just rubber stamp everybody coming in, then why would Biden need to hire more judges at all? Wouldn't every single asylum judge just say, oh, you're in, oh, you're in, oh, you're in?
No,
Do you not want to process them?
how
about you just say what you actually want?
these
You want to
things
shut
are
down all immigration. Just say that. You don't want any immigrants coming in. Just say that. Be honest.
Yeah, I've said that for 5 years. That is exactly my point.
Okay,
Yeah.
then don't say the border bill lacks substance. Just say you disagree with it because you're opposed to immigration. Also, when you say American exceptionalism, do you believe in American exceptionalism or British exceptionalism? Because I don't understand what you mean when you say American exceptionalism and then you're anti-immigration. Like, where do you think Americans come from? They come from other countries, right? Unless you live on a Native American reservation and you want to see the expansion of their territory.
When America was becoming America, immigration was coming from a different part of the world. I think a part of the world that was approximately the size of Florida. Now we are getting people from, we'll say, places that are maybe a little bit less compatible. And I don't think that they're assimilating very well. And I think that pretty much any metric by which you choose to evaluate that would vindicate the truth of that. And so when I say America doesn't need immigration,
the fact is, if the American Constitution has been threatened, unfortunately, the only people who have really meaningfully threatened the American Constitution in the last 100 years from within have been white people, have been Republicans, have been people that John Doyle supports. These are the people. There's not been any fucking Mexican January 6th. There's not been any black January 6th. There's never actually. The one thing that black protesters did in the 50s and 60s was they actually held America closer to its constitution than some of the states were doing, because some of the states believed that not all men were created equal, that they could actually roadblock people to having voting rights and proper equal citizenship. That was another thing that MLK did. That it wasn't just that we're trying to subvert the American system to give people voting rights and civil rights. No, we were actually advocating to pull states in line with things that had already been decided at the federal level, that states were somehow just being allowed to get away with ignoring. It seems to be that ethnic minorities in the past, when they protest, actually do make America more like what it aspires to be. Like they actually pulled the country more in line with the Constitution, not away from it. The only big massive subversion of the Constitution from within America right now has been, what the fuck? Okay, has been from white people. Okay.
I don't mean America doesn't need people from Japan or people from Northwest Europe. I mean America probably doesn't need Haitians. That's specifically what I mean.
I agree. Sure. And I think that there's a large point of agreement there. I do think that there are a lot of immigrants that have trouble assimilating to society today, but that's because half of the society that you want them to assimilate to possess no American values. And by that, I mean the Conservative Party. I expected to see Spanish people, Haitian people, whoever, marching on the Capitol or marching to tear down this country, and that's not what I've seen. I've seen conservatives that are destructive to the country in every single way. You don't believe in the rule of law. You don't believe in how the government works. You don't share foundational American principles relating to liberalism, relating to respect for free speech of the media. These are the foundational core aspects that make you an American. And right now, the issue that we have is the conservative side of the country. It's not immigrants. It's not the people that are coming into the country and not eating the cats and dogs that are a threat. It's the people who are saying that they saw it on TV when it's not even happening. That's the thing that's undermining our democracy right now.
I don't think that's true. I think that's the party.
I think they actually are eating cats and dogs. I mean, have you seen the IQ graph from 4chan that I can't understand half the words of them? Someone made a fucking collage of Hassan's chat. Okay. War is hell, but whatever it takes to see a free Palestine. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Actually, no. Tell other people to play stupid games and watch them win stupid prizes and cry about war crimes when they get fucking clapped in response. Okay. Wow. Why did Iran need to inform the US before the attack? Okay. Thanks, Iran. Fuck you, Israel. Damn those poor human shields. They're doing all the things that they accuse people like me of doing. Why only Palestinian and Lebanese die, not Israelian? Okay. Bottom mid. They don't have a conscience, those inhuman pathological freaks. Israel's burning, it's raining rockets, let's go. We're going to involve ourselves and nuke them with... continues to monitor. Oh yeah, they think someone's going to nuke. Okay. Israel playing victim. I want Israel completely wiped out. Civilian or not, ban me if you want. This person thinks they're going to get banned for saying that. What? It seems clear they did not target inhabited areas. What have you? Sorry, where's the video? The rockets are literally flying over Tel Aviv, like the big city in Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? Reports I'm seeing is they were all directed towards an airbase. Directed towards. Yes, pointed in the rough general direction. What's the... I'm so happy for them. Oh, God. It's all... These guys are doing all the things that they accuse me of doing. I have never, when like a fucking Israeli airstrike caves in some fucking Hamas tunnels and then like 20 civilians die or whatever, or 60 or 70 or 100, I don't... Like, you never hear me ever say, oh, well, they should have been fucking around finding out. Like, I've never said this about civilian deaths ever in my fucking life, yet they all accuse me of doing this. These people. It's projection. Every accusation is a confession. I've never once in my life made fun of like civilian deaths of fucking Palestinians or Lebanese or anyone else. These guys... Flagrant. Anyway.
The party which seeks to conserve the Constitution is the one that, not coincidentally, is the one that's more aligned with voters which come from parts of the world, like I said. I mean, you can even see the data on this. The more conservative you are, the more likely you are to have been in this country in terms of your bloodline for a much longer time. You're talking about people from Germany, from the Netherlands, from England, from wherever. They are assimilated much more than people who are coming from India, from wherever. And so, yeah, your ability to assimilate into a culture that is an outgrowth of Anglo-Saxon history is probably going to be linked somewhat to where you are descended from. And so, yeah, that doesn't come as a surprise to me at all.
How many times has Biden or Kamala said that they wanted to suspend the Constitution?
Your party is the one writing about that, though. Obviously, I don't expect like Dark Brandon. Obviously, I don't expect Dark Brandon to come out as the commander-in-chief and be like, "We're going to suspend the Constitution." But there are people still in the New Yorker. They just wrote a piece. This guy's been writing for the New Yorker for 30 years.
The New Yorker isn't Biden or Kamala
Harris. The point is, the sentiment is coming from your side.
So the answer was Biden and Kamala have never said that. How many times on Truth Social has Donald Trump said that he would suspend the Constitution? And you have the audacity to say that the Republicans right now are the ones who care about rule of law? Yes. You yourself are talking about undermining the entire structure of the government by having legislation from the executive. The executive legislates. He can do things with the executive order. That's not part of the American understanding of how our government is supposed to work. And you're talking about a guy who said he wants to suspend the Constitution. What part of this is American?
It's in the Constitution. I mean, Lincoln did it, FDR did it. You can certainly wield the power of the executive branch in accordance with the Constitution. The point being, I don't expect the leader of the party, be that Biden or Kamala, to get on stage and say the quiet part out loud, so to speak. But their Department of Justice still is going after patriots. They are still allowed to, in their media, write about how we should throw the Constitution out, as they just did in the New Yorker, a very prestigious publication, because the Constitution obviously can't stop somebody like Donald Trump, who is obviously such a horrible person. Therefore, we need to burn the Constitution, which apparently you are suddenly so in favor of, if it means that we can stop Donald Trump. I mean, they've said that he's a threat to democracy for like 4 or 5 years now. He was in office, and that's not what that's not what ended up happening. He left office.
That is what ended up happening. He tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power by trying to defraud 7 states. That is exactly what happened. And then he failed, and he lost, and eventually he got kicked the fuck out.
Right.
When you say the DOJ is going after
patriots,
do you acknowledge that Donald Trump called Fox News and said, why isn't the DOJ indicting these people, that the DOJ needs to go after these people? Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump has tried to give direction to his DOJ in a way that you wish Biden was ever on record doing? Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump has given direct direction to the Department of Justice to go after political adversaries? Do you acknowledge that's reality?
I would use a different word than political adversary. I like it when the Department of Justice goes after disloyal R's. I don't like it when they go after MAGA patriots. That is sort of my axiom for viewing that.
What do you mean by R's? R's? Okay. Okay. Republicans. Wow. Yeah, John Doyle's an authoritarian. That's it. He's always, he's an authoritarian. It's that whole thing. Even though 1940s, 50s America was not like what he's advocating for. I mean, it wasn't part with it. Like, there are some parts he liked. He liked Jim Crow and no gay rights and shit, and trans people doomed to live their entire lives in the closet. He probably likes those parts, but I don't think he likes the countries that just went to war with fascism part. I think that actually makes him quite sad. But okay.
You're an authoritarian.
Nostalgia for a time that never existed.
I don't think I don't like it when they go after MAGA patriots. That is sort of my axiom for viewing that.
You're an authoritarian,
I don't think that's actually hypocritical at all.
Literally
I think it's completely
Hitler.
in alignment with what needs to be done.
Okay. I mean, You're an authoritarian, right? Yeah, nothing about you is compatible with this country. If any sane immigration policy was ever created that tried to keep people away from this country that were antithetical to the idea of the American project, you would be at the top of the list in never being allowed here. Because what you believe in, what you want, is something that's more akin to the leadership structure of all the countries that you criticize. For some reason, you fall into the trap of thinking authoritarian dictatorships are good when I like the authoritarian dictator. But it's such an unbelievable position to sit here and say that the president of the United States should be allowed to direct the DOJ as long as he's going after the people that I think are really bad. Like, what an insane position to try to unironically defend while also pretending to be an American. It's insane to me.
I don't think it's insane at all. I think it's what's happening right now under this administration.
A really pithy response, John, and then we've got to wrap
Every
up.
Immigration Act up until the Hart-Celler Act in 1965, which was described as the greatest gift from the Kennedys to the Democrat Party, took into account the founding demographics, the American demographics of this country. The reason now, if you express attitudes that are antithetical to immigration, that you get pushback is because this country is not the same as it used to be. We've had 60 million people come to this country since 1965. We are now at record highs for a percentage of our overall population, which is foreign-born. The people here are not American. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me when a guy comes out and says, hey, we should probably take it easy on immigration. I don't know if these people are compatible with American culture, that these people who are now enfranchised as if they're equal to Americans are going to push back against that. It doesn't surprise me at all.
This is a good opportunity to jump into the Q&A as we're already over for the open dialogue portion. So the way that the Q&A will work, folks, is in this middle aisle here, if you want to come up, it's really important that you stand on this first tape line right here. And then it's also important that if you want to give a setup for your question, like 1 or 2 sentences, that's okay, but it really has to be 1 or 2 sentences. And I even have to be kind of pushy about that, and I even have to hold the mic just to be sure. So, floor is all yours with the first question.
Hi, John. This is my question for you. I have a couple friends on both sides of the aisle. One of them is we can vote the right people into power, we put the right people in state, local, and federal levels. If we do that, we'll be able to take our country back. The other side says, no, we got to crash and burn this thing. We got to start over from scratch. So my question for you is, at what point is it too late?
Well, certainly not now. There is this mindset that I think is very tempting to especially young men, because we sort of like to, like for example, you probably have a relationship with drywall, right? It's like you sort of get mad and you just want, that I think can translate politically as well. It can sort of map where it's like, I'm very frustrated with the way things are going. What if everything just collapsed? It does not make it easier to win when you start losing worse. There are plenty of countries you can look to right now. South Africa, I guess, would maybe be the most obvious example where things get worse for them politically. And I mean, they're having blackouts, they're having riots, but still things are more or less functioning. Total collapse is not something I think that we should aspire to. I think that the solution is much longer. It requires a lot more work and it requires a lot of patience, and sort of thinking that, if we lose, somehow people will wake up and then we can win. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, look at how things are now. The idea that there's like some sleeper cell remnant of patriots who aren't quite getting what's going on now, who once things reach a certain point, they will wake up and then we can finally take the country back. I don't think that's true. I think there are opportunities right now. And the best thing you can do, other than get involved locally, which you'd be surprised at how successful you can be with that, is to cast a vote for Donald J. Trump in November. So I think there is a political solution. I think there's a path forward. And I think the evidence to that is how much opposition this guy has faced. I mean, if things were really going to continue into our managed decline into a third world nation, then we'd be struggling to get excited about the Bush-Haley ticket right now. But we have Donald Trump, and they've tried to stop Trump. By the grace of God, a gust of wind saved Donald Trump, and the golf incident just a few weeks ago. So I think that there's a very real threat that he poses to whatever it is that's going on in this country, which everyone seems to recognize on an intuitive level.
Remember, God killed Corey Comparatori Ballamore, remember?
We don't want to get into the specifics of when it comes to, I guess, more polarizing political issues or what have you, but I think it's real, and I think there is a way to make America great again by supporting him.
Hi, thank you both for being here. So my question's for Destiny, and I tried to keep track throughout this debate just because I noticed something. I was kind of curious about it. As far as I could count, you mentioned Kamala Harris's name 6 times in the entire time you were able to speak. Once in your opening statement, which is surprising to me because, as I understand it, you are arguing in the affirmative that she should be the president. If it was the nature of this debate or something that led you not to be able to argue because of that, and you were more so arguing against Trump, I want to open this up to you to ask, why Kamala? I know why not Trump, why you're saying that, but why vote for Kamala? Because I don't think you've really made that argument.
The honest argument is we live in a two-party system right now, and at the end of the day, you're either going to vote for Trump or you're going to vote for Kamala Harris. You can have not voting for one party, or you can have a positive to vote for another party. These are the way that elections work. Republicans can pretend it's different, but Steve Bannon, when he came onto Trump's campaign, he knew this. I think Bannon had 88 days to go until the election, and when Bannon was brought on, he noticed something, that unlike all of the people that are sycophantically obsessed with Donald Trump, that believe that he's a super popular president, he's not. Donald Trump has never been a popular president. He's just really popular in the Republican Party. That's why when Bannon came on, they did things like the laptop story and everything for Hunter Biden, because they knew that the only way you could actually win the election was to drive the negatives up of the other party rather than trying to make your own candidate more likable. Nobody on the other side likes Donald Trump. Even Republicans have to begrudgingly accept him at times. I wish that there was more conversation about policy in the United States. To be totally honest, Kamala Harris probably sits either quite a bit or a little bit to the left of me when it comes to economic policy, but Republicans have decided that we're not going to have policy conversations in this country. When Donald Trump won't say what he wants to do for foreign policy because he says it's top secret, when Donald Trump is given policy questions and he has no answer, when you go on to Donald Trump's website and you read the policy stuff and it says things like we're going to slash inflation by making homes more affordable and that's it, you don't really get to talk about any policy. There's no policy to talk about. I wish we could have more policy debate, more policy conversation, but I'd basically just look at the 4 years under Biden, I'd look at what the policy was there, and I'd say it's probably going to be similar to Harris, and then I compare it to the 4 years under Trump, which I think were catastrophic and pushed this nation to the edge, and I'd say I probably don't want to repeat that. And then broadly speaking, I think that's why I support Kamala Harris for president.
Hey, my question is for John. I also just really quickly wanted to say that, like, as a theater kid, I'm very offended and triggered and woke by your comments. But I will also say you probably should try theater. I think you'd really do well on stage. My question's just, I go out canvassing a lot and I talk to a lot of black people, and a lot of them feel like they're not being represented by the Democratic Party too much. So could you try to sell me on why Republicans are good for black people?
I am going to have to reach deep into the bowels of my mind to find my Dinesh D'Souza education. This is like 10 years old at this point. Why are the left the real Nazis again? This is very old school stuff. But it is true, like unironically. I mean, if you look, for example, under Trump, people who are maybe in this room supporting Trump even were agitated by how much Trump was talking about how great he was for black voters. But it is true. I mean, you're looking at real net worth, you're looking at jobs, things like that.
I love it that you can go from having, what, like 10% of the black vote to 15 and think like you're a great, you're the one for black voters. Like, come on.
I know recently he got in trouble for saying black jobs, but it is true there are jobs which disproportionately are going towards African Americans, towards blacks, and so those can be black jobs, and I don't think that's a big issue. And he was just better. I mean, income was higher, wealth was higher, crime was lower, black communities were safer up until the riots in the summer of 2020, and I just frankly don't see what the other side has to offer. I mean, that's my side, but if we can even just support that because the opposition is so bad, what do Democrats have to offer black people? Black people have voted in blocks for Democrats for decades. Black communities have gotten less safe, there's less money, less home ownership. I mean, things have obviously not gotten better, yet the rate of voting for the Democrats in the black community still remains very high. And so I sort of almost echo the Trump statement, which I think was in 2016, which got him in trouble, where he's like, what do you have to lose? I mean, if things clearly are not going well now, why would you not try to maybe experiment with what the opposition has to offer? And even when they didn't vote for him, by majority, by far in 2016, you still look at the way black America was doing in 2016 through 2020 versus how they've been doing for the last 4 years, and it's measurably better, and it's not even close.
Are we allowed to respond to questions too, if they're word for us explicitly?
I could give the question asker a quick response if you'd like, but Destiny, I hate to say it, but I have to keep the rebuttals to an absolute minimum, even among the audience. But I want to give you a chance if you do have a rejoinder.
Not quite convinced yet, but I'll look into what you're saying.
I think that there's a lot of hesitancy among minorities to support Republicans because there is a very sophisticated media apparatus which goes to convince everybody that racism is like very prevalent on the Republican side.
Bro, you don't want any immigrants, and if you could have your say in it, you would get rid of all the foreigners who are currently in America. Sorry, the non-whites, because the white foreigners are fine, apparently.
Or if we vote for racism, we're going to have that come back to bite us. But, I mean, I don't see the fruits of that anywhere. I've never seen anything like a policy, for example, which can demonstrate the viability of that. So.
Just remember, audience guy, whenever you sound like, if you're a black person, answer the question, right? He wants to see less of your kind of people in this country when John Doyle is answering this question. If somebody shows the voter looking like you, he doesn't want people that look like you to come to this country. This is a heads up.
That's not true because when I referenced the immigration policy, black Americans were already here. I'm talking about Indians and Chinese and all these other people. So
I have to move us to the next
by the way, I love nobody. I'm literally a black person expert, which my audience will know. Nobody has more love and respect for black America than myself.
Just to keep this in the Q&A.
Knowing all the slurs doesn't make you a black person expert.
We're all right. Just so we can hear the next question, folks.
For John, in 2016, you mentioned one of Trump's greatest hits when he took Jeb Bush to account for his flipping his opinion on the Iraq War. And you mentioned a little bit about Trump's foreign policy in terms of what it might look like for Ukraine. What is your understanding about his, maybe what a Trump presidency in 2024 might look like for Israel, particularly with his relationship with Miriam Adelson?
Yeah, I think that, the Adelsons, for example, gave him, I think, $100 million or something in 2016. I think now the widow is going to give him $120 million. And to me, I don't think that there's actually, I mean, I had to hear this in 2016 as well. There were a lot of alt-right guys at the time who were looking at the relationship between Trump and the Adelsons, and they were calling him just like they are now, Zion. They're saying that he's just going to be an Israeli puppet. And you look at how that actually played out. By the way, calling him a Zionist is the way that they would call George Bush a Zionist or Barack Obama, like pretending that's all the same thing. You look at how that played out, and okay, he relocated an embassy, and then we have a photograph taken at a wall, which now I have to see is like the reason why he's supposedly.
Shut the fuck up, bro. The relocation of the embassy was something that only, I think, 1 or 2 other countries in the world have done. He also recognized that he described the settlements as legal. He also tried to push a peace plan, which basically actually did turn the West Bank into an actual Bantustan that involved East Jerusalem basically being a single neighborhood at the edge of the city, being renamed from Abu Dis to Quds. And as they've mentioned the Golan Heights, he recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, which no one else does. Israelis love Trump so much that they planned a fucking settlement in the Golan Heights called Trump Heights, bro. I'm trying to downplay that shit, you smarmy little cunt. John Doyle. John Doyle! Get back in the fucking locker room that has a toilet inside it, upside down.
Such a sellout. You look at what's going on right now in the Middle East. I understand as we speak, Israel is launching an invasion, I suppose, a ground invasion into Lebanon. But we're hearing that there's going to be World War III. We've been hearing that with Iran forever. It's never metastasized. I don't think that it will. And I don't think that Trump is beholden to these interests the way that people like to think that he is. I think Trump looks at everything through the lens of the art of the deal. And if people are willing to give him $100 million instead of the other guy, he's willing to say, yeah, and what leverage do they really have? I mean, okay, give them the money. Now what? Israel wants sovereignty over the West Bank. How does that affect me as an American patriot? I mean, you could say maybe it'll escalate tensions in the Middle East. As Destiny mentioned, we killed like their top guy and they didn't do anything. They rose the flag. They said, we're going to get you, America. They didn't do anything. So I'm not worried about it. And yeah, if they want to write Trump a check for $100 million to make it easier for him to get elected, I don't see the obvious downsides to that, which weren't iterated in 2016 as like guarantees, things that were going to happen. So I just don't think it's an issue, to be honest. And by the way, I have thought about that quite a lot online. I put my reputation behind that. If Trump ends up...
Didn't Iran actually say that October 7th was partly our response to Soleimani? And then Hamas said, no, it wasn't. I remember this. Yeah. Yeah, well. Okay. Hamas swiftly denied the Iranian claim and reiterated that it attacked Israel over what it described as the dangers threatening the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Mm-hmm.
Going to war with the Middle East on behalf of Israel, I'll be the first one to get up and say, I was wrong. But I noticed the people who are doing the opposite, saying that Trump is totally a slave to the Israel lobby, they kept their mouths shut and never apologized for saying those things about the man who's now taking a bullet for them. So I will put my reputation behind that, but I noticed that Trump's detractors will not do the same.
Just to be clear, Trump didn't take the bullet. He passed it off to the dude behind him. So I don't know where
Which you joked about, by the way. You thought that was like the funniest thing ever. This guy cares so much about democratic institutions, but when like an official presidential candidate is shot at and then the guy behind him gets killed, he makes jokes about it on Twitter.
I was laughing at you saying he took the bullet. He clearly didn't take it. He passed it along.
He was injured. He was hit by the bullet. Forward. What happened to his ear?
Gentlemen,
he got hit by the Secret Service guy that ran into him. I don't think he touched it at all.
Hi, John. I'm Ryan. I'm a startup engineer, a scout of 12 years, and I align strongly with your strongest values. Earlier, you mentioned you were surprised to see immigrants in Ohio because they were apples and oranges with the people there. As the son of immigrants, I'm curious about how you feel about families like mine standing proudly shoulder to shoulder with the men of Ohio, the good men of Ohio.
I have no issue with immigrants. If Destiny will put me to a position where he's like, John Doe wants no immigration, I'm going to be like, so true. But it's not so much immigration that's the issue, it's where the immigrants are coming from. And do you mind if I ask where your family's from?
Cuba.
Yeah, so
no, tell him your position before he answers. Which immigrants don't you want coming here?
Cuban Americans are historically one of the most conservative demographics in the country. So do I have an issue with Cuban Americans simply because they're from Cuba? No, I have an issue with people who manifestly are not able to assimilate into American culture. And you look at almost any other ethnic group in the country, aside from Cubans and some African ethnicities and examples, they are not voting for the country which wants to conserve. Cuban isn't an ethnic group, that's a nationality. They are not voting for the party which wants to conserve the country. They are block voting for Democrats because they want to make America more like the countries from which they came, which is to say wealth redistribution, socialism, inflation, crime, everything like that, because they are not able to pull themselves up by their bootstraps like other groups are, for example. And so I have no issue with that.
Thank you, John, especially because your clip compilation will help me convert the rest of my family to liberals. I appreciate it.
Right.
So we've seen quite an escalation in the Middle East with Israel attacking Hezbollah. How does either candidate plan to try to stop Israel from dragging us into World War III with Iran, either through like stopping supporting arms deals to Israel, or just actually having a ceasefire deal that Netanyahu's not just going to reject after Hamas or Hezbollah accepts it?
I don't think that the right-wing Israelis have nearly the leverage that they think they do. I mean, I understand that there are donors in this country who will give money to Trump's campaign, but Netanyahu politically is not very popular right now. I mean, he is wrestling to maintain control of his leadership as well in Israel, and I think that he feels as though if the war comes to an end, or if he takes his foot off the gas, so to speak, he may be in trouble politically speaking, and so he certainly has an incentive to escalate. But I think Trump, as you said, he remembers that Netanyahu betrayed him and immediately called and congratulated Joe Biden on winning the presidency. And Trump even said, I think in a leaked audio recording, or a leaked, from one of the staffers, that he said, like, yeah, Netanyahu betrayed me, F him. So he clearly remembers that. And even, when Netanyahu came to visit, for example, there was clear tension between the two. Trump was talking about the war in a way that Netanyahu was not exactly a fan of, the way that he did also with Zelensky, saying basically he's going to approach it as a
Trump did say that Israel should be allowed to finish the job, which is much more than anything. Does this guy think that Netanyahu doesn't want Trump to win? What an ignorant fuck.
Businessman and not be beholden to these interests necessarily. So I think the question of World War III is not only the question of how we operate on our end, I think it's also what threat is actually posed. I think that largely the Middle East threat is a paper tiger. I think that there are a lot of talk and not a lot of action, and every time that they've said that they're definitely going to do something this time, it just hasn't actually been what's happened. And so I think that there are more pressing issues that we should worry about as Americans that affect us domestically. And yeah, I simply don't think that Trump views his job as commander-in-chief to be beholden to foreign interests. I think that again in 2016 through 2020 when he was in office, he really didn't do that so much with the Israelis besides moving an embassy, taking a photo at a wall. But he wasn't in there like George Bush, for example, like willing to put boots on the ground to destabilize the Middle East. He repudiated that, and he took control of the party and realigned the position so that we all have to be against that. Whereas, as I mentioned earlier, prior to Trump, your level of republicanism was measured by how willingly and vocally in support of those wars you are. So I think that it's just a completely different ballgame now.
Destiny, do you have an answer to the question?
I'm going to be honest. I went over to Israel for 2 weeks, and after talking to a lot of Palestinians on the ground there, I would say that Donald Trump makes me really nervous when it comes to Israel, because I've never seen a more Zaghi type president. It makes me really worried that I think Donald Trump ordered that hit on Soleimani. He was the leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is responsible for a lot of the international meddling that goes along, inside of Israel. He supported Hezbollah, he supported the Houthis, he supported Hamas, and I kind of wonder if Donald Trump only ordered that assassination because of the $100 million that Adelson and other AIPAC donors sent to his campaign. I know Donald Trump is on record saying publicly that he is Israel's strongest supporter. I know that Donald Trump created a position in the White House and sent his son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
I can be way more anti-Semitic than you. Nice.
To the Middle East to negotiate peace deals for Israel. I don't know why the United States is risking itself to make peace agreements for Israel, for other countries between them and Israel. And then I know that we talk about moving the embassy and recognizing. I think it was like America was like one of 3 countries to do that. I thought that was really weird. And along with that, I think Trump was also willing to go along with Netanyahu when Netanyahu was talking about cutting UNRWA funding and everything to the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. And I don't think that Donald Trump did anything to hold Israel accountable for any of its behavior in the Middle East. So I think one of the things that I'm the most worried about when it comes to Donald Trump and foreign policy is he definitely comes off as kind of like an Israeli Jewish puppet, and that just makes me really nervous. I think I'd rather have somebody like Kamala Harris, who seems to be really critical of Israel and their foreign policy, and seems to be a lot less bought and paid for by, people of the Torah.
People of the Torah.
All right, this question's for John. All right, this question's for John. I listened to your content for the first time while I was driving over.
That fucking face.
All right, this question's for John.
Where's that frame?
All right, this question's for John. I listened to your content.
Doyle. When you realize that Trump is actually very friendly with the Jews.
For the first time while I was driving over here, and I had a bunch of questions listening to it, but then you said something earlier on in the debate. Could you repeat the number you said of how much of Joe Biden and Kamala's cabinet has stepped down so far?
Kamala Harris had like a turnover rate for her staff that was 92%, I believe.
92%. Now, that was for Kamala or the Biden administration?
The one running for president.
So the Biden administration?
No, for Kamala Harris specifically, because we're talking about whether she has leadership capabilities. Her staff, her vice presidential staff, had a 92% turnover rate.
Okay. And when you compare that to a 98% turnover rate for Donald Trump, including 13 members of a cabinet, what do you have to say about that?
Again, it's a completely different assignment. Donald Trump is going
okay, wait, hold on. Yeah. You can't just say, oh, it's different.
I do want to give him a chance to answer the question.
It absolutely is. What a Democrat administration is looking to do is different from what a nationalist administration is looking to do. If you're looking to hire from the swamp to fill a nationalist administration, it's going to be a lot more difficult to do that. You're going to be working with neocons, career politicians who are completely misaligned with that agenda, and they're not going to want to have their reputation stained by working for what is viewed to be an irritant by the Republican establishment. If you're Kamala Harris, you're the establishment. You have the blessing of the establishment. The DNC staged literally a coup to put you in as opposed to Joe Biden. Everything she wants to do is more or less an extension of the same political orthodoxies we've had in this country for 60 years. So to me, looking at the situation, I don't understand why anybody would want to not get to say, I worked for Vice President Harris, other than she's simply like a completely unlikable person, which makes sense too, because you hear leaks about her breaking down. She's always drunk. She has to LARP these dinners prior to meeting with diplomats because she's a wreck. She's like always on Adderall, and she just seems to be a complete mess.
What?
And so yeah, I don't view it the same way. I would challenge you to not view it as simply, oh, Democrats this, but Republicans this. I think there's more at play going on. I think think there's another axiom for how we have to view our political establishment, which is simply the establishment versus the patriots, versus nationalists, people who want to put America first versus people who want to basically manage the decline of our country until everybody else in the world gets to pick at the bones of
I feel like Kamala has been the most, like, one of the most well-behaved politicians you could have, because, again, this is what people do. This is what people do when they're trying to fucking desperately find something wrong, find something a little bit rough around the edges, a little bit uncouth about a fucking black candidate. Like, if there was a picture of Harris smoking weed when she was 16, it would be over.
Civilization.
And then just real quick, the establishment is not the New York City billionaire, right?
Sorry?
So the New York City billionaire isn't part of the establishment?
I don't think the establishment's necessarily
yeah, that's what I thought.
Geographic, you know. It doesn't have to be. It's, you know, what do they call it? The cathedral, right? So.
Are we talking about Kamala Harris' staff turnover? What staff are we talking about here?
Kamala's White House staff had like a 92% turnover rate.
Why would we compare Kamala Harris' staff of the Office of the Vice Presidency to somebody's cabinet?
Because she's never been the president, and so if we are trying to find a metric by which to predict her leadership capabilities, the people who are working with her every day, I think, is a worthwhile metric to explore.
Do you even know the responsibilities that the Office of the Vice Presidency has? Why would we compare the people that are working as staffers as part of that small office, as part of the executive branch, the cabinet, the top level people for your offices and departments?
If she can't bring people on to like stay with her and like write policy and little debate quips or whatever, I don't think that she'd be able to keep people on in a cabinet, let alone anybody of quality who would actually do things that benefit us as opposed to what they have done, which is make us poorer, less safe, and more of a playground for the rest of the world, which is like literally what has happened and which you have not addressed.
So if Donald Trump can't maintain his personal relationships with lawyers or his staff, and he's losing all of his businesses, and he wasn't able to maintain his cabinet, what faith do we have that Donald Trump can hold on to cabinet members of the future?
Give you a chance to respond, John, and then we got to go to the next question.
Because I am aware of what is happening mechanically with Trump's next administration, and that inspires confidence.
It's a non-answer. It doesn't mean anything.
We'll go to the next question.
John, I wanted to confirm before I ask, are you Catholic?
Yes.
So you talk a lot about assimilation. People from the wrong countries can't really come here to assimilate into our culture. Sure. But Catholics were widely rejected for a long time, so I was wondering how you kind of justify those two things.
Different kinds of Catholics.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Catholic. I believe in Catholic theology, but I don't necessarily mean or think that that means that we have to open the world to anybody who's Catholic. I mean, Haiti, for example, I keep mentioning, is 52% Catholic. That's more than twice as Catholic as America
Why are they
is.
so obsessed with Haiti? It's so funny, man. The special hatred. They're eating the dogs.
I think that the biggest challenge to Christian anthropology is that a lot of people who claim to be Christians or to be Catholics are not viewing that in the same way that European Christians view it. And so I don't think it's enough to say these people can come into the country because they are Catholic, unlike a lot of people in Latin America, for example, because if you look at how they vote, how they express their religious values politically, they are still voting overwhelmingly for Democrats, which are a party that literally celebrates a repudiation of those values. I mean, at the DNC, they had a truck that was giving out circumcisions and like birth control and all sorts of things like that, which if you're Catholic, I mean, you cannot support that in any capacity. But for some reason, these demographics which are coming here from these countries which are supposedly so Catholic are more in alignment with the Democrat Party than they are with the Republican Party. I think it's something like 51% of white Catholics are supporting Trump, 61% of Hispanic Catholics are supporting Harris. Someone's wrong there. Someone is directionally incorrect there. And so I don't view it to say, you know, you can't come into the country because it's just, I see it for what it is. It's not necessarily a religious thing, I don't think. It's more of how that actually manifests with what we see and what's going on. And I think there have been plenty of popes and saints who have expressed similar sentiments to my own.
Did you say they were handing out circumcisions? It's, again, like these guys get all their information from just like retarded, made up shock media. It's so, you can't keep up with it.
Wait, hold on. If Catholicism is the important part here, wouldn't the Pope being pro-immigrant, the Pope who's made statements saying that we need to accept migrants more, wouldn't this be something as a Catholic that's probably the most important thing for you to accept in your life as well?
No, I mean, if you want me to Pope-splain, we can Pope-splain, but I don't think that's true.
Okay, that's fine if you want to Pope-splain.
Because he's made statements,
then, right? Because the Pope is the head of the Catholic Church, and if you want to betray or if you want to fight against any statements on morality or faith, of which the Pope in the Catholic teachings has infallibility when he speaks on matters of faith, right? You know this, yes, of faith or morality.
Yes, the Pope
how could you possibly call yourself a Catholic?
Because the Pope will say one day that we should, you know, not turn away the poor and we should take care of them. Then he will say other days, countries can have borders, they can enforce immigration policies. It simply depends on which statement of his you want to take, depending on.
They can have borders, but he's saying they should choose to allow people in through those borders. That's not contradictory, John Doyle.
On which day. So I don't think that my view on immigration is misaligned with the church teaching or the teaching from Pope Francis.
That's pretty heretical to me. I don't know.
I was more concerned with like Catholics that are already here renouncing their faith to become more like Protestant America that was founded. You talked about going back to America's roots.
Yeah.
So renouncing Catholics that are already here, renouncing their faith.
I don't renounce Catholics who are here.
Okay.
That's,
yeah. Wow.
First of all, thanks guys for deciding to hold this debate at the very best of the Big Ten campuses. My question is addressed to both of you. Given the significant conflicts happening across the globe, foreign policy wonks are worried that China is going to inevitably invade Taiwan. And if this does end up happening, what makes your respective candidates best equipped to handle this conflict?
I would first. I thought that we were going to segue on. Tell me what to do.
Who's going first?
We'll start with John.
Okay. I simply don't think that if Trump is in office, that's a threat that is existing to the extent that it does now when Biden's in office. I think that there have been foreign policy failures under the Biden administration, which essentially put up a flag letting other countries know that we are in a state of relative weakness and they can act more in accordance with their interests because they don't have to worry about America stepping up to the plate to defend their allies the way that they would under a Trump administration, for example. I mean, you look at what's going on in Israel. Look at what's going on.
So he's pro-interventionist? Does that mean like Hamas backed down because they thought America would be less isolationist? They thought, did they think America would be more isolationist under Biden, that they'd be less likely to go in?
Demonrats want to manage the decline of US and make US a playground for the rest of the world is literally what Republicans want to do to USA. Dismantle for tax cuts, build nothing, rich PPLS playground.
Thanks for $10, Jacob. Really appreciate that.
Between Ukraine and Russia. I mean, you could see something maybe pop off, probably not within this timeline because we're like, a month out from the election, but I don't think that China would try to do something like that under a Trump presidency. I just simply don't.
I mean, if you look at the foreign policy disposition of this country right now, I think that somebody like Donald Trump is your greatest hope if you're China. Donald Trump has no ability to mobilize the United States to have any kind of coherent foreign policy vision because I think Donald Trump lacks an overall vision for America. I think when you look at the broad picture between Harris and Trump, and I'll speak of it abstractly, this is something the conservative has done in this debate, on an abstract level, the problem with Trump is that he doesn't really have a vision for the United States because he has no understanding of history, he has no understanding of geopolitics, he has no understanding of the larger structures at play, meaning he doesn't know why America is the foreign policy leader or where American hegemonic dominance comes from. He doesn't know what NATO is or what it's for. He thinks there's probably a NATO army that everybody pays money towards that America was getting ripped off for. That's the extent he knows about it. And Donald Trump doesn't see where America fits in internationally into the world order, that America should be maintaining peace and stability.
I think he should mention that he thinks stealth, what are they called? What are the stealth aircraft called that he was talking about? They have a particular name. F-35s. Yeah, based on those clips that we saw, like it does really, really sound that he thinks F-35s are invisible. that they can do a fucking mirroring technique that shields them from being seen. Because he literally said they can be right next to you and you wouldn't see it. Okay.
Across especially Europe, if not other parts of the world. So when Donald Trump comes into office, we get these empty platitudes again, like, under Donald Trump, these things would never happen. Which things? Because Bashar al-Assad continued to gas his citizens. That's why Trump bombed the airport. Iran attacked Saudi Arabia. That's why Trump went after Soleimani. Russia remained in Crimea. They didn't retreat at all there. They continued to fund the civil war in the Donbass. So this idea that people wouldn't do things under Donald Trump is just nonsense. It just shows that you either don't know history, you don't know the history of 2016 to 2020, or you're more likely you're being malicious and you're just lying and trying to present something in a disingenuous way to try to run away from all of Trump's failures. I would much rather have somebody with a coherent vision for where America sits at in the world, and I think everybody else would fear and respect this more, rather than Donald Trump that comes off like a schizophrenic chihuahua who is only nice to people that pet him last.
Thank you.
So my question is for Stephen and maybe John as well, because I hope he'd be against foreign interference. Given recent controversy around certain figures on the right, like Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and possibly more to soon be uncovered, receiving Russian money for their coverage, I wanted to ask, are there any reforms you would support to stem anti-American influence?
He knows he's being he's this guy. This guy's he's a reasonable candidate, shall we say? Definitely, I don't know, but he's a candidate,
foreign or otherwise.
So I'll go from less extreme to more extreme. I think the least extreme that I think should be proposed to Congress that I think people should genuinely support is if you are any major media player, whether you're alternative media or mainstream media, you should have to disclose who your funding sources are from. Whether that means to the federal government or some third-party organization, or publicly, I don't know what that looks like, but there has to be some sort of disclosure going on, I think. I think that's number one. For a more extreme version, I think that any large social media account that is reporting on or commentating on domestic politics in the United States, that account should be unmasked, or at the very least, we should know the nationality of that account. I think that every single American citizen has a compelling interest to know. I think it would be very interesting to see if, say, the top 10 Democrat accounts, you found out that 9 of them were Chinese, or if the top 10 conservative media accounts, you found out that 9 of them were Russian. I think that people would want to know that. I think it would benefit all of us, and I think it would do a greater service to the concept of freedom of speech and open discourse and open dialogue, rather than having a bunch of people operating under these anonymous masks, taking money from foreign dictators, and trying to screw with our media environment in order to push forth, essentially the destruction of this country.
I would agree with a lot of that. I would not agree with any measure that seeks to reduce the availability of anonymous accounts to people on the internet. I think that Twitter is the only place where free speech really exists right now on the internet, and there's certainly a lot of very, very influential Twitter accounts who've done a lot to move the conversation politically, especially on the right. And so I would not support any measure that seeks to unmask them, because these people have jobs and families, and as we've seen, when they dox people, they arrest them for memes such as Ricky Vaughn. You have instances where these things can get pretty ugly pretty quickly. So I wouldn't support that. I also would maybe just add an asterisk. I don't really like the idea of thinking...
Ricky Vaughn was the person who was trying to commit voter fraud. That's what he's talking about, right? Not for memes. Why would he? He's doing shit that you should only really use in your YouTube videos when people can't push back. Ricky Vaughn was a fraudster. He was sentenced for election interference, not for memes. This is from the... Is this the DOJ? Yeah. Sentenced to 7 months in prison and fined $15,000 for his role in conspiracy to interfere with potential voters' right to vote in 2016 presidential election. He had an audience on Twitter. Conspired with other Twitter users and members of private groups to use social media platforms to disseminate fraudulent messages that encourage supporters of Clinton to vote via text message or social media, which is legally invalid. Is that the meme, really? That's what you call a meme. Written in Spanish. Wow. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Why is that? It was a Google search. Oh, no. Where is that? Fuck off. All right, hang on. There we go. Whoops.
That foreign money in politics is like the worst thing ever.
You can't see them. They're invisible.
Not because I support foreign money in politics, but because I don't want people to become under the impression that that is the problem in itself. That there's not a lot of American money that funnels through this country, which is not itself problematic and acting against the interests of American people, because there's plenty of that. So I don't think it's enough to say foreign money is bad. You have to sort of, I think, go a little bit further and say any money that acts against the interests of the American people is bad and should be punished.
If you're opposed to the doxing, does that mean you disavow Libs of TikTok? Because that's an account that frequently and regularly doxes people that have political views that they disagree with?
Libs of TikTok? If I disavow them? No, I don't disavow them.
Okay, so then you don't care about doxing. That was a total lie.
No, they dox.
When you say that X is an open platform for freedom of speech, what do you feel about the J.D. Vance dossier that has been stripped from...
The one that had a social security number? And I don't support disavowing Libs of TikTok because they dox evil people who are going after exactly the kind of people who I'm speaking about. So it's a completely different thing.
There's that good fascist authoritarian speech. That's what I like. Go ahead. As long as they're evil people, there are no bad tactics, only bad
Yes, these are people who want to mutilate the genitals of children. These are bad people. They have to go.
Check one. Let's see.
Yeah, this guy is like a... There's a fucking clip there, actually, of somewhere of him talking about how he actually supports the idea of, like, he was shouting at someone in the street saying that, like, these people don't deserve rights and shit like that to fucking other protesters. He's like a brown shirt, yeah.
We'll just have to speak. Okay. Do you have a quick rebuttal?
No, I think that both answers spoke for themselves.
Thank you very much. And then this is actually going to be our last question that we can take.
Hi, I have a question for John Doyle. Previously stated that many immigrants that came over in 1960 were from countries who are culturally incompatible with the United States. Both my roommates in Penn State are actually first-generation immigrants, one of which is from Trinidad and Tobago, the other which is from Nigeria, who was actually personally subject to the Trump Muslim ban in 2016. Both of these men are graduating in the springtime and will be serving in the U.S. Army after they finish their ROTC vows. So these two Americans, because they're both American citizens, are they any less American than you, John Doyle, despite their vow to fight and die for this country?
Well, it's a great question. I think I would first say that we don't make policy based on the exception. We should make it, when we do make it, based on what tends to happen. And your friends are obviously exceptions, but if we let in, say, 1 million people from their respective countries of origin, you would not see that same result. And so I don't think it's a question of whether or not they are just as American as I am, because if they're expressing similar sentiments, I mean, for all intents and purposes, the way that you would, I guess, measure our patriotism or something would more or less be equal. The problem is, when you open up the gates to people from those countries, you don't see the same thing. So am I more American than your friends because they just got here and my ancestors have been here since 1701? I could see an argument for that, but I'm a nice guy, so I like to be inclusive. However, since they're willing to sacrifice for this country, maybe we would make an exception. But again, we don't like to make exceptions. We want to go based on what tends to happen. And what tends to happen is that when you allow for demographics who are coming from countries that are more alien to the United States, they tend to express their political sentiment in ways which are disadvantageous to Native Americans, to people who built this country, and I can't support that as a patriot.
Is there a single white European country whose immigrants vote conservatively?
Repeat that?
Is there a single white European country whose immigrants come over here and vote for conservatives? Just one?
Not by majority, but if you still
So
look
that
at
means that you would be opposed to all immigrants?
Sure. I'm saying that, like I said earlier, if you're looking at data,
You said what you said earlier was you don't want anybody coming over. You don't want to talk about the exception. You want to talk about the rule. And the rule is we have to look at what people do in the aggregate. And statistically speaking, because you keep making this like white person reference, which is by the way, a very American. I don't know what you'd say, race thing to do for people that don't have clear ancestry because they're just American. Is you have this weird fascination with white Europeans, like they would come over here and vote conservatives. I know a lot of people from France, from Sweden, from Norway. You think these people come to the United States? They're the whitest motherfuckers in the world. Do you think these people are coming to the United States and voting for Trump? No, and you just admitted it. So you would ban all immigrants because there's no immigrant group, except for Cubans, I guess, unfortunately for you, I guess, that actually come over here and vote for the horrible party that you're a part of. So why not just say I want to ban all immigration?
Right. I mean, as I've said...
Papa Smooth, thanks for 10 subs. That's so generous of you. My God. Let's go. Get some more... Get rid of those gray names. Fuck them. Clean them up.
Tonight, as I've said for 5 years, I don't support immigration. I want an immigration moratorium. When we're talking about historical immigration trends, the demographics which have become more assimilated in the sense that they express their political desires by voting for the party which wants to conserve America are groups that have deeper roots in this country. Germans, Scots-Irish, groups like that, WASPs. These are groups which express what they want the future to look like by aligning...
God, this guy's still alive. Jason Unruh. Remember Maoist Rebel News? Remember this guy? This fucking tool. He's been making YouTube videos about communism since like 2011. Getting told that the first confirmed death was lol, Iron Dome. Okay. Only Cubans allowed.
Themselves more in accordance with the party which seeks to conserve it, and these other groups which, they come to America in 2024 as, a Nord. I don't expect them necessarily to hop on the Trump train, but if you're talking about historical immigration patterns, that is
definitely... Did he say a Nord?
Definitely true.
I can give you a quick rebuttal.
How can you say... I don't understand how you can say when you want to conserve America when you want to go back to other times that you're just arbitrarily choosing. Like when you say, for instance, you say, well, the Irish have a deep history in America. Irish and Italians, when they came over through Ellis Island, didn't have as deep of a history in the United States. In fact, they formed a lot of ghettos and they formed a lot of in-groups, and a lot of people that were native in the United States didn't like those people either. So where are you drawing the line at when you talk about conserving America?
I want to give John a response, and then I go to the next question.
Irish and Italians have assimilated into this country. The only thing that would differentiate them would be maybe a St. Patrick's Day celebration or a pasta night, but if you look at how they manifest themselves, they are more or less assimilated without meaningful difference. Other groups don't exactly express that, even if they've been here for 2 or 3 generations, like you see with Chinamen. So,
all right, I'm going to give you a quick question. I hate to do this, Stephen.
Just one quick question for him. Who do you think had a more extensive operation in the United States, MS-13 or the Mafia?
What was it? Who has more roots in the United States?
Who had a more extensive criminal enterprise operation in the United States, MS-13 or the Mafia?
And the Mafia existed a long time. MS-13 has only been a problem in this country for the last 10, 15, 20 years. So I don't think that you can equate that, especially if we're talking about a 2024 presidential election.
I want to give you a quick rebuttal.
All right, I just want to say that I'm from Erie County. It's a county known for having a high asylum seeker population. For example, my grandparents lived next to Syrian refugees who were personally tortured by the Assad regime. And when I speak to these people who've immigrated to America and they sing its praises, they have personally made me more prouder to be American than you have, John Doyle.
Wow.
Do want to remind you folks, we are looking for questions rather than we're looking for questions more than statements. Next gentleman.
Hello. Oh, that guy's really proud of himself. I'd just like to say, I'd like to ask a question to specifically John Doyle first. So I heard you say something about, was it theater-occupied government earlier?
True.
Could you maybe elaborate on that?
It's just, there's a joke on the internet, and it's just a joke, it's obviously not real, where people throw around this term ZOG, Zionist-occupied government, which is a way of describing the way our government functions. I amended that to theater-occupied government because I think it's a more accurate way of sort of assessing the type of person who works in government, who works in DC, and I think that's true. I think I can stand by that. It's essentially to say the type of person who gets involved in politics nowadays, working in DC as a staffer, as a policymaker, or whatever, these tend to be people who are very sort of interested in whatever status working in DC can offer to them. They themselves are not necessarily exceptional and accomplished. These are people who strive to become policymakers, to work in DC. They will starve them. I mean, if anyone here knows people working in DC with these kinds of jobs, they're not making very much money, they don't eat very well, and they're pretty much miserable, very anxious all the time, but they enjoy working in DC because they like being able to go back and report something home for Thanksgiving. And so I think that that is a focus of getting involved in politics that is not necessarily to make a meaningful change, but rather because they simply enjoy the feeling that it brings them. Sort of like someone who is performing like a theater kid, for example, and you look to when they make their little TikToks and they're dancing around, it reminds one of the experience in high school that maybe we have had with theater kids. And so I sort of saw it and could not unsee it, and I still think that that's a pretty accurate way to describe those kinds of people.
Yeah, so you're basically describing like a government full of like SGA kids, pretty much.
SGA kids?
Yeah, like Student Government Association.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
These are the kids, they wear the suits to school, like the Model UN, debate bro kinds of kids, and it's like people who tend to get involved in politics, I think, to make change will do it because it's the right thing to do, not because they want to LARP and dress up and wear a suit to school and get in debates with their teacher about, nerdy policy things like that. So
just because we want to squeeze as many more questions, unless you got a rebuttal.
No. Do I have time to make another question, or just like small one?
I want to move to as many people as possible.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, so when you were up, you were saying things that like describe a great leader, right? And you were talking about things like the ability for Trump to take over the Republican Party, right?
Sure.
And what would make him even better is if he was like able to step on the Democrats and pass things through. Well, despite him having both houses and, like you said, control the Republican Party, he wasn't able to get things done. So then now my question is, right, when you are so willing, right, for him to use authoritarian like executive actions, and willing to ignore things like 34 felonies and an indictment for January 6th, do you see how it could be like you're in favor of more of a Haitian president than an American president as a resident Haitian?
Are you implying that residents from Haiti are more likely to be criminal than American residents?
Oh, well, if you look at the history of Haiti, I said Haitian president, one who acts like a president but is actually just an authoritarian.
Right. Well, I don't know. I think that people use the word
he tried to catch him out, didn't he? Liberal. Are you admitting to the crime stat?
Authoritarian to mean something that's like scary. George Bush, Barack Obama, any of these guys could be argued to be authoritarian. Donald Trump using constitutionally permitted actions to advance his legislative agenda, I don't think is necessarily like authoritarian bad guy kinds of behavior. And yeah, I do think that he's fundamentally in a better position to govern as president than he was 4 years ago, because from day one you had Paul Ryan's Congress that was acting to impede everything he did. You had John McCain, who famously withheld his vote so that Obamacare could not be repealed. You had all these remnants of the Republican establishment who would rather act in the ways that they supposedly were supposed to not do, that they were professing support of, if it meant kneecapping Donald Trump's success. Now these people are absent. You look at who was not at the RNC: Paul Ryan, Mike Pence, former Speaker McCarthy. These people were absent from the RNC because they understand that this is not a party that is going to house them anymore. This is a party that is becoming slowly but surely a party that can actually reflect the will of its voters. And so yeah, I have complete confidence in Trump's ability to do that in 2024.
So then I would then ask, would there be any willingness to work with the other side, or do you believe it's just going to be violence? If so, how do you plan to remedy the situation? How do you plan to work with the other side if you don't believe in working with the other side?
I don't think that the issues which we support are actually issues which the other side disagrees with. For example, until Donald Trump, there were a lot of issues that were famously left-wing issues. Things like being anti-war was famously a left-wing issue. Things like protectionism was actually more of a left-wing thing because you had Republicans who wanted total free trade because it was supposed to lower the price of orange juice by 30 cents or something like that. Donald Trump managed to actually realign the party such that now the Republican Party is the party of not wanting to get involved in foreign conflicts, of wanting things like bringing back manufacturing to this country, to this state specifically. And so I don't think that Democrats actually are opposed to this in the way that they think they are. If you look at the issues which tend to pull higher for Democrats for this election.
There's actually 8 dead in Tel Aviv. It was on a train. They were actually inside the train when they shot people, so people couldn't escape. Ooh. Why are people molding about the BBC?
But that we need, this is not for the Israelis to decide. I think the international community has to make sure that whatever Israel does is not upending the regional order as we know it. And the US has a responsibility. So we've been in this cause for 12 months now of constantly red lines being crossed, mostly by the Israelis. The Hezbollah and Iran have played it fairly rationally, trying to be very cautious in how they respond, trying to leave off-ramps where they could. The Netanyahu government has kind of lost the opportunity at every sort of junction to use an off-ramp that was given to them.
Okay.
It's more abstract issues, like apparently Republicans are so focused on, issues like democracy, issues like climate change, things like that, which are not, frankly, what people are thinking about when they're at the grocery store. And so I certainly have no intention of not working with the other side. My experience as a Republican, and I think that most Republicans can corroborate this, is that it's actually the opposite, where we are told that if we are not willing to go along with things, if we are not willing to limit ourselves to staying to the left of John McCain, then we are somehow threats to democracy, and we are going to end America, which Donald Trump was in office for 4 years. Everything was more or less fine. So I'm not worried about that. I don't think it would ever be violence.
We'll jump to the next one.
Wait, am I allowed to answer part of the question?
No.
First of all,
my name is John, and I have a question for Stephen. It's the really only question that should be asked at an event like this, and this is gonna seem like a troll, but it's not. I just can't believe that it's true, so correct me if it's not, that you sat in a room or a corner of a room very much like the one you're sitting in now and just watched many other men plow the ever-living fuck out of your life. Is that true?
All right, get it. All right, move it. We want to keep it on task. So we're gonna jump to the next.
Do you think they come before they come up and ask a question, or do you think he's like edging himself until he gets it all out?
We're ready for your question.
Sorry. This is a question on behalf of a friend for both of you.
In the last couple months, there have been 2 assassination attempts on Trump with guns. There was a school shooting recently as well, so gun violence issues seem to prop up pretty frequently. Do you guys think there's a gun violence problem in this country? And if so, what policies would you like to see implemented under the administrations you favor?
I absolutely think that's the case. I think that every time you see one of these instances, whether it's assassination attempts or whether they're shootings at schools, mass acts of violence, you notice the FBI always has these people on their radar. And for some reason, there's a failure to execute, making sure that these people are not being able to actually carry out these acts. So I think that there's something odd going on there. And I think that if you actually wanted to solve gun violence, you would have an FBI that is doing its job properly, which it could. It just simply chooses not to follow up on these things for whatever reason. And I think that you would enforce laws in inner cities where virtually all of the gun violence happens in the day-to-day level. I mean, you see these isolated instances where you have individuals going into public places or attempting to assassinate future presidents, and you look at that and you're like, okay, there's a gun violence problem. True, but in terms of the vast majority of it, that is happening in the inner cities between largely gangs who are engaging in different types of warfare amongst themselves, and I think that that needs to be cracked down on if you actually wanted to reduce those numbers meaningfully. Any of the policies that I've seen proposed to stop these isolated lone wolf kinds of incidents more or less don't address, I think, the real problem, which is that for some reason law enforcement understands these people are problems, they are monitoring them, and then for whatever reason nothing is done, and they end up going through and carrying out these acts. And so I think that that's where that's coming from.
No, but I was also curious as to what Destiny would have to say, since he's a liberal gun owner, so I thought that would be an interesting perspective.
I think that guns, I think there are issues with guns insofar as like gang violence or certain types of violence in inner cities are concerned, and I think they also expedite people who want to kill themselves. I don't think that they're as big a problem as people make them out to be. I don't like the Democratic Party makes it a central part of their platform. There are certain types of things that I think I'd be okay with, like possibly more expensive background checks. I think that closing private sale loopholes I think is good. Part of I think what Biden's already done in terms of the private sale loophole stuff, or at least the I think the boyfriend gun loophole or whatever. But guns aren't, it's not a huge issue for me, and I think it's a big political loser when the party deals with it. It's like abortion for Republicans. I just think it's a really divisive topic. That being said, again, something that was said earlier, I think it's funny, when you talk about authoritarianism wants a centralized power in themselves, especially in the executive. There's a reason why we have 3 branches of government. For people that actually give a fuck about this country, I would recommend Federalist Paper number 51. It's a really good explanation, a breakdown of why we have checks and balances, why we have 3 different branches of government, and why you wouldn't want somebody like Donald Trump running the entire thing. And I think it's also strange in terms of how Republicans approach gun violence, or at least how John's laid it out, that we're simultaneously saying things like—
How long are each of these Federalist Papers? I think 10 is not that long. I remember I started learning U.S. civics, but then I got bored and stopped. Then, oh God, the Third Lebanon War happened, so...
FBI was incompetent, they were incapable of following up anything, they couldn't seem to do their job right, but we also want to increase the power of the FBI and then give them the ability to follow up on everybody and do their job better. It's always like both sides of the mouth, you know, like the GOP is destroying Trump at every step of the way, but Trump is also in control of the GOP and he can do whatever he wants. The swamp is destroying Donald Trump all the time, but next time he's going to hire the right people. The Democrats are, you know, opposed to us, so we can't do anything, but on these issues they would actually be fundamentally aligned. Like, nothing actually makes sense. There's a reason why at the end of the day there's no policies listed, there's nothing that's actually talked about in concrete terms. It's all just like fantastic delusion.
We can take one more pithy question, and then we gotta go into the closing statements from our speakers.
Yep. This question's solely for Mr. Doyle. Sorry, this is not a very topical question. Good evening, Mr. Doyle. Somewhat recently, RFK Jr., who has been very vocal about the problems with American health, has thrown his weight behind Trump and may end up getting a cabinet position. How else do you believe that Donald Trump can benefit the health of Americans, especially young Americans like myself?
I think that a lot of what RFK is very positive. I think that the 2 biggest issues that we're going to face are immigration
and health.
Don't
care about RFK. Don't care. Did he take that long to answer that question?
We'll kick it over to Stephen for his closing as well. Stephen, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
All closing statements.
You ever feel like your head is spinning after listening to a conservative talk? Sometimes it's good to just take a deep breath, take a step back, and do a reality check. Why would somebody say people are hormonally maladjusted and they're all sorts of drugs when they're a conservative? Go onto Tinder, walk out on the streets, go to any large blue city, and then go to any rural area. When you go to the rural areas, what do you see? A whole bunch of fat fucks on insulin because they're obese and they have type 2 diabetes. If you want to talk about people that are unhealthy, that are on drugs, that are reliant on big pharma to survive, it's conservatives. The idea that somehow it's, you know, some college girl who, you know, cut her wrist and now she's on a little bit of Xanax is destroying the country, but not these people that are getting older, that are fatter, that are destroying our entire economy because of how much it costs to keep them alive for every single year. Another toe falls off, you know, another increase of their prescription happens for whatever more insulin medication they need. It's just the idea that a conservative would attack our medications and say that this is somehow the fault of liberals when conservative old people—
Did John Doyle say something about medication or something? Okay.
Of the largest consumers of everything in the country. There's a reason why there's a net transfer from the successful blue states, okay, that are powered by blue industry, over to the less successful red states that are powered by God knows what these days. It's just delusion. I think that the entire conservative apparatus, honestly, I think John said it really well earlier when he said, we're not happy about things right now, therefore Trump. I think that a lot of the Republican support for Trump right now just comes from a lack of understanding about anything. So for instance, when Doyle says, all these people are allowed to appoint people, but they can't get rid of people when they come in as a new administrator. That's not true. If you appoint somebody, you can fire that person. That's part of the appointment power of the president. These bureaucrats, the reason why they stay there is because every time you swap the government, you're not going to hire and fire, 10,000, 100,000, however many people you need to restaff the entire executive branch of the government. It's delusional. The main reason why people don't like the bureaucrats on the Trump side is because these people do have an institutional bias, and that bias is towards the existence of and the perseverance of the United States. Just look at Donald Trump trying to circumvent the results of the last election. Who were the people that stood in front of him? It was largely bureaucrats. It was people like Pat Cipollone, or it was people in the DOJ like Rosen, or like Donahue, or it was White House lawyers like Eric Hirschman and Steve Engel. It was the bureaucrats. It was the people that had the institutional knowledge, that had the appreciation for the United States. As Doyle said, they don't get paid a ton of money, and they're generally just there because they appreciate the country. Even when you look at people like William Barr, who historically was known for wanting to see the executive branch expanded in power, with the president specifically, Barr quit because he was so disgusted at Donald Trump trying to weaponize his department with just a couple weeks to go before the election, or not even before the election, I'm sorry, before the certification of the vote. So when you hear conservatives say things like, I don't like bureaucrats, I don't like the way the government's working, all of that is a smokescreen for, I want Donald Trump to be an authoritarian dictator. That's it. Even when they say things like, we just want government to get out of the way. That's not true. What did we hear all the arguments made for in favor of tonight? We like the fact that government is going to ban trans stuff. We like the fact that the government is going to ban abortion. We like the fact that they're going to crack down harder on BLM rights, that the FBI is going to expand their power, they're going to go after people that might be school shooters, and we're going to get pesticides and additives out of food, and we're going to do all these things to prosecute political. This is all expansions of power of government. Republicans stand for nothing. I hate Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. I'm going to keep it very pithy, and then I'm going to give it over to Sean for his final thank yous. But I want to say thank you very much, folks. It's been a true pleasure to be with you tonight. And if you're watching live, hit that subscribe button for more. I'm going to hand it over to Sean. Thank you very much, Sean.
Thank you so much, James. Everybody give him a big round of applause.
There's a debate going on in the mod chat over whether or not Sundowners should be unbanned and put on probation. What do you think?
I just want to thank first both John and Destiny for participating in this debate, and I'd like to thank Carolina or nearby. We're going to be hosting a debate between...
Okay. Tunnels. More tunnel. Who's this guy? 10 minutes
overnight, the IDF kicked off their ground invasion of southern
overnight,
Lebanon as they continue their ongoing war with
operation.
Hezbollah. And today we're going to run through quite a bit of footage that was just released by the IDF showing their forces operating in southern Lebanon inside some of these Hezbollah tunnels. Now, in the coming days, we're going to go through more of an assessment and analysis of what this means, what to expect going forward.
Padlocked.
But the volume of footage that was just released that we've never seen before, I felt like was worth its own video to just kind of present and run.
This is footage that's been compiled over a year, right? This isn't just footage that's recent, because there's so much of it compared to Gaza. I don't know why they do that. Yeah.
Through. Now, right out the gate, we're going to see some significant
or I just haven't been looking at their page
throughout
that much,
this
to be
clip.
honest. Maybe they have got
If you
all this
thought
stuff.
what we saw in Gaza was a lot, and it was, there were a ton of tunnels, and they were pretty deep. Wait till you see some of these things that Hezbollah has built kind of into the mountains in southern Lebanon. And the weaponry as well. This is just the initial piece showing a lot of these different mines, rifles, and we've got a lot of anti-tank guided missiles that'll pop up here shortly as well. You can see the IDF operating not just above ground, but not just underground, but above ground as well. And we've got a couple animations that the IDF put together that in this case I think are helpful because it kind of shows the location of these target facilities and kind of where the tunnels run underneath. And then they do back out to show what this actually looks like as it's being destroyed. So a lot of this infrastructure was not just infiltrated by the IDF where they cleared the facilities, pulled out intelligence that we'll see here in a minute, and weapons to identify some of these locations, but then regularly pulled back and detonated the tunnel in on itself. This one obviously looks a little more rudimentary, not nearly as well built as some of those others. But again, look at the depth of this tunnel network and what Israel is expecting to go up against. Sleeping quarters there for some of the soldiers. Earlier in the war, Hezbollah put out some announcements saying that some of these tunnels could facilitate a unit living there for 6 to 12 months at a time. Like they had enough supplies and equipment down there to maintain a significant force for quite a while. I think we've got 3 total of these videos showing kind of the breakdown with these operators moving into these tunnels under the homes or under what looked like civilian infrastructure in Lebanon. Now, the IDF did not say that these videos were recorded in the last 24 to 48 hours. In fact, in their announcement, they said that the IDF has conducted dozens of targeted operations in areas near the border in southern Lebanon in order to dismantle Hezbollah's terrorist capabilities and infrastructure that pose a threat to Israeli civilian communities in northern Israel. We haven't heard a lot about that. Just a couple days ago, there was an announcement in the Wall Street Journal, I believe, saying that Israeli Special Operations Forces have conducted multiple raids into southern Lebanon, into Hezbollah tunnels in southern Lebanon. We hadn't seen any evidence of that at all. Like, Hezbollah wasn't talking about it. Occasionally, there were kind of rumors that there was some fighting at the border, but nothing at all like this. So again, everything we're seeing here, not recorded in the past 24 to 48 hours, but somehow hasn't come out publicly at all. Now we're starting to see a little more robust, look at that, just tunneling through the rocks there. Oh, here we go. This was a longer clip that I cut down. I'll link the IDF Telegram channel where I came across all this footage, so you can watch all these if you want. But
this is such a, look how unnatural this border is. It's just like a fucking random line drawn in the middle of a valley. It's so stupid.
This specific clip ended up being like 5 minutes long of just explosion after explosion after explosion. I thought we can probably cut that down. You get the gist. IDF went in, cleared the facilities, came back out, and started detonating everything. Those look like charges that were placed on the inside, by the way, not necessarily airstrikes. Look at
I've done a couple of unbans just from YouTube chat as well. Just a few people who have been around, because there's like a list of 2 or 3 banned people who just DM me instead of chatting. They DM me on Discord instead of chatting on YouTube. I'm like, okay, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. You're the one who scouted this area. Iran will remember this. Let's go. Well, the rules of war have changed.
Quantity of munitions they're coming across here. This is, very, very different.
Are Lebanon not allowed to build tunnels on their own sovereign territory if they want to? I mean, it makes total sense. Yeah, you can build as many tunnels as you want. Hezbollah is not the sovereign leader of Lebanon. They're not the legitimate military. They're actually supposed to be disbanded militarily under international law. They're supposed to be disarmed. So, and also, if they were the government, they can do whatever tunnels they want. They just can't use them to store weapons that are going to be used to fire at another country.
Than what we saw coming out of Gaza. A lot of new munitions, right? Not nearly as much handmade stuff as we'd see in Gaza. And a lot of times when the IDF was getting into the tunnels in the Gaza Strip, you could see that Hamas had kind of evacuated the area, right? So there were remnants left behind, some older rifles, things like that, but pretty clear that they had moved a lot of their larger stockpiles away from there. That's not the case with what we're seeing here in southern Lebanon, where some of these are significant arms depots. I mean, look.
So they either left a lot behind, or they did actually take stuff, but they just had a lot more than Hamas did.
Look at the amount of ATGMs just stacked up there, ready to go.
Whoa,
and then these are
Raphael, thanks for the 20 subs. That's so kind of you. My God. Incredible. Soy.
Like bunkers built into the side of a mountain. All right, it's going to take a lot to actually destroy that. This is what Hezbollah has been building up for years and years and years. It'll be interesting to see, and it'll be quite a while before we know this, but how much of this Hezbollah infrastructure in the south was Israel able to disrupt? We've seen a lot of airstrikes in recent weeks, really picked up in recent weeks, targeting a lot of these launch locations, storage facilities. But there's only so much you're going to be able to do against something. Look at the rocks surrounding that, how well fortified these positions are. There's only so much you can do against that from the air or from distance, which is probably one of the reasons that some of these sites were selected for troops on the ground, special operators, to move in and conduct the clearance. Based off of what we've seen in recent weeks, we go another tunnel, World War I looking entrance there in terms of like trench warfare. Not exactly sure what those are there, but something to make this livable, right? Somebody can probably fill me in on what those big tanks are, whether they're water tanks or something else. But a lot of these tunnel networks are designed for the people to not just move in there and fight for a day or two, but again, live for weeks, maybe even months on end without having to come out to get new supplies and expose themselves to Israeli intelligence and fires. More living quarters. I think we saw a little bit of this clip earlier, actually. There were like 20-some clips and pictures released by the IDF, so we got a ton of different looks of these guys moving through there. Yeah, pretty well built up tunnel here. I mean, this is something that you would see in just the construction of that with the center blocks is something you could expect to see in a Western country, like under a city, right? It doesn't look drastically different than a basement in a built-up urban environment. I don't recall, having gone through all this footage previously,
wow,
I don't recall seeing any engagements. Don't recall seeing any firefights. Don't recall seeing any
real
dead
juice
Hezbollah militants, which is interesting. Even when they were doing the clearances, Jesus, look at that, 20 feet down that ladder. Even during some of the clearances in Gaza, we would pretty regularly see something blurred out on the ground that was obviously a body, a dead Hamas militant. And occasionally we'd get some footage showing firefights in those tunnels. Didn't see those at all here. Unclear. You know, maybe some of these tunnels are staged for future use, right? They're kind of pre-planned fighting positions that Hezbollah would move into at a predetermined point. And if there was some sort of ground invasion coming and Israel in turn was able to move into those without them being occupied, maybe.
But these tunnels are so
my guess is that these would have been defended to some degree. And prior to this footage, they cleared some size of a Hezbollah element out of that location. We just, again, there was no footage showing where and how those guys were killed, anything like that. But
intel documents.
A big piece here worth noting is the intelligence pulled out of these locations. This is something that clearly assisted Israel as they moved through Gaza. Moving from one tunnel to the next, it wasn't just a matter of removing Hamas's ability to use that infrastructure to fight.
Hey, there he is.
There we go.
Hassan.
The late Hassan Nasrallah. But also able to pull some of that intelligence, whatever it might be, right? Phone numbers, documents showing how much ammunition they have in certain locations, radio frequencies, whatever it might be, identification cards. All of that stuff can be valuable. There's really nothing that does not serve some sort of purpose when you have a sizable, looking at all these documents here, when you have a significant intelligence resource able to kind of sift through it and make meaning of a bunch of different things. So there is going to be a lot of valuable intelligence that Israel pulls from this find. God, so many explosives. ATGMs, breach charges. I like that, using the light on the Glock to show everything. Again, a lot of what we're seeing here, especially when you're talking about mines, and to a degree the ATGMs and some of the anti-personnel and anti-tank mines, a lot of that is defensive in nature, which is interesting, right? Looking at this, mostly what we've seen out of Hezbollah in recent months is offensive in the sense of firing rockets, missiles, and drones into Israeli territory. Of course, it looks like what Israel did here was move into some of these locations along the southern portion of Lebanon, along the border of northern Israel. And these were areas that were set up and equipped to repel some sort of Israeli ground offensive or a ground invasion of sorts. Again, fighting back tanks and infantry, things like that. So I guess that's probably the reason that the IDF sent in some number of special operators to clear out these tunnels. Again, I'll go ahead and link all of these, or the telegram, never before seen, right?
Okay. Wow, crazy. That's all declassified military footage. Whoa, crazy. Crazy, chat. Okay. Oh. Right. Fuck. Well done. Call Dustin, he's crying. He's always crying. Is he actually? Maybe he actually is. What the fuck? Is this like a... Oh, this is one of those screens that plays like a... Okay.
To be fair, that clip was from a very long time ago, but this one was very recent, so let's get into it.
Destiny, who is a streamer.
What's he... Who is that? Whose voice was that?
Do the table setup. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Wow.
Initially,
Riveting.
this podcast
Okay.
changed like
These fucking viewers over there. Couldn't be watching a better streamer. I'm more engaged anyway. Damn, we have 47 new subs this stream. That's fucking crazy. 47. It's like Twitch. It's like we're back in Twitch. The hell? Did I miss some? I feel like I missed some if there's that many. We got Papa Smooth, Raphael, Marcus. I got that one. I got Sophia and I got Raiders Cat. Huh. I guess we had a lot of viewers today. Okay. Papa Smooth, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Wow, we're over the 50, eh? Wow. Wait, why is Alec Gunter on my raid list? Did he actually add me on the approved list? Interesting. Watch the debate tonight with Destiny. If I'm still awake in however many hours, I might go and chat. That's what I'll do, okay? Or I'll just go to sleep and watch it tomorrow. This stream has had almost 30,000 views. That's crazy. You guys love it when Jews get bombed, don't you? You love it. Makes you so happy. Okay. All right. I love you guys. Go and see Dylan, okay? Or whoever you want. All right. Stay safe. Hopefully tomorrow is a slightly less bloody day than today. That's... Oh, God. Okay. Bye.